struggling to do. And one of the things that human beings have always done is they've told stories, right? We know about ancient Greek myths and legends. We know about some of the stories from the Native American tradition, some of the stories from Africa, some of the stories from ancient Europe. You know, myths and legends, stories, they have a special place in the human species. It's part of the way we point to higher truths. And I think that's just as true now as it was in ancient times. And there's one particular story that was written about 80 years ago that I think all of us here should still know pretty well. If I said to you, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman! Right? Superman was first written in 1939. My grandparents knew who Superman was, and I think it's pretty safe to say that my grandchildren are going to know who Superman was, right? It's a story that just speaks to us, right? So Superman, he's an alien from another planet. He's crash landed on Earth. He looks just like any other human being, but he's got superpowers, and he could rule the world if he wants to, but he doesn't. Instead, he lives a humble life as mild-mannered Clark Kent. And he's got those glasses on, and no one can recognize him. It's like the perfect disguise, right? And you know, he goes around, and instead of using his powers to rule over people and to oppress people, he uses his powers to protect the innocent, right? And he's a humble guy. He doesn't like violence. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants to live a decent life and protect those who are in need. Around the world, Superman is actually considered to be a very American story, you know, and not just Superman, but the whole genre of superheroes, Batman, Spider-Man, all of that is considered to be very, very American. And that gives me hope. Because if Americans can love Superman, then Americans can love socialism. Bear with me, that might sound like a shock. I told you Superman was first written by two comic book writers in Cleveland in 1939. Well, one of Superman's first actions was to save a group of striking miners, right? These miners were on strike, their crooked boss was looking to go after them, so Superman flies in and rescues them. And those early Superman comics are full of statements against racism and condemning racism and bigotry. Now, today that might sound like just some lame liberal, you know, we hear that everywhere. Back in 1939, when Jim Crow segregation was still in effect and lynchings were taking place, the fact that this nationally syndicated comic book was denouncing racism was a very big deal. And don't forget that during the Second World War, in the radio version of Superman, Superman actually fought the Ku Klux Klan. Right? They called them the Knights of the Fiery Cross, and he fought against the Klan. Why? Well, the Second World War was going on, and fascism was the enemy, and the Soviet Union was the ally. And these Klansmen, they were admiring Hitler, and they were preaching racism, and they were dividing the country and helping the enemy. So Superman went into battle to fight the Klansmen. Who's Lex Luthor? Who's Lex Luthor? So he's a bald guy, a maniacally evil bald guy. He's using technology, but he's not using technology to make a better life for the people. He's using technology so he can rip people off and hurt the community and make super profits at the expense of everyone else. So basically, Lex Luthor is Jeff Bezos. And whenever Lex Luthor Bezos has another evil plot against the people, what does Superman do? He runs into the nearest phone booth, he changes his costume real fast, and he flies in to rescue the people. And who are the people? It's the working class, those of us who just want to survive, those of us who just want a decent life. Does anyone here know how you say the phrase man of steel in Russian? Yeah, and that wasn't an accident. At the time those comics were published in 1939, the Communist Party of the United States had tens of thousands of members. And among the unemployment councils and the labor unions and the anti-fascist associations that they led, they had influence over millions of people. In fact, not far from here, just a few blocks up, begins the district that Vito Marcantonio represented in the U.S. Congress. Vito Marcantonio was a friend of the Communist Party, a member of the International Workers' Order. He represented New York City, Harlem, in the U.S. Congress. At that point, you know, a lot of amazing people were associated with the Communist Party. Paul Robeson, a very famous singer. Langston Hughes. In fact, Langston Hughes, the famous African-American poet, for the 1932 convention of the Communist Party, he actually wrote a poem, and it went like this. He said, "Put one more S in the USA, let's make it Soviet. Put one more S in the USA, oh, we can win it yet. Once the land belongs to the farmers and the factories to working men, the USA, when we take control, will be the USSA then." That was Langston Hughes.
They give you little bullshit amounts of money for working, wages and so forth, and then they steal all that shit back from you in terms of the way he got his other things set up. His whole credit gimmick society, man, consumer credit, buy shit on credit. He give you a little bit of shit to cool your ass out, and then steal all that shit back with shit called interest, the price of money. Motherfuckers in non-producing, non-existent, industries, motherfuckers who deal with paper. There's a cat who will stand up and say to you, he's in mining. And he sits in an office, man, on the 199th floor in some motherfucking building on Wall Street, and he's in mining. And he has paper, certificates, which are embroidered and shit, stocks, bonds, debentures, obligations, he's in mining. And he's sitting up in Wall Street and his fingernails ain't been dirty in his motherfucking life. He went to Phillips Andover or Exeter, he went to Harvard, he went to Yale, he went to the Wharton School of Business, and he's in mining. And the motherfuckers who deal with intangibles are the motherfuckers who are rewarded in this society. The more abstract and intangible your shit is, i.e. stocks. What is stocks? A stock certificate is evidence of ownership in something that's real. Ownership. He owns and controls and therefore receives, the benefit from. That's what they call profit. He fucking with shit in Bolivia, he fucking with shit in Chile. He's Kennecott, he's Anaconda, he's United Fruit, he's in mining, he's in what? He ain't never in his life produced shit. Investment bankers, stockbrokers, insurance men, it's motherfuckers who don't do nothing. We see that this whole society, man, exists and rests upon workers, and that this whole motherfucking society controlled by this ruling clique is parasitic, vulturistic, cannibalistic, and is sucking and destroying, man, the life of motherfucking workers, and we have to stop it because it's evil.
There's a lot of confusion amongst white people in this country, amongst white workers in this country about who the enemy is. The same contradictions of overproduction, the same contradictions of increasing production are prevalent within the white working class. But because of the immense resources of propaganda, publicity, radio, television, journals, magazines, and so on and so forth, which can be drawn upon, white people tend to get a little bit confused about who the enemy is. If you take a look at, white workers in Flint, for instance, in the automobile industry, who are pretty hard pressed because the Buick plant up there is whipping their ass. And it's whipping their ass about twice as hard today as it was 5 years ago. But who do they think the enemy is? The nigger on the street. Crime in the streets, was the problem. Or black people, moving into our neighborhood, causing housing prices to decline and threatening to rape our wives and daughters, And as a result, you get a cat like George Wallace who comes along. And George Wallace is not the first of the populist fascists in this country. And George Wallace talks about how the big fat cats of Wall Street are messing up the country. It's the little man that's suffering because of, the big, rich financial bears of Wall Street in conjunction and in alliance with the niggers. And the white folks, the white workers tend to buy that shit up. They tend to eat it up. They tend to love it. That's not in Birmingham, Alabama that I'm talking about. That's in Flint, Michigan. As a result of that kind of thing, millions and millions of white workers in this country just don't understand what's going down and end up becoming counter-revolutionary, even though the contradictions which they face every day would say that they should be the most staunch revolutionaries. Black people represent, the most forward and progressive and militant movement inside the plant, which are calling not for, in reality, they ain't calling for the destruction, of, the white working class. The demands which are being presented, are demands which are calling for an uplifting of the working class as a whole. And the actual fact of the matter is that the movement of black workers is a class movement that's calling for a total change in the relationship between workers and owners altogether. And what it's saying is that certainly we don't want all the shitty and lowest paying jobs in the plant. Certainly we don't want to be, most exploited people in the plant. But we aren't calling for anybody to be exploited. We're calling for the elimination of exploitation in the plants. We're calling for the elimination of racism in the plants. We're calling for the elimination of any kind of conditions inside of the plant, which are bad, for the basic, health and enjoyment, of life. We are not calling for the replacement of the black proletariat, with white workers, who happen to be in a higher stage in the ladder. We are not calling for a situation in which white oppressors will be replaced by black oppressors. We're calling for the ending of oppression altogether. Basically the reason that they're racist is because of the fact that they're afraid, that the little bit of niche that they got in society is going to be lost. But ain't nobody been trying to demonstrate to them that rather than being against the black movement and being enemies of the black movement, that they should be in favor of the black movement and supporters of the black movement, because the things that the black movement is doing inside of industry are basically in their interests. The kinds of demands and the kinds of movements, which black people are making inside of the plants are not inimical to the interests of the average white worker.
Big crowd of people, huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Up here, over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
You're with Russia, Iran, Brazil instead of EU, traditional American allies.
Yeah, rather than the bankers in London or in Wall Street who are trying to plunge us into poverty, who are trying to hold on to their system rather than trying to build up our economy and economies around the world, making people poorer, degrowing society. We want to stand with the countries of the world that want to build economies.
We need a government of action to fight for working families.
If he could come and set a peace treaty with Israel and Gaza, they can stop massacring and genocide the Palestinian people, I will call him the greatest president in history.
I think that Donald Trump is the man to bridge the gap between China and North Korea and Russia and the U.S.
I hope he is. I mean, when he was in office the first time, he did an amazing thing by visiting North Korea. That was awesome. However, I really didn't like what he did when he murdered Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian leader. I thought that was a huge blunder. It almost brought us to the brink of World War III. And so I'm concerned. I hear a lot of good things coming out of Donald Trump right now. And the fact that the TikTok founder is at the inauguration right now, the fact that he brought peace. Biden was always saying he wanted a ceasefire, but he wasn't able to make it happen. Biden was weak, but Trump was able to force Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal.
But I'd love to see, production happen in America again. I'd love to see, solid jobs, right, that aren't these sort of like financial information things, but it's really a stable, solid thing.
We want to hire the China Railroad Company to build high-speed rail across America. We want to work with Russia. We want to build railroads from Alaska across the Bering Sea, etc. Because there's nothing for us to gain in trying to prevent these countries from joining with the world economy.
And I think it should be a partnership. We should hire American workers. We should hire American companies, and it should be a joint operation. For example, nuclear power. I'm a big fan of nuclear power, right? If we're going to get off in fossil fuels, we're not going to get off it with windmills and solar panels. We need to go to something higher, and China is leading the world in fusion energy research right now. That's why China just got helium-3 from the moon, is because they want to do fusion energy research.
It would be good for Americans to be able to trade with them. And if we want the situation in those countries to get better, we should want to trade with them, because there's nothing for us to influence them by trying to beat them down and tell them that they're doing things wrong. We've seen that doesn't work.
Kamala was a good choice, you know what I'm saying? And then they play the identity politics too much. That's really getting played out in 2025. Identity politics, trying to play the white and black game, divide and conquer. We live in the internet state. That's played out. That's very played out.
We need a more stable economy and society that's good for families, right? That's good for business, and not one that is just totally chaotic.
Maybe joining the BRICS economy, not trying to keep them in poverty. Keeping them in poverty keeps Americans in poverty. We need to be building the economy of the world.
This idea that smaller is better, and that it's better if we have less, and we just got to go back to nature and all that. That's pessimistic, horrific Malthusian thinking. Growth is the answer. Human beings are always inventing and reinventing our way we've interacted with our environment. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way, but just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. Human beings are amazing. We have creative power that is amazing. And now is not the time to be pessimistic. We need to believe in growth.
So you're not concerned about climate change or anything like that?
I think climate change is certainly a concern, but the answer is to go higher, right? If fossil fuels aren't working out, we need to get something better than fossil fuels. The answer is not to go backward. Human beings never go backward.
Should we let Iran get the nuke?
Iran has said several times that they do not want nuclear bombs. Do I think that they should be allowed to have peaceful nuclear energy? Absolutely, and they've been completely compliant with, with nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Unlike some of our allies like Israel.
They're trying to arrest Donald Trump, all the fake charges, indictments on him, the attempt assassination. I think all that plays with the common people. The common people ain't stupid. And then, we love to turn fake news. I never heard a president describe the news like that.
The overwhelming majority of the American people do not want a new war. Yet the criminals like Biden and the neocons, etc., have been trying to push for wars around the world to hold on to their dying system. Only peace will make America great again.
People are not fooled. They got fooled with Obama. Most of my people say, oh, you fooled me with Obama. You won't fool me again.
It's like when they interview Kamala and she goes, what are you going to do different from Biden? And she says, nothing. Like a total softball. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to change anything. So people are like, yeah, no.
Who will help to dismantle the deep state that is oppressing not only Americans, but the people of the world. We need to be developing our economy, not tearing it down with degrowth and destruction. Only peace will make America great again.
If we were still burning wood to heat our homes, we would have deforested the planet many, many times over. But we don't. Now we start burning coal, now we burn fossil fuels. We're reinventing our relationship with nature. That's the nature of humanity.
The neocons who are in opposition to Trump, the John Boltons, etc., they have said that, if Trump comes into office, that'll be the end of NATO. Well, I think that would be a great thing. What do we have to gain by arming countries in Europe, continuing to fund their militaries so that they can have free healthcare and our citizens can go and die on the steps of a hospital? It's completely unfair and stupid.
Donald Trump, he can't be president again because there's only 2 terms allowed in the Constitution. However, he wants to be remembered as a great leader. That's what Donald Trump wants to be remembered as. So to be a great leader, he needs to stand up to Wall Street, he needs to stand up to the war makers, he needs to fight for working families here in America.
What would you say to the people who call Trump a fascist, say that we're in danger of losing our democracy?
I think they just don't have any historical perspective to know what they're saying. I mean, that's just factually untrue.
Do you think Donald Trump can bring peace to Korea? Can he bring peace to Korea? Do you support the banner? You like it?
Hope that President Trump can contribute to denuclearize North Korea and talk to Kim Jong-un and have some the conversation and then bring the peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, you're happy to see this?
Yeah.
The masses of the people in their millions are the makers of history, not the elites on Wall Street, not the Bidens of the world, the neocons who want to keep you poor so that they can stay rich. Only peace will make America great again.
before you all leave, make sure you get a bag, one of the white bags on the table, because in that bag you'll find a couple free books as well as a nice T-shirt with this image on it. Brought to you by my wife. She felt pretty. So, George Washington, first president of the United States. When I was in school, what they taught us about George Washington was that he had wooden teeth. He had wooden teeth. He was the guy with wooden teeth. And then I had a 6th grade teacher, and she said, well, actually, he didn't have wooden teeth. His teeth were made out of ivory. And so then I remember when I was in high school, I was on a church mission trip to Eagle Butte Native American Reservation in North Dakota. And I spent 2 weeks out in Eagle Butte, and we ran like a daycare in the neighborhood, and we also cleaned up some of their graveyards. And then the final night of the mission trip, we actually went to Mount Rushmore. And so we were all gathered in front of Mount Rushmore, and they turned the lights on, and they had the presents up there. And the park ranger said, is there anyone here who knows any interesting facts about any of the presidents? And there was dead silence. I thought, no one here knows any facts. I raised my hand. They called on me. He said, Lord, what do you know? And I said, well, George Washington, they said his teeth were made out of wood, but they were actually made out of ivory. And so I won a prize. They gave me like a coffee mug or something like that. I felt, wow, okay, I'm the only one who remembered that. And from what I understand, that's contested. Now there's even other stories about where his teeth may have come from and such. So it's kind of stupid, and that kind of shows you how American education really kind of obscures things. I mean, you think the founder of the country, that's what we remember about him, is whether his teeth were made of wood or ivory or, that's the important thing. But, when he was leaving office, George Washington actually gave a farewell address that was a bit more poetic and important and deep than what we just heard from Joe Biden when he was leaving office. And there was a line in that speech. He said, it is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliance with any portion of the foreign world. That's what he said. And many people reference George Washington's farewell address when he's speaking about how we should avoid foreign entanglements and we should not have any permanent alliance. And that's interesting because NATO has certainly been a permanent alliance. U.S. support for Israel has certainly been a permanent alliance. Certainly flies in the face of U.S. policy. But it actually points to something a lot deeper, because the real question in the American Revolution was an economic question. We have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we're told. What is the pursuit of happiness? It's the right to expand your economic condition, to get a better life, to have your children have a higher living standard than you have, to have economic opportunity. Pursuit of happiness meant economic growth and economic empowerment. And what's interesting is at the same time that we had our revolution in the United States, there was another country in our hemisphere that had a revolution, and that was Haiti. The Haitian slaves who were colonized by the French broke their chains. And some of the founding fathers were slaveholders, and they did not like the Haitian Revolution. But some of them did. And Alexander Hamilton was very outspoken in his support of the Haitian slave revolution. And he wanted the United States to diplomatically recognize the revolutionary slave government of Haiti. Alexander Hamilton. And Alexander Hamilton, he gave birth to an economic school of thought that was continued by one of the top advisors to Abraham Lincoln, Henry Charles Carey, which, according to some sources, is the originator of that plan to build a bridge over the Bering Sea. And Henry Charles Carey, he wrote a very, very important pamphlet opposing slavery and opposing the economics of slavery and explaining what he believed was the basis of slavery and a slave system in the United States. And that pamphlet was read by Karl Marx, and he actually recommended it. He said that Henry Charles Carey was the only American economist of any worth, of any importance. And that pamphlet, the end of it says this: two systems are before the world. One looks to exporting men to occupy desert tracts, the sovereignty of which...
Growth austerity shit.
And so, this is kind of what I wanted to communicate here. And this also applies to the socialist countries. If the Soviet Union hadn't been surrounded and under attack and invaded by 15 different countries, it wouldn't have become the rigid authoritarian place it became.
Absolutely.
And, if you think North Korea, do you think they want to be this, this militarized society that's locked down, that's had to proliferate nuclear weapons? Of course not.
Yeah, it's all about the haircut and the jumpsuit. Like that's what the country is entirely about. To like the bread tube elite type that you're talking about. It's literally like this guy, he wants to enforce his own style on everyone.
Yeah, just fashion authoritarianism there.
Always.
But yeah, but it's like this is the thing, and that if socialism could really blossom into what it's meant to be, we could have a better time. And probably the most problematic thing in this synthetic left ideology is the idea that average people are the enemy, right?
Yeah, 100%.
The idea is that the average people are the mob, they're the rabble, they're dangerous, and that they need to be controlled. And so, there's a fear of mobilizing around economic issues because that's populism, right? You're going to be mobilizing those rabble, and those dangerous rabble are going to be marching and making demands. And, Huey Long.
Tyranny of the masses.
Yeah, the tyranny of the masses.
Sure. Huey Long is this famous politician from Louisiana. And if you talk to anyone from Louisiana, people remember him as like a great hero of the working class. Huey Newton, the founder of the Black Panthers, is named after Huey Long. And why is that? Because the first black nurses in Louisiana got hired because of Huey Long. And he talks about this in his autobiography. And that Huey Long enabled a lot of black people to vote. He enabled voter registration for black people to expand. He built highways and bridges all across the state. He provided school textbooks to the African-American segregated schools, which the right wing was furious about. Why are you giving textbooks to black people? But Huey Long was a champion of the working people of Louisiana. And he was a champion of working people, both white and black. And Louisiana, there's a lot of Catholics in Louisiana, but it's the South. And back then the Ku Klux Klan was very popular. And he rose to power as an enemy of the Ku Klux Klan, as an ally of the Roman Catholics and the black people against the Klan in the Jim Crow South. So Huey Long was definitely a progressive. Now, his relationship with the Communist Party was complicated, but he was largely accused of being a communist and a socialist. He started the Share Our Wealth movement that was started. And he was considered to be, just somebody who fought for the working class and was ultimately assassinated. And it was the rich people who killed him. It was very clear. I mean, if you watch any documentary or read any book, people will tell you that among the rich neighborhoods in New Orleans, they were all saying it's about time for somebody to shoot that son of a bitch. He was considered to be a fighter for the working class. But in the Communist Party's hit piece on me, they bait me for supporting Huey Long because they consider Huey Long to be a fascist or a populist. Well, he was a populist, but populism shouldn't be a dirty word. It's not a dirty word to Huey Newton. It's not a dirty word to most African-American folks in Louisiana. And he was a fighter for the people. But if you look at the way Huey Long framed his arguments, it was very much, fighting for the common people, share our wealth. It wasn't a highfalutin intellectual thing about postmodernism and everyone can think what they want. It was, I'm going to be a tough authoritarian and fight for you. That was the message, right? I'm going to be your strong man against the rich and powerful. That was the message. And it has a whiff of authoritarianism in it that kind of triggers these bread tube types.
Exactly.
The synthetic left and bread tube is entirely antagonistic to populism, which is the only effective route to achieve.
Well, yeah, you have to appeal to people.
That's what we have to do. The goal is not to be king of socialism. We are never going to be king of socialism. Look, I mean, I don't want to name names here, but, I used to go to the Left Forum, right? The Left Forum is a great place, but I've noticed that the Left Forum is a really little pond. And if you have got a budget or a mainstream publisher behind you, you can be king of Left Forum very, very easily, right? And it's all about how much money you have. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And being the king of socialism, being the top socialist, is just a matter of getting the right book deal and getting the right social media promotion. And at the end of the day, we're never going to be able to whiz bang the ruling class, right? They created BreadTube, and BreadTube is going to be the top voice of socialism on the internet. Right? They put certain voices out there, and they're the books at Barnes and Noble you find on socialism. The ruling class knows what they're doing. Okay.
Absolutely.
The way that socialists historically have been successful is by getting to average people, getting to the broad masses of people, and building organizations among them to fight for their rights. That's how you do it. It's not through taking over academia. It's not through taking over the activist circle and being the most sexy, revolutionary looking That's not how it works. It's about getting lower and deeper to the real masses. And that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. And that too much of the left material is focusing inward, right? And that I will actually often go out of my way to say things that I know are not popular with socialists because I'm done trying to.
Tonight, we are going to talk about the new communist movement and a tragedy with lessons for our time. Now, the new communist movement was a political trend that arose in the late 60s and ended in the early 1980s. And it was an attempt to build a new communist party in America that would be inspired by China rather than the Soviet Union, and that would be revolutionary and anti-imperialist and play the role that the Communist Party USA once played during the 1930s, building a mass working class movement in America. The new communist movement failed. There were some limited successes in a few places, and we'll talk about that, but it largely failed. However, in its failure, there are certain things that we can learn. It's a very interesting case. And also, the reason that we're no longer calling ourselves communists in the Center for Political Innovation, we're calling ourselves innovationists, and that we can't really relate to any of the remaining communist sects, and the communist aesthetic is tainted, has a lot to do with this history. And what we're doing in our time is very much informed by extensive study of these events. Now, I obviously was not born yet. I was born in 1987, a few years after this ended. But there are a number of academic books that have been published on this period. And I also spent quite a bit of time in my 20s with people who lived through these events, with boomers who were very active in these events. And I heard their stories and I heard their knowledge and experience. And so between the collective wisdom that I inherited from the boomers and between the books on the new communist movement that I would recommend, we have engaged in kind of a summation of that period and what we can learn from it. So if you're looking for books on the history of the new communist movement, I would recommend the first book I would recommend would be, it's called Threat of Greatest Magnitude. It's by Aaron Leonard, and it's on the history of the FBI and its work against the Maoist groups. There's a book called Heavy Radicals, also by Aaron Leonard. There's a book called Revolution in the Air by Max Elbaum. And there's a very good book called Detroit, I Do Mind Dying, which is specifically about the new communist movement in Detroit, where it was quite successful and impactful during the 1970s. So, yeah, if you're looking for books on the history, Max Elbaum's Revolution in the Air, Detroit, I Do Mind Dying, by Dan Georgakis, the Aaron Leonard books, Threat of Greatest Magnitude and Heavy Radicals. Those are the books that I would recommend. I don't agree with the summations of all of those books, but they're all full of facts and insights and quotations on this period. So I'm just going to take you through the new communist movement of the 1970s, how it arose, where it came from, and what we can learn from it. This was an effort by thousands and thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, to try and build a new communist party in America. So let's start with the roots. This is the very brutal image of Emmett Till. So Emmett Till was a 14-year-old young man from Chicago. He was visiting his relatives in Mississippi. He was accused of whistling at a white woman in a store that was owned by two white men. So that night they went to his home and they abducted him and they tortured him to death. It was a really ugly, brutal murder. The murderers were found not guilty and then bragged about how they murdered him to a major magazine. And it was a really, really ugly incident. The fact that this 14-year-old young man could be murdered so brutally for allegedly whistling at a white woman. And then on top of that, the killers would be acquitted of doing it and then brag about doing it. This photograph of his mutilated body, that was from his open casket funeral in the city of Chicago. and his mother did not have his body touched up. She wanted everyone to see what was done to her son, and it was pretty horrendous. And people looked at that image and they saw the horrors of Jim Crow segregation. World War II had ended. The United States was having a booming economy, and the 1950s were rolling around. McCarthyism was starting to ebb. McCarthy was seen as a demagogue, and so yeah, a very, very horrendous event. And the photograph of Emmett Till's mutilated body was sent all around the world by the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union called out the United States as a racist country for the way it treated black people. And there was a feeling among some in the power structure that Jim Crow segregation was a ticking time bomb because the Communist Party had a lot of support in the black community, because the Soviet Union was constantly raising the black question at the United Nations and calling out the United States for racism. There was a feeling that the USA should adjust its policies and in regards to how black people were treated in the South, where they were unable to vote, where they were unable to drink out of drinking fountains, and lived in segregated second-class status. There was a feeling among some within the government structure that rather than letting this be the communists' issue, it was better that the U.S. government start moving against Jim Crow segregation. And so that gave rise to what was called the Civil Rights Movement. And the Civil Rights Movement was really the first event of the modern Civil Rights Movement was the Montgomery bus boycott. And that was in Montgomery, Alabama. Rosa Parks very famously refused to sit in the back of the bus, so she was arrested. And so Martin Luther King Jr., who was a local minister who was quite young, I believe he was in his early 30s, he organized the black community to refuse to ride the buses unless they ended their policy of segregation. Now, the word civil rights, it's important to point out, was a communist phrase. The Civil Rights Congress was the Communist Party's black liberation organization. The Civil Rights Congress was an organization that largely worked to defend African Americans who were charged in the Jim Crow South and potentially facing the death penalty. And because the Civil Rights Congress was run by the Communist Party, the Department of Justice declared it to be a subversive organization. They passed a special law that the Civil Rights Congress was not allowed to post bail for anyone. They couldn't bail anyone out of jail. But the Civil Rights Congress, the phrase civil rights, had been, decided on by the Communist Party as the way that they would, frame the fight for black liberation. And then starting in 1955, you had the Montgomery bus boycott. Now, the Montgomery bus boycott was paid for by the United Auto Workers Union, which was a labor union of auto workers that had expelled all communists. It was led by two brothers, Walter and Victor Reuther, and it was an anti-communist union, but it was liberal. And the United Auto Workers, they were calling for the creation of a national health service in America. They were opposed to military spending. They were opposed to McCarthyism. And the United Auto Workers Union was a very liberal labor union that funded a lot of activism because they felt that McCarthyism and the extreme anti-communism of the right wing hurt labor unions. And they were tied in with the Democratic Party, and they were also tied in with the Kennedy family and with the CIA. They ran something called Solidarity House or Solidarity Center, which coordinated the CIA's efforts to use and manipulate labor union activism around the world. And so they were tied in with the CIA and they were tied in with the Democratic Party. And there was a feeling that Jim Crow segregation was hurting the United States. So the United Auto Workers Union sponsored the Montgomery bus boycott, which made Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a national celebrity. And on top of that, it also launched the modern civil rights movement. And so after a year, the Supreme Court ruled that you couldn't have separate but equal conditions, that the bus system of Montgomery, Alabama had to let black people have equal access. And the Montgomery bus boycott was successful. So from there, you had the rise of what they called the freedom schools. And this was all paid for. It cost a lot of money. And the money came from the United Auto Workers Union. The money came from the Ford Foundation. The money came from a lot of nonprofits and NGOs, Rockefeller funded think tanks. Riverside Church in New York City is a very large church paid for by the Rockefeller family. They funded a lot of this activism, and that young people, high school and college aged young people, would go to freedom schools, they were called. And at freedom schools, they would do a lot of singing and a lot of clapping. They would sing African American spirituals. They would listen to African American, ministers who gave sermons about Jesus and, struggling for justice. They learned about Gandhi and his nonviolent civil disobedience movement, and they were taught the art of engaging in civil disobedience. And thousands of young people were kind of, trained in the art of getting arrested and getting beaten up in order to raise attention to the unfair treatment of African Americans. And they did this year after year after year, and they would call it Freedom Summer. And thousands of young people who, they wanted to be part of history, they wanted to be politically active, they would go to the freedom schools and they would learn the art of getting arrested and getting beaten up. And they would go down to the South and they would, try to drink out of the drinking fountains that were reserved for white people only, or they would, have white and black people sit together on the bus or whatever, and they would get arrested and they would get beaten up usually, and they would be, injured. But video, I mean, not, was shown on national television, them getting beaten up and getting arrested, and it created a lot of sympathy for them. And the Kennedy family supported them. The northern wing of the Democratic Party that didn't like the Jim Crow Dixiecrats, who had a lot of control over the party. And this would go on. And it was a movement that was largely funded by the establishment to push back against Jim Crow segregation. Now, the Communist Party USA was involved, but they had to be very secretive because the people organizing it didn't want them involved. This was CIA money that was paying for it. And they were constantly being accused of being communists, right? They claimed that the civil rights movement was a communist conspiracy. So the organizers of the civil rights movement were constantly trying to push communists out. So communists who participated in this, they had to be very secretive. But especially among African Americans who had fought for civil rights, the Communist Party had a lot of influence. And a lot of the young people that participated, they were from activist families. Their parents had been labor organizers or anti-fascist activists during the 1930s. And so there was influence of communism among this, even though this whole thing was kind of engineered, from above, and it was run by anti-communists and paid for by anti-communist money. It's important to point out that the civil rights movement was very pro-Israel. And there was a lot of money funding the civil rights movement coming from Zionists. And that's something that came up, throughout, was that a lot of synagogues and a lot of pro-Israel organizations, they saw McCarthyism as potentially anti-Semitic. They saw, the rights of Jews as potentially being tied up with the rights of African Americans. And so there was a lot of Zionist money that was going into funding the freedom schools and the civil rights movement, along with CIA money, along with Rockefeller money, et cetera. But it was because there was a division in the ruling class about Jim Crow segregation. And the military, there's a disproportionate number of U.S. military bases in the South. And the military brass is disproportionately Southern. And the military-industrial complex was much more supportive of Jim Crow segregation. Whereas the Eastern establishment, the intelligence community, the Zionists and others, thought that Jim Crow segregation hurt American imperialism. And they saw that the Soviet Union was constantly calling out the United States for racism. They saw that the Communist Party had been the main organization in America to raise African American issues. And they wanted to prevent this situation from getting out of control. They feared that, in the aftermath of McCarthyism, there could be a blowback where the Communist Party became very popular. If the black community started to revolt and take up arms, the communists could support it. Malcolm X was a rising figure in the northern centers, and Malcolm X was a black nationalist, and the Nation of Islam was his organization. And I believe Lyndon Johnson, President Lyndon Johnson, met with Martin Luther King Jr. at the White House, and he actually said to him, if we're going to have a black leader in America, I'd much rather it be you than that Malcolm X guy. And Malcolm X, shortly before his death, was praising Mao Zedong, was condemning capitalism. So there was a fight in the ruling class, and it created an opening for a movement to emerge. And this is important. Am I saying that the civil rights movement was a big conspiracy and it was all a big fraud? No. I'm saying that there was a division in the ruling class that created a mass movement, and it got out of their control, as you will see. And the beginning of what you can call the new left, began with this mobilization. The ruling class were fighting with each other over the issue of African Americans and how they should be treated, as well as over the power of the military-industrial complex. And the intelligence apparatus, the Eastern establishment, saw an opening, and so they mobilized young people to kind of be their foot soldiers. You had the John Birch Society and some far-right organizations at the time that were considered a threat to the establishment. And so you had the rise of the modern civil rights movement. And it's important to note that while, right-wing media, the John Birch Society and people like that considered the civil rights movement to be a communist conspiracy, you had, basically the early 1960s versions of Rachel Maddow. There was a guy named Lester Crane. He was on, I think, NBC or CBS, and he had a daily show, and he would condemn Mississippi, right? And it was like a running thing on Lester Crane's show, is that he would call out Mississippi as like, this is a despotic third world authoritarian country, and he would have civil rights leaders on there every night. And and there was a section of the mainstream media that supported the civil rights movement, a very big section of it, because they were trying to clean up the image of American imperialism, and they didn't want black nationalism to emerge as a very powerful current. And they were afraid of the John Birch Society. They were afraid of the military-industrial complex. And they were trying to get control of the black question in America, because they didn't want a genuine anti-imperialist movement like the Communist Party or like Malcolm X to become the leader to use the black question to overthrow imperialism or whatever. So in order to stabilize U.S. society, there was a division in the ruling class, and you had the rise of the modern civil rights movement. And this is really important to understand, because there's a lot of people who think there's some big conspiracy.
Comiendo a Alex Satt en las manos de Dios. Y habrá justicia, porque habrá verdad. Secuestrado por el imperio norteamericano. Y con la palabra de Dios y la palabra de los pueblos hay que levantar un poderoso movimiento de solidaridad por la verdad y la libertad de Alex Satt en Venezuela y en el mundo entero. Un poderoso movimiento de solidaridad por la verdad, la justicia y la libertad del diplomático venezolano Alex Satt en todo el mundo. Hoy ya en Estados Unidos hubo la primera marcha, la primera movilización. En Nueva York, allá se movilizaron los movimientos sociales, ya despertando y difundiendo el secuestro que se ha hecho de este diplomático venezolano.
Speaking on behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I was sent here on behalf of Caleb Maupin, and I just want to say that we should be completely against the illegal extradition agreement that Cape Verde made with the United States to bring Alex Saab to Miami.
Cool. So, can you tell us what happened on May 13th?
Well, the first thing that people need to know about May 13th is that it did not happen because of any complaints from neighbors. I'm not saying neighbors may not have had complaints about us, but there's not one neighborhood in this country where some neighbors don't have complaints about other neighbors. What happened in May of 1985 happened because this government wanted to silence our unrelenting righteous protest over the ongoing imprisonment of our innocent family members. So what happened is people talk about May 13th, which was a Monday, but everything really started on Mother's Day, May 12th, Sunday, 1985. That's when the police began to amass out there on Osage Avenue and encouraged people to leave their homes, told them that they should go out to dinner or whatever, and they could come back that evening after everything was over. And they set up high-powered equipment, weaponry. 50 caliber machine guns, M60 automatic rifles, sniper rifles with silencers, their 38 caliber weapons, all manner of weaponry of war. And when they felt like they had everything set up by the evening, by that night, then Police Commissioner Gregory Sambor came out and said, "Attention, move. This is America. You have to abide by the laws and rules of society, of American society," words to that effect. I'm still trying to figure out, I guess, what he meant by that. Because to say, "Attention, move, this is America," what's he talking about? Does he know what his children and grandchildren are taught that America was founded on? Resistance. They're taught that this country was founded by people who went to war with cops called redcoats, with the government of England, King George at the time. What is he talking about? They defied legality and went to war for what they believed was right. And they're celebrated every year as heroes, as freedom fighters. What makes a Nathan Hale a freedom fighter and makes a Delbert Africa, a Leonard Peltier, any other freedom fighter today, a urban terrorist? What? So this is what Police Commissioner Gregory Sambor said. I did not hear it at the time. I can't say for sure if anyone else heard him because they were killed. But we would not have come out had we heard him. I would not have come out had I heard him, because it was very clear he was not out there to arrest any MOVE person. He was out there to kill, to exterminate, eliminate. We could have been arrested at any time. We walked the streets by ourselves. We took our kids over to the park right across the street regularly. We walked from one MOVE house to another all the time. They had us under surveillance. They were always right around there. They could have arrested us at any time if that's all they were trying to do, but they weren't. Their aim was to kill. Wilson Goode, then Mayor Wilson Goode, first black mayor of Philadelphia, he said he wanted a permanent end to MOVE. That's what the words that came out of his mouth. And that's what May 13th was all about. After they made that announcement, after Gregory Sambor made that announcement, they didn't just try to wait us out or anything. What was the hurry? What made this so, immediate? Were we accused of killing anybody, robbing, raping anybody, molesting children, pushing drugs on children? None of that. None of that. The charges against us were disorderly conduct, terroristic threats, stuff like that. No rape, robbery, murder, anything like that. So they set up their equipment, made their announcement, and when we did not come out, the first thing they did was use the fire department. Fire departments, firefighters are sworn to save lives, to protect lives. In May of '85, they use their equipment to attack lives. They turned those deluge hoses on our home, on us, for hours when there was no fire. After the water hoses were on us for hours, then the police department filled our home with tear gas. They filled it with tear gas. That did not bring us out. Then they opened fire on, no. First, they blew holes in the party walls, like Osage Avenue has row houses all attached. They blew holes in the walls on each side of our house. Then they threw tear gas in, tons of tear gas. Then they opened fire. They shot over 10,000 rounds of bullets in on us within 90 minutes. That did not bring us out. There was a law. That's when they sent for the police helicopter. They did not have to send for the explosives, the C4 and the Tovex. They did not have to send for that. They already had it there. They concocted the bomb, 2 bombs, not 1. They wanted a backup bomb. And they got in a helicopter, 2 members of the Philadelphia Police Bomb Squad and 2 state police, cops. Got in a helicopter, flew up over our home with no warning, no announcement or anything, and just flew over our home and dropped that bomb on the roof of our home. It ignited a fire. They were aware that it was a fire from the very beginning.
Is obtained by aid of diplomacy or war, the other to increasing the value of an immense extent of vacant land by importing men by millions for their occupation. One looks to the concentration of wealth and power in a great commercial city, which shall rival the great cities of modern times and which has been supported by aid and contributions of exhausted every nation subjected to them. The other to concentration by aid of which a market shall be made upon the land for the products of the land, and the farmer and the planter to be enriched. One looks to increasing the necessity for commerce, the other for increasing the power to maintain it. One looks to underworking the Hindu and sinking the rest of the world to his level, the other to raising the standard of man throughout the world to our level. One looks to pauperism, ignorance, depopulation, and barbarism, the other to increasing wealth, comfort, intelligence, combination of action, and civilizations. One looks toward universal war, the other toward universal peace. One is the English system, and the other we may be proud to call the American system, for it is the only system ever devised, the tendency of which was that of elevating while equalizing the condition of man throughout the world. And such is the true mission of the people of the United States. And Henry Charles Carey was describing how at the time that England was emerging as a colonial power, it was holding back economic development. British bankers were using their monopoly to keep countries in poverty. And he talks about underworking the Hindu. That's about the brutal colonization of India. What the American Revolution was really, really about, right? If you know that the 50 states, that's the 50 stars, but the 13 stripes are for the 13 colonies. And the 13 colonies wanted economic development. Whereas the British Empire just wanted them as a temporary trading hub, as a holdout, a trading post in their global sea-based empire. And you could argue that there's a very extreme similarity in what Henry Charles Carey was describing about the English system and the basis of the American Revolution and what was written by Vladimir Lenin when he wrote about the Bolshevik Revolution, and when he explained his theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And actually, I wanted you guys to go get another flag that I have. I have the Chinese flag. It also has stars on it, no stripes. But the Chinese flag, on the Chinese flag, this star represents the Chinese Communist Party. But these 4 stars, they represent what was called the block of 4 great classes. The workers, the peasants, the urban merchants, and the national capitalists, the block of four great classes that Mao built in alliance against imperialism. Classical Marxist theory was it was the workers versus the capitalists. But Lenin came along and he said, actually, capitalism has entered this stage of imperialism, of monopolies, holding countries in poverty. And that the revolution isn't going to come from the Western countries, and it's not going to be the workers versus the bosses. It's going to be nations that have been kept in poverty fighting to break free and establish their economic independence. And that was the Leninist theory of how socialism would come into the world. So thank you very much. And what's also interesting is that now, if you go to China, you go to Russia, standard classical Marxist-Leninist stuff isn't as popular. But there's a rising school of thought called geopolitics. And geopolitics talks about civilizations of the East versus civilizations of the West, and civilizations of the sea versus civilizations of the land. And they talk about how there are empires in history that are sea-based, that build mighty navies and control trade routes. And there are empires and civilizations that are land-based, and they control great land masses. And that they have a fundamental difference in how they orient people. Because if you're simply controlling the trade routes, all you need to do is build up a mighty military. Whereas if you're developing on the land, you have to build roads. And you have to connect different ethnic groups and different nationalities and different religious groups with each other. And that if you compare the civilizations in China's history and the civilizations in Russia's history, if you compare the Persian Empire that existed in ancient Iran with the Roman Empire that was based on the Italian peninsula, a sea-based empire, or with the British Empire that later emerged, their economic relationship was different. And their culture developed in a different way. We associate the East with more collectivist ideas and a more collectivist notion of what it means to be a person, whereas we associate the West with more radical individualism. And that this school of geopolitics, how our relationship with the land affects how we relate to each other. This is being widely studied, right? You know, in the Cold War, they just talked about communism versus capitalism. But now, in the Eastern countries, they're saying it's much deeper than that, and that there are deep issues in civilization and global perspective that have a much deeper root. Now, at the time the Vietnam War was happening, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., this is the holiday in his memory, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he came out against it in 1967. And he was condemned by the NAACP for coming out against it. They told him not to come out against it. It was hurting the civil rights movement. He should just focus on civil rights.
Estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home.
And he went to Riverside Church in Harlem in New York City, and he gave a very powerful speech condemning the Vietnam War. And in that speech, he said the following thing: these are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. People who sat in darkness have seen great light. And we in the West must support these revolutions. That was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a year before he was assassinated. And what he was really saying there was that the Vietnam War wasn't about capitalism versus communism. It was about Vietnam, which is a deeply impoverished country historically, fighting in order to industrialize, fighting to take control of its country and build itself up. That they were under the domination of the French, they were under the domination of American and British corporations, and they wanted economic independence so they could build themselves up. That was really what the issue was. And Noah and I, we got to attend the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. And we actually got to meet people from Vietnam, representatives of the mass youth organizations of Vietnam. And right now, Vietnam is experiencing what the World Business Forum has called an economic...
Nothing to gain. They are paying with They are playing with our lives. They are playing with American lives. The way out is not war, it's peace and development. Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine!
And so I was talking to the guy from Georgia, and I said, you know, I heard that in Georgia these days, some people believe that Stalin was a Christian. And I swear, this I did not expect what I was about to hear. This 20-year-old Georgian guy who's just moved here, he says to me, "Of course they think he was a Christian because he did so many good things and helped so many people."
Right on.
And I was just like, wow, I did not expect to meet a pro-Stalin Georgian Jehovah's Witness on the streets of New York City. And I said, do you think he was a Christian? He says, no, he was not a Christian. And then he wanted to talk to me about being a Jehovah's Witness and how they're real Christians and everything. But I just thought that was very badass. And he apparently is from Gori, where Stalin was born, where Stalin is wildly popular. And he didn't think it was a shock at all that people would think Stalin was a Christian because Stalin was clearly just such a good guy. That was just so cool. I just was like, this is an amazing conversation. So there you go. That is my New York City. Only on the streets of New York City, only in Brooklyn, New York, do you meet pro-Stalin Jehovah's Witnesses from Georgia. So there you go.
Yeah, I haven't had any fun encounters like that here.
You know, repeatedly from this podium, when asked about the situation in Aleppo, you advised people here to turn on their TVs, watch American television. Do you stand by that? Do you still recommend people do that if they want to learn credible reports about what's happening in Aleppo?
Oh, I think you're grossly mischaracterizing my comments. I didn't say that the only way to get informed about Aleppo is to turn on your TV. I was referring to questions about people dancing in the streets. And I didn't deny, unlike what's been out there on Twitter, I didn't deny that there aren't images of people that may have been happy about what happened in Aleppo. I said I hadn't seen them, which at the time I hadn't. But I also encourage people to look at news coverage, the broad swath of news coverage about what's going on in Aleppo, and I think you can see that through the imagery that's being conveyed, mostly by television news coverage, but not only, you can see the devastation that's being wrought on the people of Aleppo and the innocent men, women, and children that are still there, that still are trying to get out and still haven't received any humanitarian aid. So let's not oversimplify what I said.
Sure. Well, let me ask you, you know, one of the things that was highlighted on American television was these final messages from people, right? They were tweeting out, this is their final message. As soon as the city is liberated, we're going to be killed. And these messages turned out to not be final messages. I mean, not a single one of these people ended up being slaughtered. So is it still credible to watch American media?
Well, I talk about a loaded question. So I don't know. Maybe you have specific knowledge about every person that sent a tweet. I
have some specifics here if you want to get into that.
No.
Okay.
If you let me finish,
Sure.
then we can have this conversation. Maybe you have more knowledge about the individuals tweeting. I don't. And my goodness, if every single person that thought they were going to die at the hands of the Syrian armed forces with the support of Russia didn't die, are you claiming that's a bad thing? I think that's a pretty darn good thing. So I can't speak for the fact that some may have survived and some didn't, but the fact that they believed it at the time and were honestly scared about their lives and the livelihoods of their friends and family seemed pretty legitimate to me based on the social media interaction that I saw. If that didn't happen to them, then I think that's terrific, obviously, and we should all be rejoicing in the fact that they were able to survive the onslaught and the siege and the surrender tactics of the regime and its backers. Now, as for the American media, I think the reporting coming out of Aleppo, some of what we're seeing is pretty darn courageous reporting, pretty brave, and I think it's pretty important. I always advocate, whenever anybody asks me about media coverage, to read and digest a broad array of media, not just U.S. media, but foreign media as well. Take it all in, take all those sources, and make your own judgments. But absolutely, I think it's important that independent, third-party media coverage of whatever the issue is, and we're talking about Aleppo, it could be anything, is vital. It's vital to the public so that they can better understand what's going on. So if you're asking me if I think that following the U.S. media with respect to what's going on in Syria is important? The answer is absolutely yes.
One of the journalists who was quoted and featured across American mainstream media is Balil Abdul Karim. Here he is being interviewed. And this individual, we also have some of his other journalism. And here he is with someone, this is what he, in his words, describes as an explosive vest. And this is an interview he did with a fighter in an explosive vest. He reports, "The fighters are now preparing to leave the city. This is an explosive belt. This is what many fighters are wearing because they don't feel they can trust the regime." Is this an unbiased, credible source, this person standing next to what looks like a potential suicide bomber?
Look, I'm not going to speak to every single news account that you can sit there and cite, sir. What I can tell you is, as I said, I think the broad swath of coverage about what's going on in Syria is worth people paying attention to. And people have to decide for themselves what they're going to find credible and what they're not going to find credible. But if by the tone of your questioning or by the questions themselves you're trying to imply that what's going on in Aleppo is nothing more than a liberation festival or a parade of proud, happy people that they're being liberated, I think that is ludicrous. And I think it is not backed up by any stretch of normal independent reporting that we've seen coming out of there. Now, I'm not going to debate each and every account with you. I'm not going to get into an argument over each and every story that's been filed. But I think the travesty that has become Aleppo is clearly and should be squarely put on the regime's doorstep, as well as their backers in Russia and Iran.
No one denies that carnage.
Thank
you for joining us. And just to start off, can you tell us, just give us a little bit about yourself and tell us about the Center for Political Innovation?
Okay, I'm 60 years old. I've been in politics since I was a teenager, from cause to cause to cause. I always look to where the fight is, who this state seems to be most afraid of at any given time, and I jump in there. And the Center for Political Innovation, we're an anti-imperialist organization, or as the right would call it, like anti-globalist, which is the same thing, right? It's this how power is being concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and they're keeping their system afloat by stealing it from other countries, right? They want to subjugate most of the world, and you either sign up or you're on their enemies list. And ironically enough, the people who refuse to sign up are the people who are prospering right now. This system of imperialism or colonialism here in the United States, it's falling apart. Our life expectancy is going down, right? Our infrastructure is crumbling. Whereas China, they lifted 1 billion people out of poverty in just 20 years. And that's the most amazing feat, the most amazing feat that has ever been accomplished in all of known human history. Right? And they're asking us to join with them, and instead we're trying to destroy them and take the world, take the whole world down in order to stop a lifeline while we're dying. And that's pretty much what the CPI is all about. Is we want the United States to free itself from imperialism like these countries have, and join with the new economy that is emerging around the world.
Huru. Oh, that's great, John. Thank you for sharing. How did you get involved with the Huru movement?
Well, it was basically the same time that I joined CPI. Caleb had a conference here in Chicago called Unite Against the Imperialists, which was right after the raids. And I had been watching him kind of like passively. I traded messages back and forth with him. But I came to that, and Garland Nixon, who's a friend of Uhuru, was there. Tara Reid was there. Nick Brana, the head of the People's Party, and Caleb invited, because the raid had just happened, the party to send a speaker, and they did. And then you were there, Len, right? Or Len was there. I'm sorry, Len. He had a table, right? Taking names, So I gave my name, right, because I was very. I mean, I knew you guys were going to be there, which was one of the main, not the only reason, but it was one of the main reasons why I went. And then a few months later, did a USM convention, right, in St. Louis, which is not that far from Chicago. So I decided to go, and I would go no matter what to find out what the fight was about. And as it so happened, I had the honor of becoming like a liaison between CPI and Uhuru, which I love that because the state is trying to destroy both organizations, and we're stronger in solidarity than we are alone.
Absolutely, Uhuru, and I want to talk about what you said earlier, like always looking for the organization that who's being attacked by the United States right now. It's most of the time they've got something worth looking into, like look into like so that's a good political North Star. Figure out what those organizations are talking about. So CPI has stood with the Uhuru 3 since that state attack, right out of the gate. Why, and you kind of touched on this actually just now, but why is it important for other political organizations to stand in solidarity with the Uhuru 3 and CPI?
Oh, okay, well, it's always the right thing to do to defend somebody when they're under attack, especially if it's a colonized or oppressed group. But the thing about this case, what makes it even more important is usually they come up with some kind of crime to frame you up for, right? Yeah. But here the whole crime is speech.
Yeah.
And not just speech, but particularly, the most important thing is like whether or not we're going to have a thermonuclear war. You got like a fake democracy, like a tabloid democracy in this country. Everybody can have an opinion. Should Biden have pardoned his son? Or, how many bathrooms should we have in a building, right? But Joe Biden right now, right, lame duck Joe Biden, right, who lost the election in a large part because this war with Ukraine is so unpopular, right? What's he doing in his last couple of months? He's escalating, right? He is
more money.
He's firing missiles deep inside Russia because we're not just supplying those missiles. Those are missiles that you have to be trained, right, by the United States and how to run. So we're shooting those missiles. He is gambling the life of every single higher life form on the planet after he's just been voted out, right? And voted out for that reason. But you're not allowed to talk about that, right? That's specifically what they went. They went after the party for speech, right? But specifically, they went after you for saying that Russia's not our enemy, right? And that this war is a NATO war. And if there's going to be any real politics in this country, we have to have the right to talk about things like that. So with CPI, we're amazed that more political organizations are not taking this seriously because it's a life or death issue.
Absolutely. Yeah, I unite 100%. Now, did you see just the other day? So, the movement came under attack for saying, we don't support this proxy war against Russia. And Boris Johnson just came out on live TV the other day, because, the movement got attacked for saying, this is a proxy war.
Right.
And Boris Johnson just came out and said, we need to support this proxy war.
Right.
Just came right out and said it, saying this is a proxy war. So it has gone from this, something that the party correctly identified and, was attacked for identifying and publicly opposing. And now they're just coming right out and saying it. So I don't know if you had seen that, but there's no denying.
They kept talking about peaceful transition of power, and on his way out the door, he's going to blow the world up.
Yeah.
It's not a peaceful transition.
Yeah. yeah, so yeah, it's an absolute farce, and yeah, but but I do want to salute CPI for for recognizing this from the get-go, and really coming out and showing that these political organizations, we have to be in solidarity with each other when we come under attack like this. So Uhuru.
Yeah, we are definitely stronger banded together. To our final question, John, why do you support the Black Power Blueprint?
Because it's saving lives.
Yeah.
Right? Gentrification is genocide. And the party through the Black Power Blueprint is combating and reversing that gentrification, right? And like an example is what with the doula program, right? Is that infant mortality and maternal mortality in North St. Louis is higher than in some of the poorest countries on the planet, right?
Yeah.
And as you guys have repeatedly raised, they found that if somebody Black is involved in caring for the mother, right, her chances of survival and the child's chances of survival double, right? So immediately, right, and literally, that program is saving lives. But also, when you look at the fact that it was launched, right, and I don't think this was an accident. The state chose the day that that program was supposed to be launched as the day of their race, which shows what their attack was really all about, right? But what you guys did is instead of what the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement did is instead of canceling the program, they launched it anyway, right? Chairman's wife woke up to drones, right, whizzing by her head, right, in her own house, right, and then later that day she went and launched this life-saving program. So it saves lives literally through what the program does, but also because it gives people hope. It shows that another system is possible. This system is dying, but we don't have to die with it. We can build something better, and that's why I support the program. That's why CPI supports it.
I don't know if you can hear it over Zoom, but we have a packed house here. I know Zoom cuts out like all the claps and everything, but there was a raucous round of applause for that. That's I can't agree more. It was not. It certainly wasn't an accident that the FBI raided on the day that this training was being conducted, and I mean, all it did was just show what the party's made of. Attack started that day, and the doula training program started that day. It was, so. Uhuru, John, just before you go, did you have anything? Do you have anything? Any parting words for the audience of the telethon today?
Just they're losing.
Yeah.
We're winning.
Uhuru, flashing out like a wounded animal.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Thank you so much for joining us, John. Definitely, give our best to, everybody else in CPI and Uhuru. We'll see you guys down at the sentencing, I'm sure.
Right. Caleb and I will both be there. Yes.
Uhuru. Thank you. December 16th for everybody.
It's not a big conspiracy. There were divisions in the ruling class, and the divisions in the ruling class led to a mass movement. And that's how revolutions generally happen in history. They start as a division in the ruling class. So one of the biggest activist groups was called the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or SNCC. It was led by Stokely Carmichael, who later changed his name to Kwame Ture. I believe he was from, if I'm not mistaken, he was from the Caribbean. It was of Caribbean descent, but it was a largely African-American activist group. There were white people in it, but it was largely African-American students, and they engaged in civil disobedience. They coined the term Black Power. And they were very much an activist group. And there were many people in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee who had been in the Communist Party at one point. They'd been in the Young Communist League or the Communist Party USA. And many of them had quit when the Communist Party said it no longer considered Black people to be a nation. At the 1957 convention, the Communist Party declared Black people are not a nation. And so many of them had quit the Communist Party over that issue. Now, in Monroe, North Carolina, in the early 60s, there was a guy named Robert F. Williams, who was the leader of the NAACP, and he was having protests to integrate swimming pools. And he wanted the swimming pools to be available to the Black community. They paid taxes for the public swimming pools in North Carolina. They should be able to swim in them. And of course, you know, the Ku Klux Klan and the white supremacists, their biggest fear is, you know, what they called race mixing, the idea of white and Black marrying each other, and the idea of, you know, people swimming, you know, without, you know, you don't wear too many clothes when you go swimming, and, you know, white and Black people in the same swimming pool, you know, with shirts off, with, you know, bikinis, you know, that with naked legs. That was, you know, it was the potential of race mixing. So the idea of Black people being able to swim in the public swimming pools in Monroe, North Carolina, was something they just weren't going to tolerate. So when Robert F. Williams started protesting outside the swimming pools, the Ku Klux Klan showed up and started shooting at them. And they would break up their picket line by opening fire on them and just shooting at them. So Robert F. Williams, he said, "We're going to shoot back," and they, you know, they started their own chapter of the National Rifle Association. And Robert F. Williams began training local Black people in the art of armed self-defense. And so when they would have their protest outside the swimming pool in Monroe, North Carolina, there'd be 2 or 3 guys standing there with guns. And if the Klan showed up and shot at them, they would shoot back. And that created a real big stir around the country because, you know, the civil rights movement had been largely a nonviolent movement. And this was not nonviolence, right? They were with guns. And Robert F. Williams, he wrote a manifesto called Negroes with Guns, and it was distributed across the country. And everyone was kind of shocked because here's this African-American minister, you know, a Black pastor who's organizing people to take up firearms. And so eventually there was a shootout, and Robert F. Williams was charged with murdering a couple of Ku Klux Klan members. And so he fled the United States. And where did he go? He went to China. And that's Robert F. Williams with Mao Zedong. And he met with Chairman Mao, the leader of the People's Republic of China. And he eventually then set up shop in Cuba. And in Cuba, he started a radio program called Radio Free Dixie. And from Cuba, he broadcast messages into America calling on Black people to take up arms and to form armed militias to defend themselves against the Ku Klux Klan and to eventually, you know, have a socialist revolution in the United States. Now, the Communist Party USA condemned Robert F. Williams, and they considered him to be a left adventurist. And they, you know, at this time, China was moving away from the Soviet Union. There was the Sino-Soviet split. He was aligned with China, he was aligned with Cuba, but he wasn't aligned with the Soviet Union. So Robert F. Williams, in his broadcasts, he's calling on Black people to take up arms. He's giving instructions in his broadcasts about how to use a firearm properly. And he's also telling Black people, you need to form a new Communist Party. The Communist Party USA is, you know, worthless. It's tied in with the stodgy old Soviet Union. You need to form a new Communist Party that'll be, you know, closer to what Mao and Castro are doing. Right. And so in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, they form kind of a secret society. And the secret society they form is called the Revolutionary Action Movement. And what they do is they're people who listen to Robert F. Williams broadcasts. And they want to form a new Communist Party for Black people that will be like a Black Liberation Communist Party inspired by China, inspired by Cuba. And they formed the Revolutionary Action Movement. And I believe they had their founding convention at Ohio State University or Columbus State College or something. And it was in Ohio. There were about 50 people there from different parts of the country. And they wrote a manifesto about Marxism, Leninism. They wrote like a 14-point program, and they were a Black liberation Marxist Leninist organization. Now they were immediately framed up for trying to blow up buildings, and and they were, I think some of them were acquitted, but the FBI tried to frame them for blowing up buildings, and they faced a lot of persecution because the idea of a group of Black people taking up arms and trying to overthrow the government and believing in communism, that was very, very scary to the establishment. And the Revolutionary Action Movement was very divided. There was a lot of very intense debate about what to do. So after a few years, there were two guys who were in the Revolutionary Action Movement named Bobby Seale and Huey Newton. And they were both members of the Revolutionary Action Movement, and they thought it wasn't going anyplace. They thought it's just kind of a talk shop, and it's not going anywhere. They decided they were going to form their own group, and they called it the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. And they began engaging in armed patrols in the Black community, and they wore uniforms, and they were the Black Panthers, and they kind of became the symbol of Black radicalism in America because they were Black people who were patrolling Black neighborhoods with firearms to protect Black people from police brutality. They would follow the police cars around with shotguns and tape recorders and law books and make sure the police were following the law. And it was a really big deal. And it was performance art largely, right? I mean, it was the fact they were wearing the uniforms, the fact that they had their guns, the fact that they were calling the police pigs and saying the police were an occupying army in their community, that they represented the Black oppressed nation. That was pretty big. And that it created headlines around the world. And the Black Panthers became kind of the symbol of Black radicalism in America. Around this time, you also had a lot of campus activist groups. Now, I mentioned the civil rights movement on the college campuses. A lot of college kids are going down to the South every summer and getting beaten up and arrested as part of the Freedom Summer efforts, etc. And so at University of California, Berkeley, they had a rule that no one could protest or pass out leaflets on the campus around what they called off-campus issues, right? So you couldn't protest for civil rights, you couldn't campaign for any candidate. No off-campus issues were allowed to be promoted on the campus. So the students there that were involved in the civil rights movement, they didn't like that. So they had one of their activists who was involved in civil rights organizing set up a literature table. And when the campus, told him to leave, he refused. And so they had him arrested. And then when he was put into the police car, thousands of students surrounded the police car. And they put a microphone and a microphone on top of the police car. And they held this police car for like 2 days. And they refused to let the police car drive away. They surrounded the police car. And that was the beginning of what they called the free speech movement. And it was the right to bring up off-campus issues on the campuses. And it created a lot of headlines because here are these college kids that are, stopping police cars. And then later they seized buildings. They all went into the buildings and refused to leave and got dragged out and beaten up by the police. And they were demanding the right to protest on their campuses. Now, around this time, there was an organization formed on college campuses for young people that were involved in civil rights, and it was called Students for a Democratic Society. And it was funded by the United Auto Workers Union. The UAW, is this liberal labor union that's aligned with the Democrats, doesn't like Jim Crow segregation, doesn't like Republicans, and so it formed an organization called Students for a Democratic Society and gave them millions of dollars. And on many campuses, there would be a chapter of Students for a Democratic Society, and there'd be a paid staffer, somebody who's paid to go around organizing Students for a Democratic Society. Originally, to join Students for a Democratic Society, you had to sign a document swearing that you were not a communist. No communists were allowed to be part of Students for a Democratic Society. And SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, was a lot like what DSA is today. It was the big socialist group that was everywhere, that was very kind of controlled and limited, right? And it was tied in with the Democratic Party. It was just kind of liberals, liberals, but it was a place that if you were in college and you wanted to do activism of some type, you joined SDS, Students for a Democratic Society. And this wasn't the only type of organization like this that was set up. All right, at the time, the Congress for Cultural Freedom program was going on. There was a magazine that was at all the colleges called Partisan Review. And Partisan Review was a CIA-funded socialist magazine that was anti-Soviet, but it was criticized the American establishment also. It was against capitalism, but it was also against the Soviet Union, etc. It was very critical of the military, very critical of conformity, would accuse Republicans of being fascists, that kind of thing. There was a guy named McGeorge Bundy, and he had served in the Kennedy administration. He was one of the main advocates of getting the USA involved in the Vietnam War. But after he left the Kennedy administration, he ran the Ford Foundation, and he arranged for all kinds of liberal activist groups to get funding. There was also something called the Institute for Policy Studies, and this was a think tank. It's still around, that is funded by the Ford Foundation and funded by all the Rockefeller think tanks, and it would pay college professors to write articles and essays and do research and criticize the American government from like a left-wing, anti-war, anti-capitalist perspective, right? The Institute for Policy Studies. And, a lot of college professors would get grant money to write a book criticizing American capitalism or criticizing the Vietnam War or criticizing racism, that kind of thing. And all of this was, again, there was a division in the ruling class. So around this time in the early 60s, you had the Revolutionary Action Movement and eventually the rise of the Black Panthers. There was also a group called the Progressive Labor Party. And Progressive Labor Party, it was a group of people who'd been in the Communist Party, and they thought the Communist Party was not radical enough. And when China cut ties with the Soviet Union, they formed a new political party that was aligned with China. And the Progressive Labor Party, they were very visible. Their big thing was to just go around waving red flags, carrying pictures of Mao, carrying pictures of Stalin, and waving Mao's little red book. And they were communists, and they would sing, there's that old gospel hymn, give me that old time religion, give me that old time religion. Well, they would sing, give me that old communism, give me that old communism, and they were just very visible, and they were in your face, and they were a communist group. And they were there, and they were most of the time, they were the first communist group anyone would ever see. And it was kind of shock value, right? Because being a communist was kind of illegal. I mean, it had been largely illegal in the 50s. People had been thrown in jail. Communists were considered to be public enemy number one. The American government was fighting communism, but here are these people marching around with big red flags and big pictures of Stalin. Give me that old communism. And, and they were just a group, and they existed, and they were very visible, and they were called the Progressive Labor Party. And they illegally went to Cuba. They joined labor unions, and they were a very visible communist group. So we're then, when people talk about the 60s, the turmoil of the 60s, they're really talking about the events of 1968 and 1969. That's when, as they would probably have said back then, shit hit the fan. April 4th of 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. is assassinated. He's murdered. There's a lot of people who think the American government was involved in that. There's been lawsuits, as Hempcar in our chat has pointed out very often. And I guess Donald Trump is about to release the FBI files, so we may have the definitive smoking gun. I understand the King family has already won settlements in court to the effect of the American government was complicit in his death. But, we're waiting to see these files that Martin Luther King, that Donald Trump has released on Martin Luther King's death. But after the death of Martin Luther King Jr., urban rebellions took place across the United States. Almost every major city, the Black community went out and rioted, broke windows, fought with the police. It was a huge display of anger. Now, at the same time, the students at Columbia University, that were involved in Students for a Democratic Society, they also went out and protested. And I guess there was a plan for the campus. They were going to displace a bunch of Black people who lived in Harlem and tear down their homes and replace it with a gym. And the university was also heavily involved in and military research. They did a lot of research for like napalm and chemical weapons at Columbia University. The Columbia School of Anti-Communist Studies was one of the main like CIA recruiting centers. And so, the students at Columbia University, they seized buildings and they occupied buildings and refused to leave. The police went in and dragged them out. It was like an uprising at Columbia University at the same time that the rioting was happening across the country in the aftermath of the death of Martin Luther King Jr. Now, that summer, the Democratic Party had its national convention in Chicago. And the Democratic Party, overwhelmingly, most Democrats were against the Vietnam War. They wanted the war to end. But the Democratic Party is very corrupt and rigged. And so they nominated Hubert Humphrey, who was a pro-war Democrat, to be their presidential nominee. And so there were a lot of protests outside the convention where a lot of people got beaten up and injured, and that occurred. And it was, the Democratic National Convention in 1968. Then in November, Richard Nixon, the Republican, he won the election. And he was elected as the law and order candidate who said he was speaking for the silent majority. And that was the average Americans who were tired of all the rioting and, loved their country and supported the Vietnam War and didn't like all the unrest that was happening. Richard Nixon was president. The following year, Students for a Democratic Society had its national convention in Chicago, and it split into two factions. The one faction called itself the Workers' Student Alliance, and that was run by the Progressive Labor Party. And the other faction called itself Revolutionary Youth Movement, but everyone knew them by their nickname, Weatherman, because their manifesto was called, "You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows." And what was the disagreement about? It was mainly about, should we support the Black Panthers and should we support the Vietnamese National Liberation Front? The Progressive Labor Party felt that the Black Panthers were dividing workers on a racial line, and that the Black Panthers were Black separatists, and that Black nationalism was reactionary. It divided the working class. Progressive Labor Party also didn't support the Vietnamese because they were negotiating with the United States. And because the Paris peace talks were happening, the Vietnamese were negotiating. They said they were selling out the revolution, and they denounced the Vietnamese National Liberation Front as sellouts or whatever. The Revolutionary Youth Movement, or the Weathermen, they took the position that the Black Panthers were the main, revolutionary force. And they also said that the Vietnamese National Liberation Front were correct in leading the Vietnamese people. And their position was that their job was to recruit white people in America to support the Black Panthers and to support the Vietnamese National Liberation Front. And they would call themselves the Americong. And they would often march around waving the flag of the Vietnamese. They would chant, "Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, the NLF is going to win," or "One side's right, one side's wrong, victory to the Viet Cong." And they supported the Black Panthers. They would fundraise for the Black Panthers, etc. And so that was the big divide. SDS split in 1969. Now, almost immediately, the Revolutionary Youth Movement, which was the Weatherman faction, divided in two. Because the question was, so what do we do, right? They all agreed that they supported the Vietnamese. They all agreed that they supported the Black Panthers. But what do you do? Well, the leaders of the Weatherman faction, their idea was basically to engage in left adventurous terrorism. They had what they called kick-ass marches, where they would go smash store windows. They embraced drugs and hippie counterculture, and they believed that they promoted the idea that if Americans would get stoned on marijuana and LSD, that they would turn against the government. And they hated the white working class. They thought the white working class were racist and were sellouts. And basically, they wanted to build an army of hippies that would align with the Black people against the white people, right? And they were going to build this army of like hippie young people. The Black Panthers did not agree with that. They thought that was particularly crazy. And most of the people in Revolutionary Youth Movement didn't really like the ideas of the Weathermen either. The Weathermen, it was Bill Ayers, Bernadine Dorn, Mark Rudd, and certain people. And they were from millionaire families, very wealthy folks. And they were famous in the media. The media kind of made them famous. But they didn't really have that many people who supported them. They were just kind of people that were, made as the famous leftists by the media, and they had lots of money. but they didn't really have that many people who supported them. Whereas the majority of people and Students for a Democratic Society who supported the Black Panthers and supported the Weathermen, they broke away and they formed something called the Revolutionary Youth Movement 2. And the Revolutionary Youth Movement 2, they did what the Black Panthers said. Their job was to go into the white community and build a mass organization of white working class people to align with the Black Panthers. And the idea was that the Black Panthers would eventually merge with this white organization that they were building to create a multinational Communist Party. And the Black Panthers endorsed Revolutionary Youth Movement 2. And that's Fred Hampton, who was the leader of the Chicago Black Panthers, when he's having a press conference with the leaders of Revolutionary Youth Movement 2, or RIM 2. Even though the Weathermen said that they supported the Black Panthers were explicitly telling them not to do the terrorism, not to promote the hippie counterculture and drugs. The Weathermen didn't listen. Now, this all led to, this is the Revolutionary Youth Movement 2, building a base among the industrial working class, rejecting counterculture and drugs and promiscuity, rejecting left adventurism and terrorism, looking to China as the center of world revolution, and supporting the Black Panthers and the Vietnamese National Liberation Front. Now, October 8th, 1969, the Weathermen called an event called the Days of Rage. And basically what it was they went to downtown Chicago and they fought the police. And they wore football helmets, and they brought baseball bats and chains, and they fought with the police. And
that the movement stopped really being about abolishing economic coercion that causes these ideologies to be necessary and starts keeping along with these ideological lines. You start to see exactly what you're referencing here. And I think what you'll probably be able to explain to us, Caleb.
Right. How is the synthetic left weaponizing this history that they're kind of veiling against materialist communists?
A lot of what we're hearing from the synthetic left, honestly, is just the result of a class difference when it really gets down to it. A lot of it is just the synthetic left. BreadTube is very suburban, right? It's very, very suburban. Vosh is from Beverly Hills, right? And if you look at the origin of these people, Northern Virginia, that's where ContraPoints is from. That's, the suburbs of DC, where a lot of very well paid.
Langley is also in Virginia too.
There's that too. But these are not people who grew up in trailers, right? These are not people who have relatives who are in the military, or at least not the lower ranks of the military. They're from the upper layers of U.S. society, the layers of U.S. society that live very comfortably. Yeah, these are not people who have relatives in prison, for example, right? And that one thing that is just a true thing wherever you go in the world is that life is much more authoritarian for working class people. Right?
Absolutely.
Go to the schools in working class neighborhoods, in an urban area or in a rural area. Yeah, and compare it to a school in a wealthy suburb. In a school in the wealthy suburb, you might not even have to ask permission to go to the bathroom. You might be able to call your teacher by their first name rather than Mrs. or Mr.
Right.
We don't believe in that kind of authority here.
Yeah.
Not at this school.
Right, and it's a much more kind of relaxed, comforting, tolerant environment. And that's probably healthier, honestly, right? It's better to raise kids.
Absolutely.
But if you go to a low income, more working class school in an urban area or in a rural area, things are going to be a lot different. You know what I mean? They're going to be a lot more conservative. One thing I've often mentioned that people have no idea about, if you didn't grow up around this, you would have no idea. But in 19 U.S. states, corporal punishment is still legal in public schools.
Right. Wow.
Teachers in public schools can spank their students, right?
I thought it was less states. I knew that there were still states, but I didn't realize it was that many.
Yeah, and if you go to like rural Alabama, rural Texas, areas where you have a lot of low-income people, both black and white, it's very possible that there's going to be corporal punishment in your school, right? And, working-class parents tend to be a little more authoritarian with their kids, and that if you have relatives who are in prison, if you have relatives who are in the military, you're going to have a lot more of an authoritarian upbringing.
100%.
And a lot of it might come from necessity, honestly. If a parent is struggling to pay the bills, I've heard this analogy made before, but if it's a low-income family, kids can't just walk over to the refrigerator and take whatever they want out of it. Why? Because there might not be enough left for everybody.
Fuck, even for us.
Yeah, I know. Our kids are constantly doing that, despite the fact that we say, hey, stop doing that. Please talk to us before you take something out of the refrigerator.
Sure, but in a super wealthy household where the parents don't even have to do their own shopping, like the servants go out and shop for it, the kids can just walk up to the refrigerator, take whatever they want, and go away, and no one cares, right? And that in a lot of ways, if the parents are both working 40-hour weeks, if they're struggling to pay the bills, things, it kind of necessitates a more rigid authoritarian environment. And if the school has a lot of the problems that low-income schools have, even if they're not straight up kidding the kids, there's a lot more police presence in the school. There's a lot more rules. There's going to be a dress code about, gang colors or whatever. And
military recruiters will show up.
Yes, exactly. And it's going to be a much more rigid environment. And so, the bread tubers, a lot of them, are from this kind of middle class, this cushy middle class layer of society. And they just get triggered by anything that reeks of authoritarianism. Right? And their opposition to Trump, and their opposition to China, and their opposition to Russia, and their opposition to Cuba and Nicaragua and North Korea, it's all based on this kind of like big, mean, scary people giving orders, right? And it's all the same, right? For them, it's more, leftism is more about intellectual nonconformity.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
Same with the post-left. It's all about being contrarian.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, and ultimately the road to liberating, and this is, I've emphasized this before, but, Jordan Peterson, he gets on there and he says, well, hierarchies are just natural. Lobsters have hierarchies, et cetera.
Consider the lobster.
but the reality is that social hierarchies are rooted in scarcity.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's not intrinsic human nature. It's the fact that somebody doesn't have something that they need. It's that simple.
Yes, and the road to eliminating hierarchies is eliminating scarcity.
Yes. And so all this degrowth.
The Party for Socialism and Liberation advocates a position that is pretty indefensible. According to them, violence against fascists is always acceptable. Now, they take this position from their roots. It was originally pioneered by Sam Marcy, the founder of the Workers' World Party, in his book, Clan and Government, Foes or Allies. The position back then was that black people and other oppressed communities have the right to defend themselves from the Ku Klux Klan. That's a perfectly defensible position. But as a party that panders to liberals, the PSL has expanded the definition of fascism to mean anyone who opposes abortion. In addition, they have expanded the definition of fascism to include all Trump supporters. In fact, if one looks at social media, according to PSL, even other socialists and anti-imperialists who disagree with them, such as my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, we are fascists as well. Now, this isn't a very well thought out position. If one looks at the map of the United States and all of those red states, if one looks at the thousands of Muslims who attend their pro-Palestine rallies and are opposed to abortion, the idea of killing all these people is not very practical or logical. PSL obviously doesn't want to kill the thousands of Muslims who attend their pro-Palestine rallies that they hold. In addition to that, I think they probably, if you really press them, don't want to kill every Trump supporter. But that shows how repugnant and stupid their politics really is. If you actually listen to them, the only good fascist is a dead one. Anyone we label a fascist deserves to die. And then they label half the country as fascists. Every Trump supporter, everyone who opposes abortion, even socialists who disagree with them are fascists. The millions and millions of people that PSL openly advocates killing and jokes about killing, this is pretty scary. The idea that we should murder people just because we disagree with them is particularly repugnant. And it's not a position that any serious political party takes. However, PSL has no problem putting forward statements that lead to that logical conclusion. Why? Because they're not a serious political party. They are a woke countergang. They are a group of people trying to help Joe Biden and Kamala Harris beat back the uprising from the lower level capitalists. They want to help U.S. imperialism clean up its image and have a woke makeover. And it's particularly disgusting. PSL should make clear that it doesn't advocate killing every conservative, every anti-abortion activist, everyone who disagrees with them, and every socialist group that maybe strays from their wokeism in one way or another. Maybe they should come out and say that fascism is a serious word with a serious definition, and it's not something you should just throw on to everyone you disagree with.
And I wanted to ask you, Caleb, for innovationism, for those that don't know about it, you already sort of gave a brief introduction. Could you describe the theory and praxis that drives innovationism?
Okay, well, the main thing is that, if you read Marx, right, Marx refers to human beings as being an animal because that was the way people talked. And Marx, had correspondence with Charles Darwin, and they were rejecting any form of spirituality. They were hard materialists. Man was just another animal. But there's a very important essay that Frederick Engels wrote called The Role of Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man. And in that essay, Frederick Engels points out that human beings are unlike any other species because all other species simply interact with their environment, but human beings master their environment and force the environment to serve them, and that human labor power is about mastering the environment. And the whole history of human civilization, we have been reinventing our relationship with nature constantly in order to have a longer life expectancy, in order to increase our population, in order to have a more comfortable life. And we are constantly reinventing our relationship with nature. We're constantly innovating. And Marx touches on this, and his understanding of historical materialism is like, first you have hunter-gatherer civilization, eventually you have slavery, eventually you have feudalism, and then feudalism gives rise to industrial capitalism, which gives rise to imperialism, eventually socialism and communism. So he's understanding that that's the nature of humanity. But his focus is on the struggle between the industrial factory worker and the industrial factory owner. Well, nowadays, we live in a world where artificial intelligence is very rapidly eliminating human labor, right? Human labor has less and less of a role at the assembly line. Workers are more and more alienated from each other. Meanwhile, what Marx wrote about the contradiction between, what really, and this is the essence of what Marx wrote about. If you read Capital, if you read The Poverty of Philosophy, he was talking about capitalism is the only system in history that has created poverty caused by abundance, right? Never before have people been homeless because there are too many houses. Never before have people been hungry because there's too much food. Capitalism creates a situation where the more wealth that is created, the poorer people get. And great technological advances make the problem worse because, self-driving cars should be a great thing. It should be great to have self-driving cars. But in our society, it would lead to millions of unemployed truck drivers, millions of unemployed Uber drivers, millions of unemployed state highway patrolmen and traffic court employees. And what sense does that make? It should be great that there's less human labor that's necessary because this chore called driving is no longer necessary. And so abundance creating poverty, that is the essential contradiction of capitalism, that human brilliance, eliminating labor, making human labor more productive because machines can do so much and we have to do so little, that should lead to vast abundance. And that ultimately points toward the necessity of creating a rationally organized economy so that human creativity can continue to soar forward and we can become wealthier as technology advances. And that's at the essence of what Marx wrote, but in his time, it had not fully developed to the point that it has developed now. Marx was talking about the struggle of the factory worker against the factory owner, but he was pointing to something that was even deeper than that, which is that contradiction between human creativity, etc., and how ultimately the necessity of the capitalist economic system and the drive for technology is going to be a rationally organized economy. That's the ultimate conclusion. Now, Nelson Peary, who was the leader of the Communist Labor Party, and eventually formed the League of Revolutionaries for a New America, he wrote a very, very good book before he died, which I really recommend to people. It's called The Future is Up to Us. And in this book, he points out that the worker and the factory owner, they're both part of capitalism. But the merchant class that overthrew feudalism, they were neither slaves or serfs or landowners. And they were a new class that had been created by the rise of a new mode of production of capitalism. And that, the landowners that overthrew hunter-gatherer civilization, they were not part of hunter-gatherer civilization. They had land. They were a separate new class that had been created for a new mode of production. And what he argues is that it's not, the working class is an essential part of capitalism, the wage worker. It's not a class within the system that overthrows it. It is a new class created by a new mode of production. And what Nelson Peary argues is that capitalism through the computer revolution, through artificial intelligence, is creating what he calls the new class of almost permanently unemployed workers that are almost like gig economy workers who are struggling every day to survive and are kind of small business owners. You know, they work, they set their own hours, and they kind of have to use their creativity and their innovation to figure out how they can hustle as much money from Uber or from Amazon or whoever in order to get by. That new class that has been created that really doesn't have a place in capitalism is kind of fighting every day to just have enough. They're not lumpen. They're not criminal elements that are leeching off their own class. They're like fighting to just get enough to survive as they've kind of been cast out of the means of production. That new class, the precariat is what other people have come to call it. That new class will lay the basis for a new economy when society controls the means of production. And I've pointed to the rise of Javier Milei in Argentina. Awful leader. He has been awful for Argentina, but why did he win? He won because the left, the socialist movement in Argentina, the labor unions, the communist groups are very much tied in with the Peronist bureaucracy. And that Peronist bureaucracy crushes gig economy workers, right? They get treated as small business owners. Their taxes are what they would pay if they were a small business owner. They don't get union representation. And gig economy workers in Argentina have been royally screwed by the Peronist bureaucracy. If they were factory workers, they would benefit from the Peronist bureaucracy. But because they're gig economy workers, they have been totally screwed. And so libertarianism is much more attractive to them, right? I believe Javier Milei has gotten rid of a lot of the licenses that they have to pay, has lifted a lot of the taxes on them. And so the libertarian philosophy very much appeals to the precariat because the bureaucracy is intended to protect factory workers. And that Marxism and socialism was always intended to be a labor union adjacent movement. That's how Marx designed it. Social democracy originally, communism, Bolshevism was like the anti-imperialist wing of the labor movement, but it was always designed to be there are workers in this factory that are organized into this union to demand better conditions, and this is the ideology of the labor union. This is the ideology and the political vision that accompanies the labor movement. We're in a period where the labor movement, it's still a factor, but it's very different. And so we have to kind of rethink things. And that's why innovationism is a celebration of human creativity, an understanding that we need a rationally organized economy, and that the computer revolution has created a deep crisis of overproduction. And that ultimately, I have raised the slogan, we need a government of action to fight for working families, right? We need a state that controls the economy in order to make sure there is growth. But there's going to be a lot of capitalists in that state. And if you look at any 21st century socialist society, all the actual communist governments have realized in order to have communism or socialism in our time, you need small business owners. And in fact, in Nicaragua, micro entrepreneurship is a big part. That's the success. The government loans money to Nicaraguans to start their own farm, to start their own business, and that's how it's flourished. And in China, it's the same thing. And in Vietnam, it's the same thing. And North Korea would like to do that. It's just very difficult because of all the sanctions, right? Capitalism is an essential part of 21st century socialism. It's just controlled. It's not capitalism in the sense that profits are in command, but having a market sector and having innovators, people that are entrepreneurs with new ideas that go out and invent things, having consumers vote with their dollars on things, that's a part of the 21st century pro-growth, state-planned economies that are emerging, right? So by calling us innovationists, we're making clear we are not anti-growth. We're not opposed to creativity. We're not trying to, impose some kind of bureaucracy on working people. We want a state that controls the major centers of economic power to enable people to go out and innovate and be creative and build a new, beautiful world with their minds and with their creative power, right? It's a different kind of relationship. We need a state that is actively investing in the population and sees human labor power as the source of all wealth, and human creativity as something that needs to be nurtured and promoted at all costs.
I was going to ask your opinion on, maybe you've talked about this, I'm not sure, like the subculture of James Dean in the 50s, kind of greaser, but I guess James Dean wasn't really a greaser, but kind of the teenage subculture that I guess was promoted and kind of blossomed in the 50s. And can you just give your opinions on that and just that whole world?
Well, let me say, first of all, the first time I ever went to Los Angeles, I went to Griffith Observatory, and me and a friend who hosted me out there, we went to Griffith Observatory. Have you seen Rebel Without a Cause?
Yes, yes.
That is a very good movie. It's a great movie. I first saw it when I was a teenager. I'm like, this is a very, very cool film. It's poetic on a number of levels. What I think is interesting about that film is that it was specifically highlighting that in very wealthy areas of Southern California at that time, there was a lot of new wealth, but there was also a rise in juvenile crime. And it's like, why is this happening? Juvenile crime was associated with poverty historically, right? You know, kids that don't have a job, or they're from a poor family, they go out and steal things, or they're in a gang or something. But why are these kids? And you watch the movie, right? His parents are like, "We bought you a car." You know, I mean,
Right.
it's like he's living in this like 1950s luxury life, but yet he's getting into knife fights and stealing cars and what's going on there. But I would argue that was really, it was an expression of alienation. You know, and it was kind of Cold War America, right? You have the parents coming out of the Great Depression, and it's that whole thing of like the parents lived during the Great Depression, and then they lived through World War II, right? And so the parents have gone through World War II, which was a horrendous event where lots of people died. They've been through the Great Depression and struggling to eat and struggling to pay their bills, and people dying of malnutrition and the political turmoil of the Roosevelt years and all of that. And then all of a sudden you have the highest living standard in the world and everything's happy. And it's like, so now just be safe and comfortable. It's like, no. You look at so much 1950s culture, it's like, this can't be real, right? It's, you know, a traumatized person, you know, who suddenly is in a safe environment, looking over their shoulder, going, you know, that's a whole lot of 1950s culture. 1947, you have the UFO scare, right? You know, where people all over the country are hallucinating and seeing UFOs. And then movie after movie, that's the 1950s. You get the cliche of like the giant monster attacking the city. You know what I'm saying? Or the alien invasion and all of that. And that the American subconscious was very, very horrified. And that was a big part of, you know, when they talk about the labor aristocracy and that white middle class, the white picket fence, that kind of held U.S. Cold War America together. Underlying that was an extreme amount of fear and terror. You know, they were not well, right? You know, and then, you know, the right historically kind of knew how to, you know, utilize the fears that those folks had. You know, I'll just use an example. You know, certain members of my family were living in the suburbs in the South during the 60s. And they told me they literally believed that "We Shall Overcome," the song of the Civil Rights Movement, meant kill all white people. And this was, everyone knew that. That was just a fact, right? And obviously that's not what Dr. Martin Luther King was saying. But, you know, everybody knew that. That was a fact. Dr. Martin Luther King says "We shall overcome," and that means kill all the white people. You know, and that there was like this, like, everyone's coming to get us. We're under attack. We may be comfortable. We may have a house. We may have a car, but we're not really safe. And that's what I view. That's the context of the James Dean thing. The other thing that's weird is that psychoanalysis, Freudianism, which I'm fascinated by, was huge in Hollywood in those years. And that movie in particular has a number of like weird Freudian tropes that wouldn't fly in Hollywood.
Kind of like there's like a gay character in it, right? Pluto. What was his name? I think it's Pluto. And
Plato.
he's kind of like Plato. Yeah, he's kind of having like a gay crush on James Dean.
Well, it gets even weirder. So Sal Mineo was the actor. Sal Mineo was gay, and they didn't write the script for Sal Mineo's character to be gay, but Sal Mineo himself was gay, and James Dean was bisexual, and they were having an affair, and so it showed up in the movie. And that's one of the like weirdest stories in Hollywood, is that everyone saw it and they're like, "Oh, this is about homosexuality," and it's like, everyone's like, it is, but it kind of is if you look at the way he looks at James Dean throughout the movie and all of that. Sal Mineo is the very famous actor. He was the Plato kid who's like the juvenile delinquent who ends up, becoming like, having the gun and all of that, right? You know, he's the kid who's a little bit younger. But then like the Natalie Wood character, right? She's got sexual feelings for her father that comes across in the film. Right. And then like James Dean hates his father because his mother is always like bossing the father around.
Yeah.
And so
his father's weak. He perceives him as weak. Yeah.
Right. It's all a very like super Freudian film. And, there's a movie from World War II called Curse of the The Cat People. Have you ever heard of this movie?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it came out during World War II, and it's about a woman who every time she gets sexually turned on, she turns into a cat. And it's not clear if you watch the movie if she actually turns into a cat or if she's just mentally ill, right? And it's totally like a Freudian thing. And it's like the psychoanalysis stuff was so big in Hollywood during these years that they were like, these tropes were showing up in movies in kind of weird ways. They were all kind of on the psychoanalytic couch, and and we know that was, the American deep state was obsessed with that.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
that's how like
Yeah.
acid was introduced to America. It was through these like fucked up 50s stars who like the American government and I guess institutions that were affiliated with the government were giving out acid trials to like these like kind of standard movie stars, and they were having like these weird acid therapy sessions throughout the 50s, and it's just such a weird. I guess that kind of shines through with what you were saying, where it's like it's all intertwined in this kind of Freudian kind of point of view.
Right. There was a movie that came out a couple of years ago that was about the making of the movie Psycho. It was a movie about Alfred Hitchcock making the movie Psycho, and I thought that was fascinating because it showed like what was the source of all of that, and and like what was the reaction to it. And then I had not seen the movie Psycho before. Have you seen Psycho?
Yes.
Yeah. And I watched Psycho and I'm like, this is interesting. It's like halfway between a 1950s detective movie and a modern slasher film. You know what I'm saying? It's like halfway through. And then the whole plot of the film, it's the thing is the guy's transgender, right? Like he thinks he's his mother or something. Like his mother takes over, and so he puts on her dress and kills people or something. And the whole thing is like, but like apparently Alfred Hitchcock, a lot of the stars he worked with would go see like weird Freudian shrinks who would like have them act out weird fantasies and shit like that. And that,
oh shit, that made me think of something. You ever hear of? I think I was trying to get you talking about this the other day, or a few months ago. It was what is that thing? Like scream therapy, primal therapy. You ever hear primal therapy? That is weird shit. You would love reading about that. Read about primal therapy. It was like this thing in the 60s and the 70s. The reason it's well known today is because John Lennon of the Beatles was really into it. And it's like where you just like go like as a baby, you like cradle the ground and you scream, mama, like just scream, like you scream for your parents. You like try to go back to your primal self. And it's very, very, very weird. But it was like huge in like the milieu of this late 60s new left. And there was like a very popular book about it in like 68. And everybody was reading it. And Lennon kind of got trapped inside of that whole movement. But it's very similar to what you were saying.
Well,
I would research it.
These kind of things are like an obsession of the liberal CIA. And I noticed like right after Trump left office, all of a sudden there were all these TV programs about how if you take acid, that will like help you get over all your trauma and stuff. And if you look at it, like, it's like, yeah, there are some people that they're able to take hallucinogens and have therapy in hallucinogens that helps them see things from a different angle or something, but it's very vague. It's not like, but the way they were pushing it with the advertisements and all, it's like, take this drug and this will cure you of everything. And the other thing is EDMR, which is a popular therapy practice. I don't really know what it's like. They flash lights in your face and all of that. That suddenly was being pushed like crazy. Like I saw ads in the New York subways. There were all these articles in like mainstream magazines. EDMR is amazing. And if you look at the history of EDMR, there's a lot of people that are like, this wasn't so good. And, and it was very, very weird. That stuff, and you have to ask questions. What you're describing with this primal scream or whatever, that they talk about, that's catharsis, right? And and catharsis can be the basis of an addiction, right? It becomes addictive. You just have to let your feelings out. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the person gets kind of an endorphin rush from the catharsis. So, that's very interesting. I think we should be, to some degree or other, some of this is just, mental health, like anything else, like food health, like anything else, things go out of style. But then there's part of me that's always wondering like how much mind control and manipulation is going on, because the woke culture is all about trauma. It's all about making people kind of relive their victimization over and over in their mind so they can't hear the world around them. In the following days, they bombed a few buildings. I think they blew up a statue in Chicago. They blew up some buildings, and they presented this event that they did on October 8th. It was going to be the first battle in the revolution. And they expected there'd be thousands of people who would come. There was only about 300 people. The police opened fire on it. They scattered. It was kind of a flop, but they got a crowd of people to just go to downtown Chicago and smash windows and engage in all kinds of violence. Fred Hampton, the leader of the Black Panthers, he denounced it, and he said this was not the right course of action, and it was dangerous. And he instead endorsed an alternative protest that was called by the Revolutionary Youth Movement too. And I've shown this before, but I'd like to actually show Fred Hampton's interview that he gave about the Weathermen and why he didn't support them. Because Fred Hampton, I mean, he was quite young at the time, but he was very serious, and he thought what the Weathermen were doing was alienating people. It was dangerous. He didn't support it. So this is Fred Hampton responding to the Days of Rage. Here we go. Here we go.
Fred, where does the Black Panther Party stand concerning the Weathermen, the SDS?
We stand way back from the SDS and the Weathermen because we believe that the Weathermen action, there's two actions, there's RIM 2 and Weathermen. We think they call them both national action. We think that RIM 2 is national action, Weathermen is national reaction, We think it is anarchistic, opportunistic, individualistic, it's chauvinistic, it's custoristic, and that's the bad part about it. It's custoristic in that its leaders take people into situations where the people can be massacred, and they call that revolution. And it's nothing but child's play, it's folly, and it's criminal because people can be hurt. We say that they're doing exactly what the pigs want them to do. When they take people down and just do nothing, play around, and the pigs are prepared for this, and they'll wipe all of those young people out. We think these people may be sincere, but they're misguided, they're muddleheads, and they're scatterbrains. The only way we can show them is to criticize them like we're doing right now, and then leave from here and go to the federal building and have a demonstration that's to educate, a demonstration that is disciplined and organized, And that's what we're going to have to do, and let them see the examples.
Tell me why you feel the approach of the SDS Weatherman is wrong.
I feel it is wrong, just as I said before.
No, don't tell me just you said before. That's why I asked you again. Just answer straight, just in case we use this part.
I feel that it's
wrong. Let me ask you again. Why do you feel that the approach of the SDS Weatherman is the wrong approach?
I feel that it's wrong because it's pig action. You see, they're doing exactly what the pigs want them to do. They're leading people into a situation where it's an astronomical situation, too great for the people to deal with. It's a situation where you got a bunch of mechanical pigs with .357 Magnums and shotguns and mechanical mace and all that type of thing. And then they're talking about they're going to carry on the revolutionary struggle. That's not revolution, it's insanity, it's madness, it's nostalgia, and it's a massacre. That's what it's potential massacre, that's what it is. And we don't support that because we've said all power to the people. All the power is manifested in the people. We don't have any people whose lives we believe that should be thrown away.
Has the Weatherman SDS tried to get you to go on their side? Have you met with them, and what happened?
We met with the Weatherman faction of SDS several times. We've had ideological struggles and we have ideological differences. So what we did was we had the other faction of SDS that agreed with the Black Panther Party called for an alternate action, a well-disciplined action not to provoke pigs, an action not to talk about setting up confrontations with the pigs because the people are not ready for confrontation. These confrontations that they have are premature. They're politically premature and they're wrong because they commit people in a situation which they're not anywhere prepared for.
Well, why do you think the Weatherman SDS tried to link the Black Panther Party to its movement?
I don't know if it was actually the Weathermen of SDS. I'd have to say that it was the establishment press that is nothing but a tool of Warden Nixon's machine. We call him Warden Nixon because the whole world is a penitentiary and he's just a warden of the whole world. And you see, these people are just an arm that he uses for fascist oppression, And I think today, these fascist news media might have did that.
Now, briefly, how would you sum up what the Weatherman SDS is trying to do and what you think of what they're trying to do?
I'd say that basically they believe that white people need to learn how to struggle. that they believe that these white workers need to learn how to struggle through confrontations. I'd have to say that basically I believe that this is incorrect. I believe that white workers have been struggling. They're some of the most violent people in the world. I believe that what they need is they need a redirection in their ideology and in their politics. They need to know who to struggle against. The workers need to start to begin to learn that their job is to struggle against the bosses. And until they do this, then struggle is incorrect. It's like no struggle at all. We said that if you don't struggle correctly, you shouldn't struggle. But you should struggle. We said dare to struggle and you dare to win, dare not to struggle and you don't deserve to win. But we have to struggle properly.
What about the special approach of Weatherman, which seems to be violence?
Well, you see, I don't think it's really violence, you know what I mean? I think it's just a lot of folly, a lot of child's play. I think that to have violence, you've got to be able to cope with violence, you know what I mean? And that's what the Black Panther, the Black Panther Party, a lot of people say we're violent. We're a self-defense organization that believes that the people should be educated what's going on. Yes, we do defend our offices and we do defend our homes. This is a constitutional right. Everybody has, there's nothing funny about that. The only reason they get mad at the Black Panther Party when they do it is for the simple reason that we're political. And they don't want to admit this. There are a lot of young organizations around, but we're a political organization. We're an organization that understands that politics is nothing but war without bloodshed, and war is nothing but politics with bloodshed. That it's just like you stretch something, and it goes, you can stretch things, they'll go into being another thing. If you stretch politics so long, it'll be war, and that's where we're at.
Well, then why do you feel it's so important for the Black Panther Party to disavow any real link with the Weatherman SDS?
I think it's important because there are a lot of people that watch the Black Panther Party for examples. They observe us and participate with us. And if we can be connected up with this, then it would be very unadvantageous to the people and very unadvantageous to the struggle, in that people that claim to be revolutionary would be going down roads that they think might be revolution, but in fact they're not roads of revolution. They'll be going east when their intentions are going west. And also it's important because the chairman Bobby Seale is in town, and he's being tried by this fascist judge Adolf Hitler Hoffman, you know, and he's being tried without a lawyer. And we've got to bring all of the attention and focus on this trial that we possibly can, so that people can understand that these people are more capable of building gas chambers than Hitler ever was capable of building gas chambers. And we're going to have to get together. We're going to have some anti-gas chamber marches, and some anti-fascism marches, and some anti-Hitler Hoffman marches, and some anti-Mussolini Attorney General Mitchell marches, and some anti-Daley and some anti-Hammerhead marches. These are the things we're going to have to do. The people need to be educated. If they're educated, we can resist and we can stop this fascism.
So yeah, that was Fred Hampton basically saying, look, we don't support what the Weathermen are doing. We don't support the Days of Rage. And he was supporting the Revolutionary Youth Movement too. And Revolutionary Youth Movement 2 is really the foundation of what you can call the new communist movement of the 70s. Now, shortly after he gave that interview in October of 1969, Fred Hampton was murdered. That's the bed that he was laying on. He was sleeping in that bed, and they shot him with hundreds of bullets in his bed. And it was originally reported in the press as a vicious Panther attack, but it later turned out it was very clear it was just an assassination. The bullet holes that they said were him shooting back were actually nail holes. And that Fred Hampton was assassinated by the American government. They thought that the fact that he was bringing white workers and black workers and Asian workers and Puerto Rican workers together in what he called a Rainbow Coalition, the fact that he had started a free breakfast program, and he was building real political power, and that as a Marxist-Leninist, as someone who studied Mao Zedong and Kim Il-sung, and he was a very charismatic leader who had built a real revolutionary organization in Chicago. And so the American government took him out, and it was an assassination. So in the aftermath of the Days of Rage and the Weathermen, shortly after the Days of Rage, they went underground and, became this illegal clandestine group that engaged in bombings. There were a number of people in the Revolutionary Youth Movement too who started to try and form a new communist party. Now, there were 4 major groups that had thousands of people in them. The largest was called the Revolutionary Union, eventually called the Revolutionary Communist Party. There's another one called the October League, which later became the Communist Party Marxist-Leninist. There was the Workers' Viewpoint Organization, which became the Communist Workers' Party. And then there was the Communist Labor Party. And all of those groups had thousands of members. There were a number of other organizations that were very small. And, I mean, there were some that were larger than others. The Sojourner Truth Organization, the League of Struggle Marxist-Leninists, which was led by Amiri Baraka, the Communist Party USA Marxist-Leninist, which was aligned with an intellectual from India, but teaching in Ireland, called Hardiel Baines, who eventually became very close to the government of Albania. And there were hundreds of really, really small communist sects that were around at this time that had 5 to 10 members. And in near most colleges, in like college areas, you had what they called a collective. There'd be 5 or 6 or maybe 10 or 12 young people who lived together and studied communism together and supported the Black Panthers, supported the Vietnamese, and some of them eventually joined one of these bigger groups, and some of them tried to start their own group. And the number of Americans who were in what you call the new communist movement, who supported the Black Panthers, who supported the Vietnamese National Liberation Front, who looked to China as the center of world revolution and thought the Communist Party and the Soviet Union had kind of sold out and were no longer revolutionary. There were tens of thousands of people in America like this. People estimate between 20,000 and 50,000 total. At one point in 1969, they did a poll asking young people, asking people if they believed that a violent communist revolution would be a good thing. And actually 2 million Americans said yes. So some people say it could have been as many as 2 million people. But, not all of those people were serious in what they were saying. There was a lot of just kind of contrarianism and, yeah, I'm against anything that's against the government or whatever. So, but there were, 20,000 to 50,000 people that were in these various communist groups that were trying to form a new communist party that were explicitly part of this trend of what you call the new communist movement. The Progressive Labor Party was separate from it. They didn't support the Vietnamese. They didn't support the Black Panthers, so they were a separate thing. There were Trotskyite groups that existed, the Socialist Workers' Party, the Spartacist League, etc. And there was the old Communist Party, USA, but the new communist movement specifically referred to China-aligned groups that supported the Vietnamese and supported the Black Panthers. They were the new communist movement. And they were just kind of a fixture of American politics during the 1970s. And you can see this if you watch movies. There's a movie called Car Wash that came out during these years. It's a movie about a group of young African-American people who work at a car wash and they're friends. Well, there's a scene in Car Wash where the white guy who owns the car wash, his son, comes to the car wash wearing a T-shirt with Mao's face, and he starts reading all the young Black people who work there the Little Red Book and trying to teach them about communism. There's a movie called Switchblade Sisters, which is about a female biker gang. It's kind of a girl power movie about these women that are in a biker gang and are tough, and they're fighting.
Win over socialists to like me. I'm trying to build a mass movement that could actually win over the broad masses of Americans, right? I mean, I'd like socialists to like me. That's great. But I would prefer that people who aren't socialists become socialists. The way
Bingo.
that, when I got interested in communism when I was a kid, right? No one in my family was a communist. Nobody in my town was a communist. I had to get on the internet, which was like a new invention then. And I was shocked to learn there was a communist party in the United States, let alone there were 15 or 20 or 100 communist parties. And I had to track down these groups it was they weren't in my face, right? That's not,
Absolutely.
Most people my age, that's their story. They got interested in communism because they learned about it in school, and then they thought, well, I wonder if there's anybody who still believes in it. And then they went and did all kinds of research to actually track down communists and found them. And often they're quite disappointed with what they find. You know what I mean? They find something and they're like, oh, okay, well, if I want to be a communist, this is what I got to do. And that's kind of how it works. But
campaign for my local Democrats.
Yeah. Or sell Bob Avakian's newspaper or whatever.
Or subscribe to the idea that I'm not supposed to have anything at all. And
yeah.
This isn't how, nobody in China in the 1930s was like, I wonder if there's anyone who believes in communism in China. Went and looked up and said, oh, there's this guy Mao. I'm going to go check out his books. That's not how it worked. The way people got into communism in China was they were starving villagers and they were fighting for their rights against landlords. And then there was this big, huge political organization that said, we're on your side and we have your back. And they found out that this big, huge political organization believed in communism, and they learned it, right? And in the 1930s, in the United States, nobody joined the Communist Party because they read about communism someplace. It seemed interesting. They went, no, it was, they were in a neighborhood, they were in a factory, and there was people organizing the union, and they happened to be in the Communist Party. This is how our ideas work, right? And until we get into the mode of going lower and deeper to the real masses and not being this kind of circle of intellectual intrigue, which is kind of like what we are right now. Look, in a lot of ways, being a communist in the United States, I mean, it's getting a little different now because politics is getting so intense, right? Things have changed a little bit, but for the most part, you know, especially in the 90s, being a communist in the United States, I mean, you might as well be into Aleister Crowley. You might as well be into Esperanto, the universal language. Maybe you're into UFOs. It was just, there was a lot of like little niche, absurd interests that one could have. And communism was one of those.
Oh, yeah. I remember very distinctly in the 1990s, this game called Command and Conquer Red Alert. Did you ever see that video game?
No, I didn't.
I have infantile amnesia for that period because my brain wasn't fully there yet.
No, it was a real-time strategy game.
I was working on my fine motor skills.
Yeah. I wasn't. I was playing this real-time strategy game. It was a real-time strategy game that actually starred Tim Curry as a communist. And it was totally absurd. Like, it was intended to be funny, and it is very funny. But, like, that was probably my actual first exposure to communism. And it didn't treat it in a way that was like a serious political affiliation, but rather sort of a novelty.
So you didn't listen in school at all?
Oh, no. Well, the way that school treated communism for me was more along the lines of, this is a thing that just fell apart completely.
Well, yeah.
A year ago.
Also, holy shit. Yeah. Wow. I was not thinking about that. You were literally in school when that. Wow.
Yeah.
You're 100.
Yeah. I literally had to reprogram my mind to not know it as the USSR anymore.
That's so
weird. Up here, isn't it?
You're the oldest, and then I'm like middle, and then Miss Astronaut Cowboy is the youngest, right?
Yeah. Smart though. Very smart though.
The Seinfeld episode. I don't know. Do you ever see the Seinfeld episode about the communist?
You probably have.
I feel like yes, but it's been a long time. I haven't seen most Seinfeld since probably the late 90s.
Elaine starts dating this guy who wears like a hat with a visor on it, and he's just kind of socially awkward. And then she finds like a communist newspaper at his house, and she
right.
Is he a communist or something? And they're like, does he dress really drab and his clothes are really? Yeah, well, definitely he's a communist or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. He was the secret communist. That's what it was.
And it's just this like, you know, it's like this. I mean, and that's really what being a communist in like the 90s was. It was like, was this, now things are a little bit different with the right wing always calling, first they called Obama a communist, and now there's this whole thing with BreadTube. And so there's more people interested in it now because of like divisions in the ruling class and stuff. And among like the BreadTubers, it's still seen as this expression of like counterculture, right? It's this expression of like, you know, I'm going to go against US society and be really edgy. And it's like, again, it's in the same category as occult mysticism, as psychoanalysis, as, you know, hypnosis. I don't know what else. UFOs, you know, people who might go hiking in the mountains of Nepal for a year or something. It's like, you know, I mean, it's in that category.
Professor saying, don't call me doctor. I'm not into hierarchies.
Yeah.
Right. And it's in a lot of ways, I mean, I'll be real. In a lot of ways, communism is kind of a rich kid hobby, you know, and that's what always put me off. You know, I mean, there was a group that used to be around.
Overall, what we saw was the intelligence community quite worried that Tulsi Gabbard might come in and might not agree with their consensus that toppling and destabilizing governments that get in the way of Wall Street monopolies is the best thing to do. Now, one particularly strong moment was when Tulsi Gabbard talked about how outraged she was that the Obama administration had been arming Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda-linked groups.
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of Al-Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform, when, as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria, all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like Al-Qaeda taking power. Today, we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria, as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand.
Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It shouldn't
is
be.
certainly
and
not
I
in our
understand, and
interests.
I appreciate your answer, and thank you. My concern has to do with the tendency to repeat Russian and Syrian, and even in some cases, I think we'll get into in the closed session, Iranian information, and to discount what comes from our intelligence community.
Senator, every American deserves to know that people in our own government were providing support to our sworn enemy, Al-Qaeda. That should not be acceptable by anyone.
Thank you.
I couldn't help but smile when they kept going on about who paid for her trip to Syria, how it was a Lebanese American who was connected possibly to a political party in Syria that was connected possibly, and it struck me as how this is how the cancel culture of the so-called left or the synthetic left works. You're connected to so-and-so, you're connected to so-and-so, who's connected to so-and-so, and therefore you're responsible for whatever, right? And the idea that Tulsi Gabbard went to Syria and met with people who are hostile to the United States and tried to hear the other side of the story when it came to the conflict, that was presented as if it was a bad thing. I think that's a pretty good thing that she was able to speak to people in different countries and hear the other side of the story. They were quite fired up about her position on Edward Snowden.
But let me ask you again, do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies believe, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will work with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden like
social
leak.
media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories. Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't. Also, during her opening remarks, she reflected on how she's not a puppet of anyone but God, and how religious bigotry should have no place in American politics. Here's what she said.
Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States. Accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump and failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet. Democrat senators in the past resorted to anti-Christian bigotry against some of President Trump's judicial nominees like Amy Coney Barrett and Brian Boucher. I condemn those actions as a Democrat in Congress at the time, as religious bigotry must be thoroughly condemned by all of us, no matter the religion. Unfortunately, there are some Democrat senators who still don't understand the principle of freedom of religion and Article 6 of the Constitution. Quote, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Unfortunately, they're once again using the religious bigotry card, but this time trying to foment religious bigotry against Hindus and Hinduism. If anyone is sincerely interested in knowing more about my own personal spiritual path of Hinduism, I welcome you to go to my account on X, where I'll share more on this topic.
So overall, I'm really glad that I was able to be in the room, and I hope that Tulsi Gabbard does become the Director of National Intelligence, and I do hope that we can accept that there's a new world rising and a new economy in the world, and that it's better for the United States to integrate with this new economy with the BRICS countries than go to war with it and destabilize countries just to keep Wall Street and London at the top of the world. I hope that Tulsi Gabbard can get into office and do some real change, and that maybe U.S. foreign policy can pivot away from spreading chaos and instability around the world and instead move toward creating peace, building bridges, and carrying out economic development in coordination with different countries. It's like a rivalry. And so the climax of the movie Switchblade Sisters is the female biker gang that's, they're facing the bad guys. They decide they need to get guns. So they drive to a house where there's a group of black women that are a biker gang, and they go into their house, and these black women biker gang, they have big pictures of Stalin and Mao, and they give them their guns because that's who you get your guns from. You get your guns from communist black women. There's a movie that came out called Network. It's came out in the late 70s that also includes this kind of politics. And that if you lived in an urban area in the United States, if you were in New York City, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, you came across these people. They were very visible. And there would be people that were talking about Mao and talking about having a communist revolution, talking about, the U.S. government is racist and imperialist. And they were just very visible. And if there was, if there was a labor union protest, if there was people protesting the Vietnam War, you would see them on the street just selling newspapers. They'd be on the New York City subways selling their newspapers. They would be standing on a street corner on a ladder preaching revolution. They were just a very visible part of American life during the 1970s. The main thing that they did is they got jobs in factories, because there were a lot of factories in America at this time, and they tried to recruit their coworkers to communism. And that was part of the old, communist manual, right? It's the workers and the bosses, the factory workers, the proletariat versus the factory owners. And so they got jobs in factories, and they tried to recruit their coworkers to communism. And their coworkers didn't want to hear it. Most working class people in America were not interested in communism. There were a few places where they did have modest success. And the main place that you saw success of the new communist movement was Detroit. Now, Detroit is called Motor City. That's a largely African-American city where there's car manufacturing and car factories. Motor City was the home of a lot of African Americans, but the auto plants wouldn't hire black people. They would hire white workers only. But then after the riots in 1968, which was largely unemployed young African Americans who went out and rioted and burned the city, etc., after that, the auto plants decided, okay, we do have room for black people in the plants. And so black people started getting hired to work in the auto plants. And that was certainly a big deal because the auto plants, the automobile jobs, the United Auto Workers, being an auto worker paid a lot of good money. It was a very good paying job. And so a lot of African Americans were working in the auto plants, good benefits, good wages, etc. However, they soon realized that the union didn't really care about them. There was racism on the part of the United Auto Workers Union. There was a famous case of a guy named Jimmy Johnson, and he was the only black worker to work in the factory that he worked at, and he was kind of being bullied by the white workers. And so he took off work. He took a few days vacation, and they lost his form. And when he showed up, after his couple days of vacation, they said, "Oh, you've been absent for 3 days. You're fired. You didn't show up for 3 days." And so the next day, he came back to work with a shotgun, and he shot a couple of his coworkers and killed them. There was a lot of support for him in the black community because they said this guy was wrongfully terminated from his job. He was the only black worker in the plant. They had, he'd been harassed in a lot of ways. People had called him the N-word and harassed him. And he just, they fired him wrongfully. So he showed up at work and killed a couple of his coworkers. And so there was a communist lawyer named Ken Cockrell who became his attorney, and he was acquitted. He was found not guilty in court, and he was, he had to go to a mental hospital for a few years, but he was found not guilty for reasons of insanity. And that was a big case. There was another case of a group of black activists in Detroit who found out where the local heroin dealers were, and they assassinated them. And they decided they were just going to execute the heroin dealers in their neighborhood. What they did not know is that the heroin dealers had an arrangement with the local cops. And so when they started killing the heroin dealers, the police started coming to protect the heroin dealers. So they killed a couple police officers. And so they were put on trial for murdering police officers because these police officers were protecting the heroin dealers and were helping them smuggle their heroin in. Well, they went on trial, and they had a communist lawyer named Ken Cockrell, and he showed that the cops were involved in protecting the heroin dealers and helping them smuggle heroin into the black community. And he showed that these, these black radicals, I think they were in the Republic of New Africa, which was like a black nationalist communist organization in Detroit. He showed that they were, trying to protect their community from heroin. And the jury found them not guilty. And so they were found not guilty. And that was the atmosphere in Detroit. There was a feeling that the black community was very angry about police brutality, about unemployment, etc. And that, you had this lawyer, Kenneth Cockrell, and you had a newspaper that was out of the college. It was out of Wayne State University, which is in Detroit. It was called the South End Press. It was the college newspaper. And you had the college newspaper, the South End News, the South End Press. You had the lawyer Ken Cockrell, and then within the United Auto Workers Union, a faction emerged, and it was at the Dodge plant. There were a lot of black workers working at the car, making Dodge cars, and so they formed DRUM, the Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, and it was a faction of the United Auto Workers that was against the union leadership and considered the union leadership to be racist. And it was black workers who were communists largely, who admired the Black Panthers, supported the Vietnamese. And then they started to branch out throughout the city, and they formed an organization called the League of Revolutionary Black Workers. And it was a Marxist-Leninist communist organization aligned with China that had a lot of workers in Detroit factories that were aligned with them. They had a newspaper that was widely read throughout the city called the South End Press that put out an explicitly communist message. And they had a lawyer, a very well-known lawyer named Ken Cockrell, who was associated with them. And they had a lot of influence in Detroit, and they were heroes in the black community. And I spent the summer of 2008, the summer that Barack Obama was running for president. I was in Detroit that whole summer. And people still talked about them. And in fact, while I was there, the mayor of Detroit, Kwame Kilpatrick, had stepped down. And Ken Cockrell, his son, Ken Cockrell Jr., was the mayor of Detroit while I lived there. That's how popular. And he was basically just using his dad's name. His dad had been this famous communist lawyer. And Ken Cockrell Jr. was just a regular Democrat, but his dad had been, this famous communist. And so people in Detroit remembered that. There's a woman who was on the Detroit City Council when I lived there named Joanne Watson. And she had been a leader of Drum, and she still, she would go to Cuba, and she was a communist. And, even in 2008, years and years of decline, you could still see the influence of communism in the Black community in Detroit. And that shows you how big the new communist movement in Detroit really was. It was a really massive movement in Detroit. In Detroit, it actually had influence. Now, in 1974, there were 3 wildcat strikes that took place in Detroit auto plants. It started out. These are two brothers, or two auto workers, there was a white supervisor who they didn't like, and so they barricaded themselves inside the electrical cage of the plant, and they stopped the plant. They shut down the assembly line, and they barricaded themselves inside the plant. And thousands of workers stood in the plant to protect them. And ultimately, the company gave in and fired the supervisor and carried them out on their shoulders. And there were 2 other incidents where workers occupied their plant. They had sit-down strikes, and a wildcat strike is a strike done without the permission of the union, right? And they were all members of the United Auto Workers Union. That's who signed the contract. But the United Auto Workers did not approve these strikes, but they did it anyway. They called 1974 in Detroit was Wildcat Summer, because there were 3 factories that were shut down with strikes led by communist auto workers that were not approved by the union. And during this period in Detroit, they elected a communist judge. That's a picture of him there. His name was Justin Ravitz, and he openly called himself a communist. And he had a copy of Mao Zedong's Little Red Book on the stand, and he was a communist judge. And Coleman Young became the first African-American mayor of Detroit. And Coleman Young, he was not a communist, but he was very close to all these communist groups. And he would meet with them at the mayor's house and City Hall, and he considered himself kind of an ally of the communist groups, and he had run for office on a platform of getting rid of a particularly vicious division of the Detroit police. There was a division of the Detroit Police Department called Stress. It was called Stop the Robberies, Enforce Safe Society, and they were pretty ruthless. And the Black community didn't like them. Coleman Young said, if you elect me mayor, I will abolish stress. I'll get rid of it. And he won the election. And Coleman Young, considered himself an ally of the communist movement. And he was elected mayor of Detroit. And he was mayor of Detroit until, I think, the early 90s. He was mayor of Detroit. Now, his politics gradually got more conservative as time went on. But when he first came into office, he was considered very much a friend of the new communist movement. And so Detroit is the exception. In Detroit, the new communist movement was very successful, as you can see. Everywhere else, it pretty much flopped. Most of the U.S. working class did not want to hear what the new communist movement had to say, because at that point, the standard of living for white working class people who worked in steel mills and worked in auto plants was very high. They had good union wages, and they were quite conservative. And America is the greatest country in the world, love it or leave it. A lot of them were very racist. They didn't want school busing. They didn't want their kids to go to school with Black people. And they very much did not identify with the civil rights movement. They did not identify with the Vietnamese and with the communist countries. And so, that silent majority that Richard Nixon talked about, that was the overwhelming majority of the white working class. They were that silent majority that wasn't interested in what the new communist movement had to say. And the factories were still open. The factories didn't start really closing down until the 80s. And so these guys were not successful, and they would go to work every day in the factory. They'd sell their coworkers communist newspapers and stuff, but largely they didn't recruit very many people. And there were a couple things that happened throughout the 70s. I've talked on these streams before about the Boston busing riots and how there was a lot of confusion about how to respond to these racist riots in Boston. In West Virginia, there was some modest gains. They formed something called the Right to Strike Committee. because in West Virginia, the coal miners would go on strike without the permission of the union. They would have wildcat strikes, and the government, tried to make that illegal. They said you couldn't go on strike unless the union approved it, unless the contract was violated. And so the Revolutionary Union formed something called the Right to Strike Committee. And the Right to Strike Committee led strikes across West Virginia, and it had a lot of influence. And a couple of its members were sent to federal prison for leading strikes. And the New York Times commented on how there were, thousands of people in West Virginia that were in right to strike committees led by Maoist communists. There was also an organization called Vietnam Veterans Against the War. And thousands of Americans had gone and fought in Vietnam and didn't like the war. And the veterans, the Vietnam Veterans Against the War, became dominated by communists. The Revolutionary Communist Party, took over Vietnam Veterans Against the War, and the Vietnam Veterans Against the War organization was pretty much controlled by Maoist communists. So I mentioned the Weather Underground, the terrorists, the people that wanted to recruit the hippies and engaged in the terrorist bombing. Well, they were doing this throughout the 1970s. They would blow up something every couple weeks. They would blow up a building. They would, and they bombed the U.S. Capitol at one point. They bombed the Pentagon at one point. They would always call in a threat prior to their bombing, and they didn't kill anybody, but it was still, it was like a symbolic act of destruction. They would blow up buildings with explosives. And usually they would have someone go into the bathroom and leave a suitcase with a bomb in it in a bathroom, and they blow up the bathroom. And at first when they did this, it got a lot of attention, but the media realized that the media attention kind of encouraged them, and so they stopped reporting on it and they stopped getting attention. And when their bombings would just not get reported on because the media didn't want to encourage them, and that was like a shift, right? The media didn't want to draw attention to them. And so they started to realize they were doing all these bombings, but they weren't getting any attention. They weren't really making a difference. People weren't really paying attention to them. So during these years, there was an older man who was a World War II veteran who'd been in the Communist Party. And his name was Clayton Van Lydegraf. And he was an older man who'd been in the Communist Party USA. And during World War II, he had been an American intelligence officer. This is very interesting. So he was a member of the Communist Party during the late 1930s, and like a good communist would, when World War II started, he joined the U.S. military, and they found out that he was a communist, and so they sent him to China, and his job was to airdrop weapons to the Chinese to fight Japan, and he oversaw the delivery of weapons to the Chinese communists and the Chinese KMT nationalists by the American government. So he was a spy for the American intelligence services, but he was very closely working with the Chinese intelligence services, and he was a spy. Basically, he was an assassin, and he was a weapons delivery guy, and he was a spook for the American intelligence. He was a spook for Chinese intelligence, and he came back to the United States after World War II, and then it became illegal to be a communist, so he disappeared. And it's widely reported, we don't know if it's true or not, that he then went to the Philippines and he was an assassin for the Chinese communists, the Chinese aligned communists of the Philippines, that he would murder people in the Philippine government as a hitman for Chinese intelligence, right? So this guy was a very violent fellow, Clayton Van Lydegraf. His day job was he was a refrigerator repairman. And he knew how to kill people, and he knew how to, blow things up and make bombs and deliver weapons. And, he was like a mafia hitman, basically, who was a communist. And so when the Weathermen were doing their bombings, he liked that. He was all about violence and stuff like that. So he joined, and he was older than all of them. And he became kind of the guru of the Weatherman terrorist organization. And so as the 1970s went on, no one was paying attention to the Weathermen. They would blow up something here, they'd blow up something there, and no one would pay attention. So Clayton Van Lydegraf said, why don't we write a manifesto? And they wrote a book called Prairie Fire, The Politics of Anti-Imperialism. And they distributed 20,000 copies of it across America. And they just left it in coffee shops and at colleges and universities and anywhere. They just distributed 20,000 copies of this manifesto, kind of explaining what the Weather Underground believed. And then he went above ground. He stopped functioning underground as an illegal terrorist, and he went above ground, and he started something called the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, which was people that were not underground but supported the Weathermen. And it was the above ground version of the Weather Underground. What's interesting is Clayton Van Lydegraf, he is a very shady person, was working with the CIA, or I guess it wasn't the CIA, it was US military intelligence, and then later with Chinese intelligence. He was an assassin and all of this. But the Weather Underground, what's interesting is they always had a huge amount of money. And we don't exactly know where all that money came from. A lot of it probably came from the fact that Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorner from millionaire families, right? And that their families just had millions of dollars and that they were from millionaires. Some of it could have been foreign money, and some of it could have been American government money, because the U.S. government, was using them. And Richard Nixon, thought, especially when they were doing the Days of Rage, that it would help, build the case for the silent majority. And the whole time they existed, they were heavily infiltrated by the FBI. The FBI was watching their every move. There were people that were directing the bombings that were in the FBI. So it's all very shady. And this is where that world of, I don't know what you call it, spook intelligence stuff. We don't really know what was going on. But the idea that these people just acted alone, they were not just acting alone. There were various intelligence agencies involved, and Clayton Van Lydegraf was an intelligence-connected person and an assassin and, a bomber, and and the FBI was deeply embedded into the Weather Underground the whole time. And so we really don't know, how much it was the American government making their bombings happening, how much it was maybe foreign, or we don't really know exactly what was going on. But one thing about the Weathermen was the Weather Underground terrorist group never had more than 30 members in the organization, but they had literally millions of dollars to fund their activities. And this is something that a lot of old boomer communists don't want to talk about. They get very uncomfortable if you point this out. But the Weather Underground, they always had millions of dollars to fund their activities, even though they were a very small group. And, this guy, Clayton Van Lydegraf, is a very, mysterious figure. So they were underground doing their bombings. Then Clayton Van Lydegraf goes public, and he starts the miracle. They have given their country a high-tech upgrade, internet access all across the country. They have provided education on massive scale. Since the end of the Vietnam War, they've seen their life expectancy go up by 17 years, and it just continues rising. The Vietnamese government has proceeded to raise people up from poverty. And it's not just Vietnam. I mean, you go to another part of the world, part of the reason we're pushing this bridge is because there is an economic expansion happening very, very rapidly. The rise of the BRICS countries. There's whole sections of the globe that we were taught about in school that they just kind of glossed over. It was like they weren't even important. Big sections, big land masses in Russian Far East, Mongolia, Central Asia, all these places that they just didn't used to matter. They're becoming electrified. And there's railway going through them. And there's people rising up from poverty and getting running water and electricity and modern technology. And what is happening in the Far East is very, very exciting. Meanwhile, here in the West, our economy is getting worse and worse and worse. I tell people that they're unpaving roads in the United States while they're paving roads in the most rural, isolated parts of China. They're literally unpaving the roads here in the United States. 27 different states have situations where local municipalities can't afford to maintain paved roads. They pull up the asphalt. We saw the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed. Remember that? That was in this part of the country. More recently, we saw the wildfires raging in Los Angeles. And then we found out part of the reason that the wildfires got so bad is because the local Democratic Party, Samantha Power and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent a bunch of the fire protection equipment to Ukraine. And so rather than having it there to provide and protect people, the fires were raging because they didn't have the proper equipment. Absolutely outrageous.
And it seems that our leaders in the United States are not loyal to the United States. They're loyal to an international financial system. They're loyal to defending this British Empire, globalist, imperialist way of doing things. They're loyal to Atlanticism and the international financial system that concentrates wealth in great cities like Wall Street, New York, like the London Stock Exchange. And not only does it suck the life out of the countries under its domination, but it's sucking the life out of the heartland of America. And we're getting poorer and poorer, and an internationalist elite is getting richer and richer and richer. And at this point, we have to ask ourselves what kind of country we want to be. When World War I broke out all over Europe, there was a woman living in Germany who was very, very opposed to World War I. She was eventually thrown in prison for her anti-war activism. Her name was Rosa Luxemburg. And Rosa Luxemburg, she wrote a pamphlet that she had to put out under a fake name because she didn't want to be arrested. And in that pamphlet, she said something very eerie. This was 1914, when World War I had just started. She said, "This world war is a regression into barbarism. The triumph of imperialism leads to the annihilation of civilization. At first, this happens sporadically for the duration of a modern war. But then, when the period of unlimited wars begins," think about unlimited wars, when the period of unlimited wars begins, it progresses towards its inevitable consequences. The triumph of imperialism and the collapse of all civilization, as in ancient Rome. Depopulation, desolation, degeneration, a great cemetery. She was saying that if the trends that began at the time of World War I were allowed to continue, the West itself would come apart, and Western civilization and Western society would deteriorate. And she compared it to the Roman Empire. As this war-based society became more and more individualistic and more committed to this global international financial system, eventually it just collapsed from within and deteriorated. And I think if we want to understand the role that we have to play as anti-imperialists and anti-globalists and people who want to see a new America where working families come first and speaking out against imperialism, I would like us to look at something very, very old, a very, very old text. Some of you might be wondering what this painting is. Well, this is a painting from 1844, and this is from Horace Vernet, the American painter, and it's his depiction of the Hebrew prophet Jeremiah from the Old Testament of the Bible. This is Jeremiah, the weeping prophet. And this is his depiction of this Hebrew prophet, Jeremiah. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah was born in the year 650 BC in the kingdom of Judea. And at that time, the kingdom of Judea was experiencing a lot of injustice, I guess you could say. At the time, the gap between the rich and poor in the kingdom of Judea was rising very significantly. And the rich people were becoming more and more ruthless. They were finding loopholes in the Hebrew law through which they could utilize poor people as slave laborers to build their great mansions. They also, according to the Hebrew law, they had provisions to care for widows and orphans, but those were being ignored, and widows and orphans were being left destitute and hungry. And at the same time, the rich were also engaging in human sacrifices, and they were burning infant babies, and they were engaging in all kinds of rituals and such. And Jeremiah was not from the priesthood. He was just an ordinary person. And he spoke up against the rich and powerful in the kingdom of Judea. And I want to point out something about that, because it's very, very easy to speak up against people who have no power. It's very, very easy to condemn people who have no power. And I hear that when you turn on CNN. You know, they'll sit there, some Hollywood celebrity. "I'm so morally opposed to these people who vote for Donald Trump. These people in Texas and Alabama, they're bad people. I condemn them. I morally oppose them. It's just so wrong." And they sit there, and then the cameras go down, and they're like, "All right, time to go party with P. Diddy. Time to get on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane." It's ridiculous. It's so easy to grandstand against people who have no power. But if you start calling out the rich, and you start calling out the powerful, that's when the consequences begin. And Jeremiah did that. And in fact, one of the people who was the most opposed to Jeremiah was the priesthood. Why? Because he was calling out the priesthood. He was saying that the priesthood, they were complicit in the crimes of the rich. They were complicit. They were enabling the rich to get away with what they were doing. And so he called out the priesthood, and he built a movement. And all kinds of people in the kingdom of Judea started gathering outside the temples to listen to Jeremiah's preaching, to put on sackcloth. And the message was, we've got to change our ways. We've got to repent. If not, we're going to lose our country. And he said that if they could change, and if they could start caring for the widows and orphans, and if they could, start having a society that was not tricking people into cheap labor, and if they could actually go back to their principles, they could save their country. He said, for if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, and you shed not innocent blood in this place, and neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in this land that I gave your fathers forever and ever. That if you can turn things around, we can stay here. But if not, we're going to lose our country. And Jeremiah was building this movement of people in the kingdom of Judea, calling out the rich and powerful, and he got a great boost in social media terms. There was somebody who really liked what Jeremiah had to say, and that was the king, Josiah. The king Josiah was seeing that they had enemies and that there were other countries that could attack them. And that,
an argument against Trotskyism is that it seems like it's particularly susceptible to pro-imperialist psyops.
Yes.
But now I kind of have to walk that back because I've always been very anti-Trotskyist, but I can't always exactly say that now because lots of groups calling themselves communist and Marxist-Leninists and all these things are just as useful to the imperialists as anybody else. So it's kind of like people have said on the stream before about the left-right thing. It's definitely a confusing time to be alive because I think you and I, Caleb, both can remember a time in our lives when we kind of thought that Stalin-style ML communism was the way, the truth, and the life. And now it's just not. It's not that simple. And we also see the problems and.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, at this point, we're moving away from using the communist label because it doesn't, at this point, to people that become communists, it means something that we're not. And to people that oppose communism, who are very good and anti-imperialist, it means something that it's not. And it's like we're innovationists now because, it's just such a mess, right? And that, it's like, it's like you almost can view the world as like, if you want to frame it in theological terms, it's like God and Satan are battling for control of this world. And that like God will have an idea and then Satan will be like, oh, well, I'm going to do my version of it. Right. And then Satan will have an idea and God will be like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do my version of it. You know what I mean? And that then there's a copy of the copy. Right. And then there's a response to the response. And it's like almost like everything that happens. And this is how there's like a weird duality in politics where it's like everything that happens, there's a version of it on the other side. I've noticed.
Yeah, it's a hall of mirrors. There has to be a decoy of everything.
Right. And that really, I'm at the point where are people pro-growth? Are they anti-growth? That is big. Are they critical of the censorship? And, do they want the human race to expand? They want the life expectancy to go up. They want the population to expand. Or do they want the population to go down? Are they just demonizing the countries that are under attack by imperialism, or are they pushing back against the war rhetoric? Like those are certain things to look for, and that how people explain it ideologically almost doesn't, it matters. It's like something I'll talk to them over coffee with, but it's not going to help me get anything done. If someone says, oh, Caleb, I agree with you about Trotsky, or I agree with you about Stalin, it's like, okay, well, when Donald Trump gets elected and he's under attack by the bulk of his own class, and he appoints Tulsi Gabbard, who is more friendly to Russia and has met with Bashar Assad to be the director of intelligence to like try to stick it to the CIA. Are you going to help me be in the streets to kind of mobilize some intervention there or not? Right. And what you think about Stalin really, it doesn't really answer that question.
I love what John McCarthy said, one of our CPI members, for anybody new watching. That, I don't know if I should pull it up because I don't want to misquote it, but I think he said, saying that both wings in this division in the ruling class are equally bad is just as foolish as saying trust the plan, and it's like I think that we need to try to influence Trump's cabinet and not just give up on go to this ultra leftist thing of like both sides are capitalist Zionists. That's like a kindergarten level analysis of what's going on.
Right, it is, and it's like we have the opportunity, and it's like it's about the balance of forces, right? If a lot of the people supporting Tulsi Gabbard were anti-Israel, there's a good chance that Tulsi Gabbard would be much more open to that perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as I've said, I mean, the fact that Tulsi Gabbard was persuaded on Korea and on Syria, it's like, why not Palestine? It might
Yeah.
be harder, but I don't think it's impossible. I mean, what choice do we have but to try to convince people that we don't need a nuclear war and so forth?
Right. I mean, and the point is, we're struggling. We see divisions in the ruling class. We see divisions. How can we make ourselves relevant and push our agenda of anti-imperialism and ultimately put forward what we view as the solution? And that's the question, right? And if the question is just to kind of like feel right on the internet, which is so much of what the culture is, right? It's just how can I prove that I am right on the internet? It's just like what do you get from that? It's like, I mean, it's like I've never been to a funeral where they're like, Bob died. But folks, there was that time that Bob was right on the internet, and we'll never forget that. Everyone remembers that day. Bob was right on the internet, and that's what he'll always go down in history for, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like
and that's another reason of moving away from the communist label is because for so many people, being a communist is about having the moral high ground in internet debates. That's not an exaggeration. That's what being a communist is in America.
Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, which is this activist group of like young college kids who think the weathermen are like right on, and they want to be hippie radicals, and they think the weathermen blowing things up is really cool or whatever. So then the weathermen launched a convention. They decided they were going to have a conference in 1976 called the National Hard Times Conference, right? Because you had the Wildcat summer that happened in Detroit, and you had the strikes that were going on, and you had all of that was going on, and so even though the weatherman's line was that white workers were inherently reactionary and all of that, there were strikes going on, and the economy was starting to experience a downturn. So January of 1976, they had this convention called the National Hard Times Conference, and they invited almost every communist group, and they all gathered, and there was a lot of infighting and chaos, and it was like a national convention of the new communist movement of the various Maoist groups. And at the end of it, they agreed to have a protest on July 4th against the bicentennial, right? So, the U.S. Declaration of Independence was signed in 1776. 1976 was the 200-year anniversary of America. It was the bicentennial. So the National Hard Times Conference and all the communist groups, they announced they were going to have a protest in Philadelphia against the 1776 bicentennial. And their protest was going to be called a bicentennial without colonies and without political prisoners. And that's what theirs was going to be called. Well, the Revolutionary Communist Party, they did not agree with that approach, right? They thought bicentennial without colonies, without political prisoners, they thought that wasn't aimed at the majority. So the Revolutionary Communist Party called their own rally on the other side of town on the same day called "We've Carried the Rich for 200 Years. Let's get them off our backs." And so there were two big communist rallies in Philadelphia to counter the bicentennial. This is very interesting because, the bicentennial without colonies was much bigger. It was about 20,000 people gathered. Black Panthers, they bust in Native Americans from the reservations. Again, the weathermen were really the ones that were running the whole thing, the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee. But every communist group was involved. The Black Panthers, they bust in Native Americans from reservations, the Puerto Rican nationalist groups, and the Young Lords, and every communist group you ever heard of, Trotskyites and Maoists and all of that. And they had about 20,000 people. And the Revolutionary Communist Party, they had their own rally on the other side of town. It was about 5,000 people. So the RCP's rally was about a quarter the size of the other rally. However, if you get on the internet, it is very, very hard to find any images of bicentennial without colonies. Why? Because it was just a collection of identity politics and every cause you ever heard of, and it was just kind of, America's a racist country. It oppresses Native Americans. It oppresses gay people. It oppresses black people, and it's a colonial country. It was just kind of a mishmash of people gathering to denounce America on the bicentennial. Whereas the Revolutionary Communist Party's rally was very clear. Everyone knew what they were saying. And they were saying, we've carried the rich for 200 years. Let's get them off our backs. And, you have a poster there with black and white workers together. Jobs are income. We won't fight another rich man's war. And the Revolutionary Communist Party's rally had a much bigger impact. And this photo comes from that rally. And this photo is very famous. And this is the Vietnam Veterans Against the War, which was led by the Revolutionary Communist Party. This was their contingent at the rally. And these are all Vietnam veterans who showed up in their uniforms with a banner, "We won't fight another rich man's war." And this is really important to talk about because the Revolutionary Communist Party's approach was they were aiming for the masses of Americans. They wanted to build a mass communist movement, whereas the Weathermen, Prairie Fire, and all the communist groups that went along with them were just kind of building this identity politics leftist thing. The Revolutionary Communist Party was not trying to build the left. They were trying to build a working class anti-imperialist movement. And the Weathermen, they were trying to build, they were just trying to build a leftist identity politics movement. And that kind of shows you that if you pack a bigger punch, if you're giving a mass populist message, even if your rally is much smaller, it'll have a bigger impact, right? This photo has just gone down in history, whereas I can't even find any photos of bicentennial without colonies. The RCP's rally made a big splash. It was a class-conscious anti-imperialist rally, and the other rally, it was much bigger and all that, but it didn't really make a splash. I've played it on these streams before, but I want to take this opportunity to play. The RCP recorded a song for their rally for the bicentennial, and the song was called 200 Years. It was by the band that the RCP had called Prairie Fire. So I want to play the 200 Years song for you. Right? Again, this was a mass populist, working class, anti-imperialist approach that the RCP had during these years. And even though they were not as, big, it had a much bigger punch. So here we go. This is 200 Years by Prairie Fire.
When I get home from work each day, it feels like I just worked 200 years. When I see all the bills I gotta pay, seem like to take 200 years. And now we hear this fella celebrate the latest boss's game. But who they calling us? Every day we're fighting the hell. 200 years. 200 years is bicentennial this whole. 200 years. The rich want us to slave for them. 200 more. 200 years. 200 years, these parasites have sucked our blood. But let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. Well, that must have been some party dumped that British tea back then 200 years. And that must have been some struggle dumping British tyranny back 200 years. But sending King George packing made the rich here free to build their own empire and change and wage slavery. 200 years. 200 years. This bicentennial is for 200 years. The rich want us to slave for them. 200 more. 200 years. These parasites have sucked our blood. Let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. Well, our class built this country. We have labored, we have slaved 200 years. Oh, but they're the class that runs it, taking all the wealth we've made 200 years.
They're coming down, their time is up. 200 years is long.
And their rule has brought us misery, unemployment, crime, and war. But every decent thing we have, our class has fought on for.
200 years.
200 years.
This bicentennial is for 200 years.
The rich want us to slave for them 200 more.
200 years.
200 years. These parasites that suck our blood. Let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. They've hired the finest minds to find out how their system's gonna last 200 years.
It's coming down, their time is up. 200 years is long.
And they're working overtime to cover up the past 200 years.
They're coming down, their time is up. 200 years is long.
And they promise peace and plenty as they plan another war. But they've got a little problem, we're not taking any more.
200 years.
200 years.
This bicentennial is for 200 years.
The rich want us to slave for them 200 more.
200 years.
200 years. These parasites that suck our blood. Let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. Fellow workers, to our class belongs the future, and it isn't gonna wait 200 years. Oh no. Well, the rich man's time is up, and he's gonna get the cake in a few more years. And with their system in museums, with the relics of the past, we'll build that future when the workers rule at last. 200 years. 200 years.
This bicentennial is for 200 years.
Want us to slave for them
200 more. 200 years.
200 years. These parasites that suck our blood. But let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough. We'll bring them down. Their time is up. 200 years is long enough. We'll bring them down. Their time is up. 200 years is long enough. We'll bring them down. Their time is up. 200 years is long enough.
200 years.
200 years.
This bicentennial is for 200 years.
The rich want us to slave for them 200 more.
200 years.
200 years. These parasites that suck our blood. Let's get them off our backs. Say it, let's get them off our backs. All right, let's get them off our backs. 200 years is long enough.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, I look at the images. This is the best thing the Revolutionary Communist Party ever did. And I will say, as much as the RCP had issues, if we had rallies like this going on across America right now, we would be in a much better space. I mean, this is real anti-imperialism aimed at the broad masses of Americans, I really think that, what they did, we've carried the rich for 200 years. Now let's get them off our backs. That is almost a model for what like real anti-imperialist organizing should look like in our time. We need that kind of message out there. But anyway, unfortunately, as I said, this is a tragic story. Well, I'm going to get to the sad part now because by the end of the 70s, it was very clear these folks were not having success for a number of reasons. The main reason being that the U.S. working class didn't want to hear it because the economy was still very good. Now, San Francisco in 1978 was a center of all of these communist groups. They all had people there. The Bay Area, Berkeley, that's where the Revolutionary Communist Party started. That's where the free speech movement had been. The Maoist groups, there were a lot of Maoist groups in the Bay Area. There was a magazine called Ramparts Magazine that was widely read. That was like a pro-communist magazine everywhere. And, it was also the center of the gay rights movement. And that was because if you got kicked out of the U.S. military for being gay, they dropped you in San Francisco. And that started during World War II. And San Francisco became known as like a gay city. And, it was like so there was a gay rights movement in San Francisco. There were all kinds of communist groups that existed. Many of them were heavily infiltrated by the government. And this is where Project MK Ultra was based out of, Haight-Ashbury and Operation Midnight Climax. And that's a whole, rabbit hole you can go down sometime if you want to read about, especially San Francisco was like ground zero for all kinds of weird CIA experiments and stuff going on. Anyhow, in San Francisco, because the communist groups were quite popular and all of that, they elected a mayor who was like a Bernie Sanders type, and his name was George Moscone. And George Moscone, he was a left-wing mayor, and he aligned himself with a guy named Harvey Milk. And Harvey Milk was the first openly gay elected official. And both of them got a lot of support from the guy in the white robe there, and that was Reverend Jim Jones. And Reverend Jim Jones was a Pentecostal minister who called himself a communist. He said that he was the combined reincarnation of both Jesus and Lenin in one body. And he was sent to Earth to announce the death of God, to announce that God was
called the ISO, the International Socialist Organization. I think they merged into DSA recently after some sexual assault scandals or something. But I used to hate them because it was very wealthy kids from like Harvard and Yale, and they dressed really fancy, and they were just the snobbery. I mean, and a lot of people just had the same experience. If you were a working class person who couldn't afford to like pay $500 plus all your meals and housing when you'd go to their conference every year, you couldn't, dish out the cash. They didn't want you, and it was very much a rich kids club. And it was just this kind of like hobby for rich kids. And in a lot of ways, it was just this kind of, and the other thing that also I've noticed about this is it was considered to be like a college phase. Have you ever heard that? And I would always hear people quote to me, well, if you're not a communist when you're 20, you have no heart. But if you're still a communist when you're 40, you have no brain.
Yeah. And
I like to use that for anarchism, though.
Well, there you go. It was a lot of these groups, in a way, it was like you'd be at Harvard or Yale or Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland or something like that. And you're young and you're kind of an intellectual and you study these ideas. So you join one of these little groups and you sell their newspaper. And after about a year or two, you realize this group is never really going to grow. It's never going to be part mainstream current. And then, you go back to graduate school and move on with your life. Right. And that's kind of, Gen X post 1960s. That's what being a communist really was. And so, when I would go out and sell newspapers, I would often get really kind of snide responses from people because they were used to that. It's like, give it 2 years, you'll grow up out of this. The revolution won't come. And they weren't wrong, because that's what happened with communism in this kind of late Cold War normal, where it was kind of this middle class phase. But that's because we're not out of the movement and to the masses. We're not going lower and deeper to the real masses. We're still in this kind of, I don't even know what you want to call it, this cosmopolitan bohemian, it's whatever that is, right? And that's what we need to get away from.
In terms of like people who actually are publicly known for talking about communism, you and I are actually fairly different from what is. We're both from small towns in the Midwest. I didn't actually finish college. I went into community college on a Pell Grant, and I did not finish it.
You could have been on Kamala Harris's thing.
I could have. Other than being white.
It sounds like what you grew out of, Caleb, was not communism, but this sort of synthetic left Congress for Cultural Freedom infiltration of communism in favor of an actual Marxist analysis.
I mean, I remember when I was in these communist groups, I would be like, is anybody normal? Like that was, I was in a communist current, and it was a lot of very smart people and group of high achieving people. I worked with Leslie Feinberg, who was the first openly trans activist in the United States, and I worked with another guy who was like a mathematics genius, right? He had no college degree, but he became like the sports statistician for the New York Knicks. And he was also the only person in New York City history to be arrested for owning a live alligator, Yeah,
That's the best sounding stuff. I want to know more about this man, but not
right.
really.
He ended up getting kicked out of the group I was in because he wrote a book about physics that they didn't agree with, so they expelled him. It was just like ridiculous.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
That's dumb.
Yeah, and like there was somebody else who, like, their cousin was a very famous, like, you would know the name, a Hollywood film director. There's somebody else whose like relative was like, whose father was like a famous, TV personality that I would also, if I name. It was like there was nobody who was like a normal person, right? And that was what I was thinking. I was like, we need average people in Kansas and Idaho and North Carolina and South Carolina and California. We need just average American families to say, you know what, communism's right for us. And when I would say things like that, people would just look at me like, why would they do that? Like, why would we ever try to appeal to those people?
Yeah, it's not right for them. They hate everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, so you really want to have a revolution? You want to take power? But it's like the idea of reaching average people is this like absurd, like crazy idea.
Right. To have people support communism is like a negative thing.
Yeah. Right. And then there was this kind of, they were like out of touch. And I noticed that.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
So next up, we'd like to welcome up the founder of the Center for Political Innovation.
We're here today to do something that brings us all together. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, leftists, rightists, whatever your ideology is, war still kills you. War still destroys you. And what's happening in the world right now is very, very frightening. Praying for peace with China. We're praying for peace in the Caribbean, peace in Latin America, peace in Asia, peace in Africa. It's something we can all agree on. And in the back, I want you to notice we brought a banner with us. And that banner has a beautiful picture on it. And that's a picture, regardless of how you feel about American politics, that was a historic moment. When Donald Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un, that was a historic moment. And one thing I think that we can recognize here is that if Korea could come together, if Korea could reconcile, the whole world could come together. If we had peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Dead. He had this group called the People's Temple. It was called the People's Temple. That's interesting. It says that Rumble ended my stream, which is very interesting. Did Rumble end my stream, or am I still going on Rumble? Am I still on Rumble? That's interesting. I'm getting notification that Rumble ended my stream. Let's see if that's for real. It could just be a glitch. Yeah, it's just a glitch. It's just a glitch. I'm still working on Rumble. Okay, sorry about that. False alarm. But anyway, Reverend Jim Jones, he had this church that was largely African American in Oakland, California. And they claimed to be communists, and they also claimed Reverend Jim Jones had healing power, and they were a big church, and they supported George Moscone, the mayor of San Francisco, and they supported Harvey Milk, the first gay elected official, even though they were not pro-LGBT, right? And in fact, one of their beliefs was that everyone was secretly gay, that every person was gay. And was in denial about their homosexuality, but through Reverend Jim Jones' teachings, you could be cured of your homosexuality. A very strange religious sect, to say the least. But it was this largely African-American Pentecostal church that called themselves communists. Details started emerging about what went on in the church. A lot of abuse, violence, and I think when you joined the church, you had to write a letter in your own handwriting saying that you had molested your own children, so that if you ever betrayed the church, they could give that to the authorities and you would lose custody of your children. Just, things like that. It was a really crazy group. After George Moscone was elected mayor, as details about how kind of crazy Reverend Jim Jones' group was emerged. They all moved to Guyana, which was a country in South America that had a military junta that was leading it that was aligned with the Soviet Union. And so they moved to Guyana, and then we all know what happened in 1978. They committed suicide. It was a mass suicide, and a lot of people say mass suicide is not really the best way to describe what happened, because a lot of the people who died were children. And there were a number of people who were forcibly injected with cyanide. They didn't drink it, but it was considered to be a mass suicide. They all drank Kool-Aid. That's not exactly what happened. But it was about 900 Americans were killed in Jonestown. It was a pretty horrific incident. So after the Jonestown incident, which, I mean, people ask questions about what was going on there, was, because apparently, Reverend Jim Jones, he was the housing director of San Francisco, and he was very tied in with the Democratic Party. And there was, CIA stuff going on all over the Bay Area. People don't know exactly what was going on there, but this religious group that called themselves communists had been a big fixture in San Francisco politics. Then they moved to Guyana, and then they committed mass suicide. So couple weeks after that, George Moscone, the mayor of San Francisco, who had aligned himself with some of the communist groups, and Harvey Milk, who also aligned himself with the communist groups, they were murdered in City Hall. And that's how Dianne Feinstein became mayor of San Francisco. She was sworn in as mayor, and she's the one who discovered their bodies. And that whole situation is very shady. But it was quite a gross, ugly thing. And again, that's kind of, as we get towards the end of the 70s, the atmosphere in America politically got to be very, very dark. Drugs were everywhere. Different political and religious groups were fighting against each other. The CIA and FBI was infiltrating all these different groups. And the atmosphere in the late 70s in America was quite gross and ugly. And the Jonestown mass suicide incident is one example of that, and the assassination of Harvey Milk and George Moscone. Now, part of why the new communist movement was declining was that China was the country that they had looked to for inspiration, and China's politics was changing. Right? China was starting in the early 70s. They'd been aligning with the United States against the Soviet Union, which had been very confusing for a lot of these communist groups, because a lot of these people, their entire background had been, protesting against U.S. wars and against U.S. imperialism. So when China was saying the Soviet Union was the main danger, that was very confusing for them. And then in 1976, Mao Zedong died, and the Gang of Four, which were the leaders of the Cultural Revolution, were arrested. Then in 1978, Deng Xiaoping came to power, and he announced that the Cultural Revolution was over, and he launched the reform and opening up, the market reforms in China. So that confused these groups like crazy, because they had all said that China was the center of world revolution, and that China was the communist country they were trying to emulate. The Soviet Union they felt was stodgy. At the very least, they thought it was not revolutionary. Some of them thought it was capitalist and another imperialist empire. But they didn't like the Soviet Union. They liked China. But then China was changing. It was adopting market socialist policies. It was arresting the Gang of Four, who'd been the leaders of the Cultural Revolution. It had been aligning with the United States and its foreign policy for a long time, which is why some people wonder if some of these new communist movement groups were being supported by the government to begin with, because they, it was like a way to show China that America was friendly, right? Many people suspect that some of these new communist movement groups were actually set up by the American government as a way of as a gesture to China, right? Again, CIA, FBI stuff was all through these different communist groups, and it was very confusing. So then China's politics were really, really changing. And so how did these communist groups react? Well, the October League, which was, one of these big communist groups, they embraced Deng Xiaoping and the market reforms. And that's their leader, Mike Klonsky, toasting with Hao Guofeng, who was Mao Zedong's successor. And they immediately supported Deng Xiaoping. They condemned the Gang of Four, etc. The Revolutionary Communist Party, they had an internal fight that got very ugly. And then they declared that China had restored capitalism. And actually, when Deng Xiaoping came to the United States in 1979, they had a protest outside the White House that got very violent, and hundreds of people were arrested. And then earlier in the day, when Deng Xiaoping had his press conference at the White House, 2 RCP members actually penetrated White House grounds. They were let into the White House by the Air Force. The U.S. Air Force gave them credentials, which is really crazy, right? Why would the U.S. Air Force give credentials to a communist group? That doesn't happen, right? But the U.S. Air Force gave them credentials. They went in and then they attacked Deng Xiaoping. They ran at Deng Xiaoping with their little red books. And they were obviously arrested for assaulting a foreign national. Now, this whole incident was very crazy. You had this death to Deng Xiaoping rally. You had RCP people, inside the White House running at Deng Xiaoping and threatening him. We now know that this was a deep state operation. That the John Birch Society had an intelligence agency at the time called Western Goals. And it was a nonprofit that trained people to infiltrate communist groups and use the communist groups and manipulate them for Republicans and conservatives. And the RCP at this point was controlled by Western Goals, and that many of the most prominent leaders of the RCP were actually John Birch Society members, conservatives who'd been trained by the nonprofit called Western Goals. And they didn't want China to have diplomatic relations with the United States. They thought Jimmy Carter giving diplomatic recognition to China was a mistake. They thought China was a communist country. They didn't trust China. So it appears that this whole thing was set up by Western Goals. This intelligence agency used the RCP to threaten Deng Xiaoping, to harass Jimmy Carter. And, the Los Angeles, I think it was the LA Times, ran an interview or an article about Bob Avakian, claiming that the leader of the RCP, Bob Avakian, was calling for the assassination of Jimmy Carter. Now, he sued them for defamation because he did not call for assassinating Jimmy Carter, and he won a settlement. But it was very clear that the RCP was basically being used by the John Birch Society and by far right-wing groups to push against U.S. diplomatic relations with China. And the RCP split during these years. The people who still supported China broke away. This is when the RCP very much became, centered around Bob Avakian. He became their leader. And he was, and he eventually fled the country and he moved to Paris and he directed the group from Paris for a number of years. And this is something I've researched quite a bit. What's also interesting is, right after the death to Deng Xiaoping rally, the RCP, you had during these years, you had the Iran hot
too. I mean, people would say things to me that I could just tell these people had never really been in the real world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They always been in this milieu. I had someone tell me that, I'm from Ohio, and someone told me once that everyone in Ohio believes that Jews have horns and tails and are born with horns and tails. And I said to them, I am from Ohio, and I can tell you, I have never met anyone in my entire life who thinks that Jews are born with horns and tails. Never.
Well,
but they swore, no, this is what people think. They know it. They've talked to people. And it's like, no, go outside of Greenwich Village for a few days, please. And then, of course, there's an angle that you can go from, which then it kind of turns into this weird white savior complex.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that gets even weirder. It's kind of the belief that average white people, if they're socially conservative, they're the Ku Klux Klan, they're satanic, right? If a white person comes around and says they don't believe in gay marriage, well, they need to be banned, get away from me, fascist, But if a black person comes around and says, well, I'm a Christian, I don't believe in gay marriage, there's this opposite, condescending attitude. Of course you think that,
Yeah. And
Yes.
it's dehumanizing to people of color to not treat that idea the same way.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you should be able to talk to a white person or a black person about why you personally support gay marriage. Right?
100%.
And you should just dismiss the white person who is opposed to gay marriage, and you shouldn't have a condescending, disrespectful attitude toward the black person who dismisses it.
Where you can't critically engage with them.
When I posted, for example, that I was willing to work with people opposed to abortion and gay marriage, I immediately got a lot of people saying, of course a white male would say that. I wasn't necessarily even talking about white people. The Nation of Islam is opposed to abortion and gay marriage, and they are not a white organization, I'll tell you that much. I risked my life on a ship to Yemen with a group of Iranian doctors and Iranian members of parliament, and they were all very opposed to abortion and gay marriage, and they were not white, I'll tell you that much. It's just like, but it's this belief that like conservatives are white and people of color.
Like, what they think in their core is that people of color aren't smart enough to critically engage.
Yeah, it is a secret racism that is somehow like good.
And it's so true. Like, thinking of conservative ideology as a strictly white thing. I mean, as someone growing up in a very Catholic, very Hispanic community with mostly people of color, it's like, this is not a white exclusive issue. Like, the people that I was around, do you want to hear their views about abortion? Like, the Hispanic communities in the Catholic Church, you think they support gay marriage and abortion rights? It's like, no.
Yeah, I mean, social conservatism tends to be prominent among working class people wherever you go in the world.
Especially religious people.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's, I mean, and that more middle class people tend to be more socially liberal. That's not an endorsement
And less
of
religious.
conservatism.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. And these this middle class strata, they kind of live in a delusion about that. And I think that's weird. And because the memo has gone out that now we're having this woke makeover of U.S. society, now it's like, well, people of color are just innocent victims, so we're not going to acknowledge they have any socially conservative views, but we're going to associate socially conservative views with
It's just papering over the material reality.
And the main thing is, we have not really, as a movement, talked about the fall of the Soviet Union. And we need to talk about it, right? The Soviet Union fell. Socialism has changed. The Soviet Union's never coming back. And that's a conversation that the socialist movement really needs to have. And part of the reason I think there's so much, bread tube is out there is, at the end of the day, those of us who believe in socialism, we don't know what we believe. You see the average, you go to a protest, you'll see some old communist selling a newspaper, point at them and say, what is Venezuela? And you won't get an answer. Or if you do, it'll be a wacky answer that you won't like, right? That we as a movement, the international communist movement around the world is having these conversations. In China, they're having these conversations. Latin America, they're having these conversations. But the U.S. Marxist left is not having these conversations. We need to update our ideology. We need to talk about what happened. What happened with the fall of the Soviet Union? Why was it that this happened? And a lot of documents are coming out in Chinese about this. A lot of documents have been published in Latin America. Whole volumes of books have been written. But we need to talk about it as a group. So I'm glad I was able to contribute, some of my observations about this.
Caleb, thank you so much for this. This was just fantastic. Anything you want to plug before we head out?
Well, sure. Well, now that my BreadTube book is validated, you can still get a copy of it. So.
You should very much get a copy of this book.
The way the rich were behaving and conducting themselves was tearing apart the social fabric they would need to resist a foreign invader. So King Josiah, who was himself from the rich and powerful class, decided he was going to boost Jeremiah. So he began promoting Jeremiah and encouraging people to listen to Jeremiah's speeches and promoting him. And Jeremiah was able to thrive and build this mass movement because he was trying to hold the country together. But then the king died. And after the king died, the new king who came in was somebody who was in with the rich and their human sacrifices and their parties and didn't want to hear what Jeremiah had to say. And so this new king did not protect Jeremiah from the priesthood. And the priesthood moved in to very ruthlessly begin to persecute Jeremiah. Jeremiah was publicly flogged, and he was placed into a pillory in front of the temple. And his family abandoned him and denounced him. And the priests even forbid him from ever getting married because they wanted to just stick it to him, right? Imagine such an awful thing to do to somebody, to deny them the right to get married. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, chapter 20, he's crying out to God as he's in the pillory, as he's being humiliated, as he's being persecuted. He's crying out to God and saying, I wish I didn't have to say this. I wish I didn't have to speak the truth. And he says, I wish that I could just have held it in and not said these things that would get me in so much trouble. He says, then I said, I will not mention him nor speak any more his name. But his word was in mine heart as a burning fire shut up within my bones. And I was wearying of forbearing, and I could not stay. He couldn't hold in the truth. He knew what was going on. He knew how unjust it was, and he just
couldn't hold back. He had to keep speaking despite all the persecution he was facing, despite losing his family, despite being put in a pillory, despite not being allowed to marry. He had to keep speaking up. And he's saying to God, why can't you just let me not say it? Why are you not letting me just hold back? That's Jeremiah. And what happened? Well, after Jeremiah was subjected to all this persecution and was isolated, was made into a social pariah, what happened? Well, Babylon invaded the kingdom of Judea, and the Israelites were subjected to 70 years of enslavement. And everybody knew that Jeremiah was right. And the whole reason we have the book of Jeremiah is because somebody, it's funny, this painting is inaccurate. Jeremiah was illiterate, so there's no way he could have been writing. This is an inaccurate painting. Back then, most people couldn't read or write. But Jeremiah, at that point, everyone realized he was right, and he fled to Egypt, and a scribe named Baruch transcribed his very poetic sermons so they can be preserved. And for the 70 years that the Israelites were held in captivity, they were all saying, Jeremiah was right. If only we had listened to Jeremiah. He was right. He was warning us that if we didn't turn around, we were going to be destroyed. We were going to lose our country. But we didn't listen. And look what happened. Now, it's kind of a sad story, but the reason it's important is because Jeremiah became kind of the archetype, right? Fast forward 600 years to when John the Baptist was going around, the voice crying out in the wilderness, wearing camel skin and eating locusts. Well, everybody knew he was modeling himself on Jeremiah. Jeremiah was the archetype that all the Hebrew scholars studied. And later, we've all heard that one of the famous deeds of Jesus Christ is driving the money changers out of the temple. Well, what did Jesus Christ say as he was driving the money changers out of the temple? He says, "You have converted my Father's house into a den of thieves." Well, he was quoting Jeremiah. And to the people that were listening to him in the temple, the scribes, the Pharisees, that word ringed well because Jeremiah had said those very same words in that very same place. So Jesus was quoting Jeremiah. But what does this all have to do with America, right? We're thousands of years in the future. Well, I think that's quite a lot to say about our time. But why do we have the Second Amendment in the United States? Why do we have the right to bear arms? We have the right to bear arms because our country was started by English religious dissenters. In England in 1649, there was a war between the Parliament and the King. And the King aligned himself with the Church of England. And so the Parliament, which represented the emerging capitalist system overthrowing feudalism, aligned itself with the Puritans and the Roundheads and the Muggletonians and the Ranters and the Quakers and all kinds of radical street preachers who didn't go along with the Church of England. And they rallied and they protested and they built an army and they defeated the King of England and they cut his head off in 1649. They cut the head of the King of England off. Oliver Cromwell led the English Civil War in which the King of England was beheaded. The English Civil War was quite wild. There was one of these religious dissenters was the Diggers. And they seized control of St. George's Hill. And they created an agricultural socialist commune in England. Very temporarily. And it was just a radical uprising. And at the time, information technology had really changed because this thing called the printing press. And there were thousands of pamphlets being distributed all over England as people were reading the Bible for themselves and reading pamphlets about politics and arguing about who should have the right to vote. It was an upsurge of democracy that these radical preachers, these English religious dissenters were part of. So after all of that was over, and after Oliver Cromwell died, they wanted to kind of cool things down in England. So what did they do? They brought the son of the king who had been beheaded, they brought him back, Charles II. He was fled to France. They brought him back and they put him on the throne. One of the first laws that Charles II made was that no religious dissenter could own a gun. No religious dissenter may own a gun. Why? He didn't want to get his head cut off, just like his father. Well, at that point, a lot of the English dissenters said, now they're taking away our guns. And that's because they don't want us to be able to defend ourselves when what comes next. And they started packing up and fleeing to the New World, to the United States. And when the American Revolution happened, we had the Constitution. But you'll notice that the first time the Constitution was proposed, the 13 colonies didn't accept it. They wouldn't ratify the Constitution unless it had 10 amendments to it, changes. And the First Amendment was, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, meaning there will not be a church imposed on you, no church in England imposed on you. You have the right to be religious in your own way, and you will never have a state religion imposed on you, or restricting free exercise thereof, meaning we will never repress your right to practice your religion as you choose. And then the Second Amendment was, you'll never take our guns away, and you'll never render us defenseless. Yeah. We fast forward to the time we're living in now, and we think about the moment that we're in now, where it seems like the question of the American Revolution, and a question that has hung over U.S. society, is once again back. Are we going to be an imperialist country, or are we going to be a country where working families come first? Are we going to embrace the English system, or are we going to embrace the American system? Or are we going to be a civilization of the sea, or a civilization of the land? Because the rich and powerful, they look at the United States, and they don't see a country full of vast resources and population. They see overpopulation. Too many people. We need to drive down the population, reduce consumption. And they don't look at the population as having potential and having the ability to innovate and invent new things. They see us as an obnoxious horde that needs to be managed. And there is a real divide. Donald Trump gave a speech before he came back to office during his time during the Biden administration. He gave a speech where he talked about the quantum leap. And he talked about building cities all across the American heartland.
We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hardworking families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream.
And he also talked about increasing, paying out a bonus to every family in America that would have children.
And lowering the cost to build a single-family home. And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom.
This is very, very interesting because at the same time, the World Economic Forum and the Club of Rome and all of the rich and powerful are talking about overpopulation and reducing the population. There are two distinct alternative views before the world right now. And so what we need is for Donald Trump to be King Josiah. We need Donald Trump to see that it's time to have...
Hey friends, I just got to Minnesota for our workshop. I just wanted to give my analysis of something very quickly. So you all will have seen that Donald Trump, he just declared a number of drug cartel organizations to be legally designated terrorists under the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. Now, I do want to say that I oppose this because I oppose this legislation. I think the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act that was passed by Bill Clinton is unconstitutional because it enables people to be subject to sanctions without due process. People are declared terrorists just because the president said so. They have no opportunity to defend themselves. On top of that, the definition of material support under that law is so vague that it could be used to persecute free speech or free association. So I'm against Trump taking this move. But I do think it's coming from a good place because you'll notice a number of mainstream outlets and neoconservative voices are opposed to it. Why? It makes it difficult for the U.S. intelligence community to financially support and embed itself with the drug cartels. Everybody knows the drug cartels in Mexico are armed with U.S. military-grade weapons. And everybody knows that one of these particular gangs, one based in Venezuela, has been used by the American government against the Venezuelan socialist government of Nicolas Maduro. They've been using this particular gang to try and overthrow Maduro. So Trump's piece of legislation declaring the drug cartels to be terrorists makes it harder for the intelligence community to covertly give weapons and funding to the drug cartels, to use the drug cartels as proxies against governments like Venezuela or Nicaragua, which has also been targeted by drug cartels that are supported by U.S. intelligence. So overall, what Trump is trying to do is prevent the intelligence agencies from being able to use the drug cartels as proxies. There's a division within the American deep state, and the regime change globalist apparatus sees drug cartels as useful foot soldiers to fight against governments they don't like, as assassins, as hit squads. Whereas there's another layer, people that are around Trump and ICE and Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, that say these drug cartels are so dangerous, everything needs to be done to oppose them, and any coddling or support or indirect support for them needs to be cut off. So that's where the division is. That's why Trump gave them this designation. I'm technically against it because I don't support the law that makes it possible, but overall I think it's a good thing that the U.S. intelligence community and the covert efforts to support these drug cartels will at least be more difficult and less likely in the future. So in Iran, they have elections, they have different political parties. However, they have this thing called the Guardian Council. And the Guardian Council is made up of the top Islamic scholars in the country, the most well-respected Islamic leaders. And before the election, they approve or disapprove the candidates. If you're running for president of Iran, you're running for the parliament, they make sure that you are in line with the teachings of the Islamic Revolution. And if you are, you can run for office. And if you win the election, you get your seat. And if you're not, you're disqualified. And when I was talking to the Iranians, I thought this was fascinating. They said, you know what, Caleb, we have the Guardian Council. We're not a pure democracy in Iran. We're not. We're a guided democracy. We're a democracy guided by our religious leaders, the religious leaders, the founders of our revolution, the people that overthrew the Western-backed dictator, that defeated the Iraqi invaders. They, oversee the democracy to make sure that the democracy flows from our religious tradition. They said, you have the same thing in America. Right? In America, you have a Guardian Council. It's called Wall Street. It's called Wall Street. In America, you can run for office. Anyone can run for office, but the big corporations decide who's a real candidate and who's not. And they vet, and they only allow people to be real candidates if Wall Street approves of them, right? If the big corporations and the mainstream media approve of a candidate, they get selected. They're allowed to be a real candidate. And if not, then they don't get treated as a real candidate. And we get to vote. But at the end of the day, we only get to vote for people. The only ones that have any chance are the ones that are approved by the people with the money. And they said, so which is better? Is it better to have a government that is guided by people who are the founders of your country, who are the most well-respected religious scholars, who overthrew a brutal dictator, who drove out foreign invaders? Or is it better to just happen to have the people be in charge, whoever just happens to have the most money? Right? And that is a really good point, because, and this is what you need to understand about imperialism. I'm talking about a lot of different topics. Imperialism, and the way imperialism works, it's often de facto rule. Right? And this is something that it just drives me crazy. Imperialism rules, and it claims it's not ruling. It's only dictatorship when they are allowed to lose. As long as they get their way, it's not dictatorship. For example, right? In the 1990s, they said that Russia was a democracy. Right? In the 1990s, the Russian government was overthrown. You had the Russian, the Russian Federation was created. The Soviet Union was overthrown. And they elected this guy, Boris Yeltsin, to be the president. And then Boris Yeltsin started looting and destroying the Russian economy. And the Russian people then voted for another government. They voted for a parliament, a Duma, to stop him. And it was the Communist Party, and it was the Russian nationalist parties, and the National Salvation Front. They elected a government called the National Salvation Front to stop Boris Yeltsin. Then Boris Yeltsin dissolved the parliament, and he declared a state of emergency, and the parliament leaders wouldn't leave, and he sent the military to bomb the parliament. And the military, the actual Russian military, can you imagine this? That would be like in the United States if, they had there was a president who was very unpopular, but his term was still up, and they elected a new Congress, and the Congress was against him. And so the president just said, no, and he sent the military to go bomb Capitol Hill. Well, obviously, we would all say that's ridiculous. But the USA says that Russia in the 1990s was a democracy. They call that democracy. Why? Because Yeltsin was their guy. Their guy was in power. Their guy was dissolving the parliament, dissolving the Duma. Their guy was sending the military to crush people. So it was a democracy. Right? Russia was a democracy in the 90s. How is that democracy? When the people elect a parliament that's going to stop what the leader is doing, and then he sends the military to, I mean, that's not democracy. And then everybody knows that the only reason Boris Yeltsin won the 1996 elections is because the USA meddled like crazy in the 1996 elections in Russia. And everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. There's a documentary film all about how Bill Clinton got Boris Yeltsin reelected. The USA was really scared that Zhuganov, the leader of the Communist Party, would win the election in Russia in 1996. So the USA, you want to talk about foreign meddling, the USA brags. The cover of Time magazine bragged about how the USA did everything they could to make sure Boris Yeltsin got reelected. But we're told in the 1990s, it was a free country. But what happened then in 1999, Russia elected Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin had the majority of the votes. And Vladimir Putin was very popular. And in his presidency, he started fixing the economy by realigning the economy around oil and gas, state-controlled energy. And now we're told Russia's a dictatorship. Well, how is it a dictatorship now and it was a democracy before? This is bullshit, right? It's dictatorship when they lose. And as long as they're winning, it's a democracy. And that's how it is all over the world, right? And so, like, you know, yeah, they say here in America, we have totally free elections. It just so happens whoever has the money rules. But in Iran, where they have the Islamic Republic and the Guardian Council choosing the candidates, that's dictatorship. Well, and this gets to what Lenin talked about in his very important book, right? Which is a very important book, which is something that it's hard for a lot of communists to really understand. This is a very important book. It's not got a good name, but it's an important book to read. Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky by Vladimir Lenin. This is a very, very important book because they said the same thing about the Bolsheviks. They said the exact same thing about the Bolsheviks, right? What we have to understand is that pure democracy, real democracy, like absolutely pure, free democracy, is only going to be possible once you have total socialism. Until then, those who control the means of production, those who own the banks and the factories and the industries, are going to defend their control over it, and they're going to use their control over the means of production to rule. And the only way you'll ever get a pure democracy is when you have full socialism. Okay? And that's what people don't get. And that yes, you know, the Soviet Union was not a pure democracy. It was not, right? They had one party, the Communist Party. They tried to have other parties, but eventually they had the Communist Party. In the Soviet Union, they didn't have total free speech. I mean, the Soviet Union was not a pure democracy, but there won't be pure democracy. And that's the point this book is making. There will not be pure democracy anywhere until you have total socialism in the world, until the working class completely, until you have eliminated the rule of profits, until there's enough wealth and abundance, until you have global socialism moving toward that ultimate stage of communism, there's not going to be pure democracy anywhere. There's an element of dictatorship in all societies. However, under capitalism, that dictatorship is whoever has the most money. In anti-imperialist and socialist societies, it is the revolutionary working class forces, okay? And that's what you have to understand, and that's what Kautsky did not understand, and that's what social democrats do not understand. Social democrats believe that we're just trying to make democracy come true. That's what social democrats believe. They say that, you know, America claims to have a government of, by, and for the people, and, you know, they're lying, but we're going to make it come true. No, you're not going to make it come true. You're going to bring the working class and the revolutionary organizations to power to establish socialism so eventually it can come true. But you're not trying to perfect the system that currently exists, right? You're not trying to perfect the system that currently exists to make it true to its principles, right? You are waging class warfare. And that this is hard for a lot of people to understand, right? right? That Iran is not a pure democracy, and they do not claim to be a pure democracy. The Chinese system is not a pure democracy, right? It is a revolutionary democratic dictatorship, they call it, meaning that it is the Communist Party leading the Chinese people, right, to enact their will through the leadership of the Communist Party, but there are undemocratic elements to it, right? And that as long as there are different classes in society, those classes are going to contend for power. And as those classes contend, the idea of having a pure democracy that is just a completely open, free democracy is an illusion. And this is something that a lot of social democrats don't understand. And that's, and again, they say that it's pure democracy when they win. And then they look at countries that admit they are not pure democracies. Iran is not a pure democracy. Cuba is not a pure democracy. China, North Korea, these are not pure democracies. These are countries that are guided. Their democracy is guided, but it's not guided by just whoever happens to have the most money. It's guided by the forces that have led the revolution, that have driven out the foreign invaders, that have built a society based on their principles. But yes, those forces are guiding the democracy, and that the only way we will ever get pure democracy is when we've completely eliminated poverty in the world, when we've completely eliminated any form of class antagonism, when there's enough wealth to go around. At that point, inequality will start to fade away, and we can talk of pure democracy. But as long as you have class society, and as long as some people own the means of production, as long as there's mass amounts of inequality, you are not going to have democracy, right? And that this is the myth of bourgeois democracy, and this is really important to understand. And I always use the Iranian Guardian Council as a great way of explaining that, right? Iran is more democratic than the United States, even though the United States in form is more democratic. On paper, the USA is way more democratic than Iran, on paper, right? In the United States, there's no Guardian Council. Anyone can run for office. Whoever has the most votes wins. But we all know that the people with the money rule. In Iran, it's not as purely democratic on paper. In Iran, they say, look, our democracy, we are led by the Islamic Republic. We are led by the supreme leader. This is not pure democracy. However, they are led by a revolutionary government that is constantly under the attack of the imperialists and relies on a very well-organized population to have their back. They have Basij councils in every neighborhood. They have these revolutionary committees that back them up. And that government, right, that government in Iran desperately depends on having the support of the population. And so even though it's not purely democratic, it's way more beholden to the people than our government is. The Islamic Republic bends over backwards to get average people on the street to have their back and support them. And if they didn't have that, they would lose in a minute. Our government doesn't give two shits about whether we support them or not, because they just, but the only way the Islamic Republic can stay in power is through this network of people in Iran called Basij councils that are loyal to them, that carry out their goals on the community level, that teach classes on their ideology, that are walking through the neighborhood and trying to make sure that everything is being carried out according to their Islamic teachings. The only way they can stay in power is by having a huge millions and millions of people who go out and their mission is to keep them in power and carry out their goals. That's the only way they can stay in power. Whereas our government doesn't give two shits about whether we support them, because the people with the money support them, and they can do whatever they want, right? And that's the difference, right? So what is democracy? Democracy is the rule of the people. And no country anywhere in the world is democracy. And the only way you're going to get a real democracy is when you ultimately have a world without poverty, when you've eliminated scarcity, etc. But if democracy is rule of the people, even though these countries are not as democratic on paper as we are, they are more democratic because the government has a much closer relationship with the population and is so dependent on the people having their back. And the population is so heavily involved in the process of governing, it's more democratic. And that is a hard thing for a lot of people to understand. Just because you have free speech doesn't make it democratic. Just because everyone gets to vote doesn't make it democratic. Democracy means, are the people ruling? And in many countries like North Korea, like Iran, like Cuba, there is way more democratic participation. There is way more dependent on a loyal population. The people are ruling way more than they are in the West. And that is something that it's very hard for people to understand, but you all are smart. You're a smart audience and you're learning from me. And we've engaged with all these ideas together. And so we're learning. Right? This is in a lot of different lives. This question comes up. People ask me to answer this. Let me go ahead. A does not equal A. A does not equal A. There is no way this first A can be the same as this second A. No matter how close I drew them, they were going to be different. Because nothing in the universe is exactly like anything else. Dialectical materialism is the philosophical basis of Karl Marx's beliefs. Right? Karl Marx began in philosophy and then he moved into economics. And Karl Marx believed that all that exists is matter, but that matter is constantly in a state of motion. And that history is driven forward by contradiction. Right? So Marx was a follower of Hegel, right? The philosopher Hegel, the German philosopher, who had this belief that history is driven forward through conflict, through contradictions. When there are things, and he was talking mainly about ideas, when there are ideas that cannot coexist with each other, they clash, they contradict each other. If you think one thing and I think something else, that's a contradiction. And that the first idea is called a thesis. The second idea is called an antithesis, and they contradict each other. They clash. When they clash, the result is called a synthesis. And the synthesis then becomes a new thesis, and then an antithesis emerge, and they clash. And you get a new synthesis, and then the synthesis becomes a thesis, and that's how history is driven forward. And that history is advancing, and the way it advances is through contradiction. Right? That is the dialectic. That's a Hegelian concept. Hegel thought that history was advancing, that the German nation state was the most advanced thing to come into existence. Christianity was the most advanced religion. Europe was the most advanced part of the world, but that the world was constantly in motion. That is the Hegelian dialectic, and that's the basis of Hegel's thought. And there were right Hegelians and left Hegelians. Karl Marx was a left Hegelian. But Karl Marx was also a follower of the Greek materialists. Right? In Greece, in ancient Greece, there was a big debate. The debate went on like this. Does the mind create reality, or does reality create the mind? Right? The idealists believed that the mind creates reality. Right? That our consciousness, our thoughts create the world. That's the belief of idealists, right? The most prevalent form of idealism is religion, right? That we exist as a reflection of God, right? That God said, let there be light, that human beings came into existence as the reflection of God's thoughts or wishes, right? That's idealism. Or, furthermore, right, there is, the belief that, and this is very widespread, that there's like the secret, right? People that believe if I just picture money and go, money will appear, right? That, they call it, the idea that thinking makes it so. You can do anything you want if you just try hard enough, that thinking, if you think it, it will happen. You can create things will happen because you think them hard enough. That's idealism. I believe Descartes, the philosopher, very famously said, I think, therefore I am. That's idealism. And Karl Marx was from the opposite school. He said, I am, therefore I think. Friedrich Engels, explaining Marx's beliefs, said that thought is inseparable from matter that thinks, right? And that rather than reality being a reflection of the mind is simply a reflection of reality, right? What we think is based on the world around us. Our ability to think is because we have this thing called a brain that thinks, right? And that all that exists is matter, right? That's materialism. Is the world made up of matter, or is the world a reflection of spiritual and ideal forces? That's the debate. So those are two big debates in philosophy: dialectics and materialism. Materialism versus idealism, dialectics, or whatever, right? That's the debate, right? Historical progress, change through conflict, and what is the nature of reality? And Karl Marx combines the two of them into one philosophy called dialectical materialism, which is the belief, on the one hand, he's following that materialism, right? That all that exists is matter in motion, and that thoughts and ideas are a reflection of matter. So, materialism. But that matter is constantly moving and constantly in a state of motion, and that conflict drives forward history, dialectics. So it's dialectical materialism, right? Heraclitus was one of the biggest influences on Hegel, developing his concept of the dialectic. He said, you never step into the same river twice. I've quoted that many times before. You never step into the same river twice, right? This is dialectical materialism. That's the philosophical basis of Marxism. And for the most part, I agree with it. However, I would disagree. I do believe in God. I do believe that there are spiritual aspects to reality. I do believe human beings are not purely motivated by economic determinism, and that spiritual forces do exist. I'm not a solid materialist, but the dialectic is very true. And, that's where I'm at. And so I was asked to answer that question. I just gave you an answer to that question.
To impress upon him that when he talks about white supremacy, the majority of people in America who are poor are white. And if you're going to try to lecture coal miners about white supremacy, it's going to fall flat. And if he's out there being a black activist, he could talk about white supremacy. But if you're trying to run for president and actually oppose the establishment, the last thing you should do is try to lead with trans issues or LGBTQ, or because you know what? If you get a living wage for everybody, that helps everybody, especially trans and LGBTQ, black and white. If you get health care for everybody, that helps everybody, meaning black and white. So if you start to, what the establishment wants people like Cornel West to do is to keep talking about white supremacy, to keep talking about trans issues, to keep talking about LGBTQ as if they're an oppressed minority like they were in the 90s when I started comedy. Back then, they couldn't get married. They could get fired from their job. They couldn't get housing. That's all over. They have and so to keep pretending like we're living 30 years ago is exactly what the establishment wants to do. And by the way, all this talk about trans issues and talk about white, this doesn't come from the grassroots up. This comes directly from BlackRock and Larry Fink. This comes from Vanguard. This is so the most murderous companies who are raping the planet can shroud themselves in an air of virtue. And how do they do it? They do it by trans issues and LGBTQ and white supremacy and inclusion and equity and all that stuff. And that's there to keep us divided, because the only thing that scares the establishment is when people from the left and the right realize they have more in common that divides us, and they have shared enemy, and that shared enemy is the oligarchy. That's the only thing that scares them. And so if they can keep us talking about race, and if they can keep us talking about gender and ethnicity, that's a gift to them, because it keeps everybody divided. Would you?
Hostage crisis, where the Islamic Republic of Iran seized the U.S. embassy. And so you had all these right-wing rallies by conservatives and Ronald Reagan supporters that were condemning Iran. There was a popular T-shirt that people wore at the time. It said, "Iran sucks." And people all hated Iran because Iran had taken the U.S. embassy. Well, the RCP would go to the right-wing rallies, and they would burn the American flag, and they would get the hell beaten out of them by Republicans. And that was part of like setting the stage for Ronald Reagan and the Reagan Revolution, was that the RCP, which was controlled by Republicans, it was controlled by Western Goals, this John Birch Society organization. The RCP were becoming like the rodeo clowns, right? They would, go to the anti-Iran rally, and they would burn an American flag or try to unfurl a picture of Mao, and the crowd would beat the hell out of them. And they launched May Day 1980. And they tried to have a general strike on May 1st, 1980. It didn't go very well. And they kind of ran around, and they became kind of like the punching bag for conservatives. And as Ronald Reagan was set to win the 1980 election. The RCP were almost like they were the rodeo clowns or the punching bags or the, you know, the I don't know what you want to call them, the, you know, the scarecrow of kind of like the caricature of an American communist group, right? And they would use the F word and they would burn the American flag. And this was because they were being controlled by Western goals, a conservative right-wing intelligence service that had infiltrated them and controlled them. It's very wild. So then there was another incident. Again, this is all very sad, right? In Greensboro, North Carolina, there was another communist group, the Communist Workers' Party, that was protesting against the Ku Klux Klan. And there was a revival of the Ku Klux Klan in the late 70s, right? Again, this is something that, this was the atmosphere, right? The U.S. economy was starting to experience a downturn in the late 70s. And there was clearly a deep state fight going on between Jimmy Carter and his allies, Ronald Reagan and the military-industrial complex. And so there was a lot of different groups. You had these communist groups that were fighting each other, et cetera. Well, the Ku Klux Klan suddenly reemerged. David Duke, who was this young guy at the time, he was like in his 20s, was very good looking. He was this good looking 20-year-old guy. He emerged and suddenly he was on national television talking about the Ku Klux Klan and saying the Ku Klux Klan was a great group and you ought to join the Ku Klux Klan. David Duke's father was a CIA officer who was part of what they called Air America, that airdropped anti-communist literature over Vietnam during the Vietnam War. And we know that there were a number of members of the National Security Agency that were leading the Ku Klux Klan, and the Ku Klux Klan was emerging, and it was kind of an experiment, right? You'd had the black nationalists and you'd had this, the new communist movement. Well, there was an experiment. Let's see if the Ku Klux Klan will be popular. So around the country, you had the Ku Klux Klan, and they started having rallies very openly, wearing the white sheets and doing all of that. So in Greensboro, North Carolina, which is an African-American city in North Carolina, the Ku Klux Klan was having rallies, and they would wear their white sheets and they would burn crosses and they would do their thing. So a communist group called the Communist Workers' Party, one of these new communist movement groups, they had the idea that they would, lead the black community in fighting the Ku Klux Klan. They called a Death to the Klan rally on November 3rd, 1979. And the Death to the Klan rally, they gathered and they got a lot of local black activists, and they wore red berets, and they were chanting "Death to the Klan," and they had like a piñata of the Ku Klux Klan. Kids were hitting the Ku Klux Klan, and it was just an anti-KKK rally they had in this African-American city. Well, the Ku Klux Klan showed up, and on live television, because there was a TV crew for local television filming it, on live TV, the Ku Klux Klan opened fire on the march and killed 5 people. And 5 communists were murdered in broad daylight on live TV in Greensboro, North Carolina. It was called the Greensboro Massacre. It was a horrendous incident. Yeah, it was particularly bad. And that was the Greensboro Massacre of 1979. And it largely led to the organization, the Communist Workers' Party, losing their minds. They got very paranoid, and then they started supporting Israel because the KKK was against Israel. The Ku Klux Klan was, supporting the Islamic Revolution of Iran. David Duke was saying that Iran was fighting Israel and was fighting the Jews or whatever. And so the Communist Workers' Party, they felt the KKK was the main threat because 5 of their members had been killed by the Ku Klux Klan. So they started aligning with Israel, and they started making pro-Israel statements. And eventually they dissolved as an organization. They became a Democratic Party organization. It's kind of a sad story, but they were a communist group. And the Communist Workers' Party was largely Asian American. And they actually, there's still a lot of infrastructure. They just kind of became pro-Israel Democrats, but what's left of them still has a lot of influence in New York City politics, and I'll get to that later. 1980, Bernardine Dorn and Bill Ayers surrendered. They were the leaders of the Weather Underground, and they turned themselves in. and they got no punishment for what they did. Imagine that, right? You bomb the Pentagon, you bomb the U.S. Capitol building, and you get no punishment, right? Well, that's because we know that the Weathermen were heavily infiltrated by the FBI, and there was all kinds of shady intelligence stuff going on. Now, Clayton Van Lydegraf, the older guy, he did not turn himself in, and he and 5 other people continued doing bombings, and they were caught trying to blow up the home of an elected official in San Francisco. However, they only got a 2-year prison sentence, which is very shady and also raises some questions. So the whole thing is very, very odd. But 1980, the Weathermen, their terrorist, left adventurous terrorist stuff ends. Very, very strange. We know that Bill Ayers was a personal friend of Barack Obama and lived in the same apartment building as Barack Obama, and is just kind of a wealthy college professor in Chicago now. And that his wife, Bernadine Dorn, is a law professor, and she's also just kind of prominent. And throughout the 1980s, they kept the Prairie Fire organizing committee going, and it was just kind of an activist group that raised money for Black Panthers that were still in jail, and they had a magazine and stuff. And then by the 90s, 2000s, they just, Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorn are just Democrats at this point. They supported the bombing of Libya. They supported Barack Obama. They're not communists at all at this point, but it's very odd that they were terrorists and got no penalty, and they're from millionaire families, right? I guess if you're a millionaire, you can get away with stuff, but it's more than that. It's also American intelligence was heavily involved. There was some FBI, CIA stuff going on, as I said, and Clayton Van Lydegraf's connections and the USA trying to court China as an ally against the Soviet Union. And there was some shady stuff going on. That's all. We don't really know exactly what the story was, but the Weathermen were not, it wasn't just random. There was all kinds of intelligence intrigue, as they say. Now, another thing that was going on during these years, right? I mentioned that there were all kinds of different groups that were, fighting each other and all of that. Is you had the Unification Church, the Moonies. They became very popular, right? And they were a religious group from South Korea that was very anti-communist. And their mission was to destroy communism. And they came to the United States. They were supporters of Richard Nixon. They were very popular. And they recruited a lot of young people to be anti-communists, to engage in anti-communist activism. They thought communism was the Antichrist, etc. And they called themselves a peace movement. But, as you joined the group, you learned that the main focus was to fight communism, which, they kind of recruited the kind of person who would be a hippie who might be sympathetic to communism, but then they mobilized them to do anti-communist work. However, the U.S. government, there were clearly sections of the U.S. government that didn't like them, and they were heavily investigated by the U.S. Congress, accused of being foreign agents. Eventually, they put their leader, Reverend Sun Myung Moon, in federal prison. He did a prison sentence, and there was the cult scare, and there were these people called deprogrammers that existed, and they, if your son or daughter who was college age joined a communist group or the Unification Church or Scientology or one of these groups, well, you could hire them to kidnap your relative, to kidnap your adult son or daughter, a legal adult getting kidnapped. I mean, that's completely illegal, but it went on. And so, they would get kidnapped and they lock them in a basement and tie them to a chair and unbrainwash them. And this was going on as that, people would join a communist group, or they would join the Unification Church, or they would join one of these groups, and then they would get kidnapped. And they would get deprogrammed by whoever kidnapped them. And this was deep state stuff, right? The CIA was involved in all of this. And there may have been some involvement by foreign intelligence agencies to some degree or other. There's a lot of speculation that the KGB was perhaps involved in some of this, and local policing agencies. And again, this was a deep state clusterfuck. Right? The intelligence agencies, the FBI, the CIA, foreign intelligence agencies, domestic intelligence agencies, sections of the American government fighting other sections of the American government. The late 70s is a nightmare, basically, because you have, the deep state is kind of at war with itself, getting ready for, when Jimmy Carter was replaced by Ronald Reagan, there was a dramatic shift in U.S. politics. There was a fight within the deep state, and all of this stuff was going on. And, you know, the head of the deprogrammers is a guy named Steve Hassan, who is still around. And he wrote a book called The Cult of Trump. He says Trump is leading a cult and that Russia is the world's biggest political cult. And I exposed that Dr. Steve Hassan was the main advisor to BreadTube. And that BreadTube was considered to be a deprogramming operation for young people that were in the alt-right or were conservative. And so, you know, this kind of stuff is still going on up to today. And so that's why studying what went on during the late 70s is important. So as China's politics are shifting, as these communist groups are falling apart, an organization called the Democratic Socialists of America. So as you can see, we're here in New York City's Times Square, and behind me there are thousands of people that have amassed to support the Palestinians and to denounce Israel and U.S. aid to Israel. Now, the crowd is quite fired up. It's important to note that there has been quite a bit of hostility toward Palestine protesters in New York City as of late. There has been calls for outlawing these protests, saying that they are supporting terrorism, saying that they are intimidation and threats against the local Jewish community. But this call and this outrage from U.S. officials and local politicians about these rallies has not stopped these people from turning out. There are thousands of people here, many of them highlighting U.S. support for Israel, many of them warning of a pending attack or the attacks that have already begun against Gaza, claiming that this will be the U.S. government being complicit in genocide against the Palestinians. Quite a fired up crowd we've got here in Times Square.
Occupy the land of Palestine, and all this terrible killing that's happening now in Gaza has to end. The solution is peaceful dismantlement of the entire occupation of Palestine, so we can once again live in peace in Palestine like we did before the creation of the State of Israel. It's forbidden for Jews to occupy, to kill, to steal, and to have even our own sovereign state. And once again, we are here with the Palestinians to make their voices heard around the world, to call to an end of this, what Israel is calling to wipe Gaza off the face of man, which is heartbreaking for us, especially because Israel is doing it in the name of a real Jewish religion. So people of the world must know that all of this runs contrary to Judaism.
The important thing to remember about these rallies is that they could soon be illegal. They are outlawing pro-Palestine protests all over the world. Palestine flags have been outlawed in Germany and in France and in Britain. People have been arrested for waving pro-Palestinian flags. They are calling it hate speech, the same kind of cancel culture that liberals generally use to silence conservatives is now being used against the pro-Palestine left, and they are outlawing the displaying of Palestinian flags. It's a particularly outrageous thing. Now, here in New York City, there have been pro-Palestine rallies, and they've been widely demonized. There's been a lot of hate for the pro-Palestine rallies, but they haven't outlawed them yet. The USA and its constitutional guarantee of free speech seems to be prevailing, for the moment at least, but there is widespread denouncing of these protests. As you can see behind me, no one's intimidated by it, but the Democratic Socialists of America has apologized for protesting in support of Palestine. There's been a huge campaign of condemnation piled on to pro-Palestine protests. On one hand, I'm very happy to see lots of people out in the streets supporting the Palestinians, standing up against the barrage of pro-Israeli propaganda from the media. I'm happy to see that. But when I look at these rallies, I gotta say that imagine that if there was a sea of American flags alongside the Palestinian flags, and there were all kinds of signs about how our money as American taxpayers is not going to pay for the schools and the hospitals and the jobs and the healthcare that we need, but instead is going to fund Israel. And imagine that we we're building a united front with the broad masses of Americans to oppose the big monopolists and corporations that back Israel and have gotten us into these ugly wars. And unfortunately, the left, the communist groups, they have this problem that they have contempt for average Americans. They think average Americans are the enemy. They don't want to win over average Americans. Instead, their perspective is that they want to be the others. They want to be in opposition to the society they live in. That's not a winning formula. So on the one hand, I'm happy to see all these people in the streets for Palestine. On the other hand, I wish that we could build a real mass working class movement among the American people to oppose war and to stand with the people of the world against imperialism as our country is falling apart. That's kind of my thoughts in reaction to the rally today. But this sign refers to the Uhuru movement. These are 4 African-American activists from the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. They are facing 10 years in prison, charged with being Russian agents. All they did was speak up, all they did was have some Zoom calls, and the American government wants to throw them in prison for 10 years for speaking up, for exercising free speech. And all kinds of civil liberties voices have spoken up and said that what's going on, the charging by the U.S. Department of Justice, the criminal case against the Uhuru movement is a huge attack on freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. If they can charge them just for having some Zoom calls and, writing some articles about Ukraine, if they can make that a criminal offense, they can come for you. They can shut down our civil liberties. So we're saying hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges. Hands off Uhuru. Drop the charges.
Well, but I'm confused. So you're describing basically what the Black Lives Matter people said 4 years ago. Some of them got legit rich out of it. You don't seem like you've gotten rich, and they got all this money from Apple and the biggest companies in the world, and of course the media cheerled them. How did you miss out on that?
Well, because the thing is, like, to say Black Lives Matter is such an empty slogan. It's a whine rather than a demand. It's empty. I mean, Joe Biden says Black Lives Matter. I mean, you got the whole Democratic Party, Congress and whatever, get out on one knee with kente cloth from Ghana over their shoulder saying Black Lives Matter, because it doesn't mean anything. It's a non-statement. But what we say is Black people have to have power. So we want power over our own life. That's the question. And that's the basis for the difference in how they would treat Black Lives Matter and how they would treat us. And you're right. The Black Lives Matter slogan is almost a Zuckerberg manufactured slogan. Certainly if it's not manufactured by Zuckerberg, it's certainly promoted by Zuckerberg and all the white people who love us.
Who are the richest people in the world? Often this question will be answered. They'll give us names like Bill Gates, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett, some Arab sultan or prince. Forbes magazine publishes a list of the 100 richest people in the world. This is all utter nonsense. The richest people in the world, they can really be described with 2 words: oil bankers. These oil and banking dynasties sit at the center of a small network of deeply entrenched and powerful influence, dominating the economies of the United States, Western Europe, and most of the planet. Today, the wealth and influence of 2 of the most important oil banking cliques is combined. The House of Rockefeller holds control over the largest super major oil company, ExxonMobil is their personal property. There is no key aspect of the global economy that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence. There is no key aspect of the global economy that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence.
When was the last time that Tehran put your mom into a hospital and would not allow her to get out of it because you do not have enough money to pay for her health care? I don't know about you folks, but it is Washington that has imposed that on me. It is Washington that has imposed that on American families for decades. So no, our enemies are not in Tehran. Our enemies are not in Beijing. Our enemies are not in Moscow. Our enemies are not anywhere else on the planet except for sitting right here in Washington, D.C., sitting in the White House.
Have a mass movement to oppose imperialism. Because he's got to see that the country is coming apart. He's got to see that we're headed in a bad direction. We need Donald Trump to boost anti-imperialism for his own reasons. That's what we need him to do. We need him to do everything he can to boost the kind of mass movement. Because if Donald Trump is actually serious, if he's actually serious about opposing the FBI, opposing the deep state in their wars, he's going to realize that the only hope he has is to have millions and millions of Americans who will have his back when he does it. There's no way he can do it without a mass movement. And so he's going to need people like us to build that mass movement. The best hope for him is to realize that as soon as he possibly can. We need Donald Trump to boost an anti-imperialist movement to help him stand up to the FBI. You know, I've said before that if a parent was not feeding their child, was not providing them with proper clothing in the wintertime or something like that, they would be arrested. And they wouldn't be arrested for what they did, they'd be arrested for what they did not do. Criminal neglect. Well, the government of the United States, if you look at the wildfires in California, you look at the crumbling infrastructure, children drinking lead in their water, the power grids collapsing, the government of the United States is guilty of criminal neglect. Absolutely guilty of criminal neglect. And we've put forward a 4-point economic plan that you can look at on our website. Public control of banking, public control of natural resources, a mass mobilization to rebuild the country, an economic bill of rights. If you implemented those 4 things, you could transition the United States toward being a healthy, prosperous society. But again, there is an economic question that is here, which is central to the Malthusian worldview of the ultra-rich, is this idea of what they call non-productive consumers, or to put it more globally, useless eaters, more graphically. This idea that human beings are just a leech on society, etc. Well, the reason that we're innovationists is because we celebrate human creativity. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, iPhones, and artificial intelligence. And it is human creativity and our ability to reinvent our relationship with nature that defines what it means to be a human being. Human innovation is beautiful and it should be celebrated. We have a piece of godlike creativity, a gift within us. That's beautiful. Henry Charles Carey, he also said in that pamphlet that I referenced, he said, to raise the value of labor throughout the world, we need only to raise the value of our own. To raise the value of land throughout the world, it is needed only that we adopt measures that shall raise the value of our own. To improve the political condition of man throughout the world, it is needed that we ourselves should remain at peace, avoid taxation for the maintenance of fleets and armies, and become rich and prosperous. To raise the condition of woman throughout the world, it is required us only that we pursue a course that enables men to remain at home and marry, that they may surround themselves with happy children and grandchildren. To substitute true Christianity for the detestable system known as Malthusianism, it is needed that we prove to the world that it is the population that makes food come from rich soils, and that food tends to increase.
Hello friends, this is Caleb. I'm just here in my neighborhood in Brooklyn. And this is a message going out to all my friends on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and whatnot. Happy New Year, first of all. Now, I've been looking back over the events of 2016. It was quite an eventful year. Now, one event that certainly stands out in my mind is an interaction that I had with the man who was elected president of the United States, Donald Trump. Now, on March 21st, Donald Trump came to Washington, D.C., and he gave a press conference at the old post office, which is becoming a Trump hotel. At that press conference, I spoke to Donald Trump and I asked him, is it, Donald Trump, you've said that you favor better relations with Russia. Is this a difficult position to take with the media in an anti-Russian overdrive? So I asked Trump that question, and this is how he responded. Are open for better relations with Russia as president?
Sure, I want a better relationship with everybody. A better with Russia, yeah. But I want a better relationship with everybody. Go ahead. No, I don't think so. I think the media understands. Look, if we can get along, Putin says very nice things about me. I think that's very nice. It has no effect on me other than I think it's very nice. If we get along with Russia, that's very good. If Russia wants to spend millions of dollars a day dropping bombs on ISIS, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Some people don't like it. They say, no, that's our job. It's not our job. It's let Russia, if they want to do that, I'm all for it. I want to get along with all countries.
I was recently re-watching that clip, and one thing I noticed is that just before Donald Trump called on me and spoke to me, he said something that's rather interesting. This is what happened just before Donald Trump called on me.
Okay, one more question. One more. Who's got a good question? Who's got a good question? Who's my favorite reporter? Go ahead.
Someone could watch that clip and say, well, this is just a passing remark. He's just kind of talking as he's looking to call on anybody. He doesn't mean it. But I personally would like to give the President of the United States a little bit more credit than that. Is it possible that I'm actually Donald Trump's favorite reporter? Is it something about my reporting, my articles, my journalism that he really likes? I'd be curious to know. So if there's anyone here on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, who knows Donald Trump personally, perhaps they could ask him the question, why is it that I am Donald Trump's favorite reporter? Did he mean what he said? I'm very curious. So Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you're all well, and be sure to follow me on social media, and be sure to tune in to RT.
Sir Flounders mentioned Yemen. The last time I saw this brother, we were in a hotel in Bandar Abbas. He was about to get on a boat to risk his life to take aid, humanitarian aid, to the starving people of Yemen. He's here representing the organization FIST. Fight imperialism, stand together. Please join me in welcoming Caleb Maupin. Please come to the stage. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Well, the last time I saw Cyrus, I was in a hotel in Bandar Abbas, and I was getting on a boat, and we were trying to go to Yemen. Our boat was full of medical supplies, humanitarian aid, food, flour, things that people in Yemen desperately need. And we weren't able to complete our mission. We never got to Yemen. And why was that we did not complete our mission? On the day that we were supposed to arrive in Yemen, the Saudis bombed the port of Hodeidah, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 8 times in a single day. They bombed the port of Hodeidah. We were unable to complete our mission. We were unable to deliver flour and medical supplies to the people of Yemen because Saudi terrorism prevented us from delivering the supplies. You wouldn't know it now. You wouldn't know it if you were watching TV. You can watch CNN, MSNBC, Fox for hours and they don't even say Yemen. But around the clock, every single day, Yemen is being bombed. It's being bombed by the Saudi military. But every single one of those bombs is given to them and sold to them by the United States. Pentagon generals are on the scene directing the Saudi attack on Yemen. This attack on Yemen, it shouldn't just be understood as a Saudi attack on Yemen. The bombing of Yemen that is destroying hospitals, destroying schools, destroying power plants and civilian infrastructure that's already killed at least 4,000 people. The bombing of Yemen that's taking place is a U.S. military operation. It's an Israeli military operation. It's being done to serve imperialism and Zionism. Why are they bombing Yemen right now? They're bombing Yemen because Yemen wants to be free. Yemen used to have a dictator, a president who was a dictator, a puppet of the Saudis. But the people in Yemen decided they wanted democracy. They wanted independence of their country. And they overthrew the U.S. and Saudi-backed dictator. And that's when the Saudi bombing campaign started, with U.S. support. They're bombing Yemen in order to stop them from developing democracy and independence. And why else? It's a well-kept secret that Yemen has vast untapped oil resources, one of the biggest oil deposits in the region. And they know that an independent Yemen could utilize these oil resources to start developing their economy and exporting. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia and Israel are teaming up against Yemen because they want to keep it poor. They don't want it to become an independent country like Iran or Venezuela with public control of natural resources. What is going on in Yemen, this crime that we hear nothing about, it is horrendous, and it is a crime against humanity. We don't know anything about it. You know, people might see our rally here today, see the Day of Al-Quds and think, what's he up here talking about Yemen? That's a completely different country. But it's not. It's all connected. Every major religion, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, they all forbid what's called ribald or usury, which is the way of making money by doing nothing, making money off investments. But what is Wall Street? Wall Street sits at the top of a global system based on ribald and usury. Yeah. They make money from nothing. They make money from nothing. They make money from impoverishing the world. And that's what we have to oppose. We have to oppose the global system of monopoly capitalism, where a few big bankers in London and in Wall Street control the world. Yemen is fighting for its independence. And I'll tell you another thing. Obama and the leaders of the U.S., they say that they want to stop ISIS, and they say they want to stop terrorism, and they say they want to spread democracy. But there's nothing democratic about Saudi Arabia. And what countries are actually defeating Daesh and ISIS? It's Iran and Syria. They're scoring real victories against them, and we can't even sign a peace treaty to end the sanctions on Iran. It's Iran and Syria that are fighting terrorism. It's the United States and Saudi Arabia that are spreading terrorism all over the world. So, as we talk here today, we got to organize and fight back. And I'll tell you one thing. Some people say that if you oppose Zionism, you're an anti-Semite. But one piece of evidence that shows that's not true, the majority of Zionists in the United States, the majority of Zionists are not Jews. They're Christians. All across the Midwestern United States, there are people who've had their homes foreclosed and have had the good-paying industrial jobs taken away, and they're living in an economy and they're miserable. And they're going to church to pray, to try and find some consolation. And when they pray, their ministers who are getting money from Wall Street are telling them to pray for Israel, and that's a crime. The same big bankers that have set up Israel, the same big bankers that are destroying the Midwest of the United States, they're the same big bankers that are setting up the prison industrial complex in this country, and all humanity has a stake in the fight against imperialism and Zionism.
Really there to promote Russian and North Korean foreign policies. She may not understand that, but she's being used by people like Dennis Kucinich and others to do that. She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin, who used to be in the Workers' World Party. She's on the...
We're helping to fill out the crowd. Great. But, yeah, well, we're here. This is a great rally, isn't it? It is, in fact. Yeah. Well, we're here because we want peace, and that the big banks and corporations that have been trying to push us into a new war with China and a new war with Russia, they are also trying to destroy this country. They're setting up a police state here at home, mass incarceration, our roads are crumbling, our schools are falling apart, living standards are dropping. Our enemy is on Wall Street, our enemy is in London, our enemy is in Washington, D.C., in the Pentagon, our enemy is not in Russia, it's not in China, it's not in Cuba, it's not in Venezuela, it's not in Iran, our enemy is right here at home. It's time for the working people of this country to realize who their real friends and who their real enemies are. We need to fight for peace, jobs, democracy, and equality. That's what I'm here to say today. What about you?
What I'm here to say today is...
on the street face to face anymore, not very often. But if you are studying in a university, there will be a Trotskyite-led Marxist society for studying Marxism and, propagating Marxism, whatever. And really, I think this role, is a particularly insidious and important one as far as, insidious as far as our movement is concerned and important as far as the state is concerned, because, of course, radical intellectuals and radical students have always played a really important role in successful revolutions. And I don't think it's an accident that when the Trotskyite movement is shrinking in on itself, where it where it gravitates to is the universities to catch the revolutionary-minded young people and make sure they don't end up in the arms of the real revolutionaries. So I'm going to hand over to Caleb for your last thoughts and then Harpal.
Well, I guess I'll say this. I just want to quickly mention that, among Trotskyite groups, you can divide them into three. There are three categories at this point among Trotskyite groups that you'll see. The first is what you call neo-Trotskyites or third camp Trotskyites. And these are people, it's mainly an academic, campus-based, trend. And their critique of all the socialist and communist governments around the world is they're not democratic enough. They think the Soviet Union was state capitalist. It was an evil state capitalist regime. And, they are obsessed with, spreading, quote unquote, human rights around the world. And they're involved in NGO liberal activism. And they tend to be based on the campuses. They tend to really focus on the LGBT movement and things like that. That's called neo-Trotskyism. The second current that you get is what you might call mainline Trotskyism. And in Britain, these are the folks that joined the Labour Party. In the United States, we have a group called Socialist Alternative, that was big in supporting Bernie Sanders. And they'll claim to kind of support Cuba or kind of support socialist countries, but they don't really support them. They'll say, well, they're socialist in foundation, but they want to overthrow the Stalinist bureaucracy. And they're obsessed with labor unions, and they want to build labor unions. They'll talk about economics. They're on the wrong side internationally, but they're very interested in labor unions and economic struggles. And then you have a third category of people that they call orthodox Trotskyists. And these are Trotskyists that I jokingly say, these are Trotskyists that are just nuts. These are Trotskyists who will say things like World War II is still happening because Trotsky said World War II can only end with global revolution. So it clearly must be happening still because Trotsky said, there's some of them that believe in UFOs and space aliens. There's some of them that want to legalize pedophilia and will go to great lengths arguing about why child rape should be legalized because of something that Trotsky said or Lenin said. But to the credit of some of these weird, orthodox Trotskyists, some of them will actually take stances that are against U.S. imperialism because they're nuts. They're so hyper sectarian and crazy. Some of them do support Russia and Ukraine. Some of them will defend the DPRK a little bit or something like that. But they're a very obscure, even more obscure wing of things. But those are the three camps of Trotskyism that you'll see. You'll see they divide into those three categories. But what brings them all together? And I think this is what I would like to end my contribution today with. What is the essence of Trotskyism? It's that when Lenin developed his theories, he said that the main danger to humanity is imperialism. Capitalism has become imperialism, a global system of monopoly capitalism that is holding back development and impoverishing people all over the world. And the duty of revolutionaries is to oppose imperialism. And Trotskyism, all of its different manifestations and interpretations, is always an attempt to say, no, it's not about fighting the imperialists. It's about fighting for pure workers' democracy. It's about fighting the Stalinist bureaucracy. It's about, it's about this, it's about that. It's never a fight against the imperialists, right? Trotskyism is a way that you can claim to be a Marxist or a socialist or a revolutionary, but not focus on fighting the imperialists. Fight some other battle, but not against imperialism. That is the essence of what Trotskyism is.
Beautiful. Thank you, Caleb. And of course, that explains why Trotskyism is so anti-Leninist, right? Harpal.
To utilize the experience of war to expose the utter vileness of national labor politics. So when we have a situation like this, where the imperialists are stirring us up for war against Russia, and we see organization after organization and entity after entity that speaks in the name of socialism supporting that, it is our duty to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is what our job is. That's right. And it's not our job to try and please them. And it's not our job to try and go to them and accommodate them and be part of them. It is our job to go lower and deeper to the real masses to expose the opportunists. That is our job. We should be knocking on doors in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Kentucky and Minneapolis and wherever to tell people about why to oppose the synthetic left. That's what our job should be. Out of the movement! 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 America emerges. It was originally called the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee, but it was basically started by the CIA. Their leader was Michael Harrington, who had served in the Lyndon Johnson administration. Gloria Steinem, who was a longtime CIA operative, was on their national board. Irving Howe, who was the CIA's favorite communist, part of the Partisan Review, Congress for Cultural Freedom, was their main intellectual. And basically their main thing, was to convince people who used to be communists, as a lot of these people were leaving communist groups, to become Democrats and to recruit, communists into the Democratic Party. And they were very successful in doing so. And they had this magazine called In These Times, and In These Times, was a magazine aimed at communists to convince communists to become Democrats, to cut their ties to communist countries and become Democrats. And Democratic Socialists of America was a deprogramming operation, right? And as you can see, I mean, the headline of this issue of In These Times is actually politicians get foreign aid from Korean CIA. It's talking about the Unification Church and it's deprogrammer stuff. They were a deprogrammer operation aimed at communist groups, and they were very successful. And the big, rock star of DSA was Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders became the mayor of Burlington, Vermont, eventually became a U.S. senator in Vermont, and he was a DSA guy, a DSA creation. So there we go. 1981 to 1984 is a period that you can call the Great Retreat, where basically all the communist groups decided that most Americans are unrecruitable, hopelessly reactionary, and that they needed to focus on racism, sexism, and not class politics. And they retreated to working in various safe spaces, like the labor bureaucracy, like the Democratic Party, like the campuses, etc. They didn't, they weren't going to the masses of Americans. The idea is the masses of Americans are unrecruitable, etc. And a lot of this also became fight the Republicans. The Republicans, the Ronald Reagan Revolution, the Republicans are the main danger. The Republicans are just so bad. Fight the Republicans, work with the labor unions, the Democrats, and the college, professors to fight the Republicans. That's the Great Retreat. And basically, this is what the communist groups did. A lot of the communist groups just straight up collapsed. But some of them, just, the ones that still exist, the Workers' World Party, they ran protests, anti-war protests in Washington, D.C. The Communist Party campaigned for the Democrats. Some of the groups went into the labor bureaucracy. A lot of them just became college professors and, got grant money to write books about white privilege, etc. But that's the Great Retreat of the early 80s. So what's left of the new communist movement? Well, the most visible thing that's left over is the Revolutionary Communist Party, right? They still have a couple bookstores. They're led by Bob Avakian, who's over 80 at this point. And they were directed from France for many years, and they functioned as kind of French intelligence assets. Right now, they run Refuse Fascism. They call Donald Trump a fascist. They have anti-Trump rallies. That's the Revolutionary Communist Party. There's something called the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, which is a lot of the Maoist groups merged into this group called FRIZO, or Freedom Road Socialist Organization. And there's some labor union bosses that are in it, but it's largely, they have a club on college campuses called Students for a Democratic Society that they control. And you join Students for a Democratic Society, and they persecute Republicans. Their big campaign was to try and get Turning Points USA banned from college campuses. And they are just Democrats. They're basically just Democrats. They're Democratic Party activists. They're liberals. They work in the labor unions. They work in the liberal NGOs, but they think they're Maoists. And, you get a fake name and you hide your cell phone and you write internal documents where you battle over a political line. And it's all very, very silly and stupid. I hate to put it in that crass of a term, but it's very silly and stupid. And it's a scam. I mean, a lot of people that genuinely, again, if you wanted to just be a Democrat, would you join some Maoist communist group? Of course not. If you wanted to just be a Democrat, you would be a Democrat. You join the Democratic Party, you join, Planned Parenthood or whatever. But a lot of people join Freedom Road because they want to actually promote anti-imperialism. and then they end up, trying to get, Turning Points USA banned from campus, or having a petition campaign to support transgenderism or whatever, and that's why these groups are so sinister, is that people join these groups because they want to do real anti-imperialist work, and they get turned into agents of the more pro-war, more pro-FBI Democrat Party. There's a group called the National Labor Federation. It's one of these very small Maoist groups. It's still around. And they have like, I don't know what you call it. Like they have like these like charitable organizations. They're not technically labor unions, but they like give free sandwiches to immigrant workers and farm workers in upstate New York, and et cetera. The California Homemakers Association, et cetera. And they're very secretive. You would never know that they're a communist group. If you met them, you would think they're just some kind of, charity that helps out, low income workers. But it's actually, a communist organization. Their headquarters was raided by the FBI in the 90s. Some of their leaders went to prison for having illegal weapons. And they engage in fundraising. They've learned how to kind of like, they do these charities where they give away free sandwiches to immigrant workers, and they provide like daycare services to low income people, and they are able to raise money to do that. And they have kind of I don't know what you want to call it. They have somewhat of an organization set up. They're in Alaska. They're in upstate New York. They're in Ohio and a couple places. You would never know that they're a communist group, but they exist. They're called the National Labor Federation. Internally, they're called the Provisional Communist Party, and they're widely accused of being a gang, basically. I mean, they had the illegal weapons charges against them, and some of their leaders went to prison, and they I guess their headquarters was in Crown Heights, New York. It was raided by the FBI, and they found all kinds of illegal weapons. And they're the National Labor Federation. There's another group called the Revolutionary Organization of Labor, or the RAO Light Group. They don't have a website. They're very secretive. And they have, they are trying to organize Maoist communism within, the labor unions. For a while, Cindy Sheehan was with them and was promoting them. I don't think she works with them any longer. But they, in New Jersey, some prominent labor leaders in New Jersey are associated with them. And they believe that Albania, they broke with China, but they supported Albania until the end, and they admire Stalin, and they're just like a labor union secret society that is communist, and they still exist. The Communist Workers' Party, they, like I said, they became pro-Israel because they thought, the Ku Klux Klan and neo-Nazis were the main enemy, and that led them to support Israel. They do have, there's a church in Greensboro, North Carolina, and it's called the Beloved Community Center. And the minister of that church is Reverend Nelson Johnson, who was a witness to the Greensboro massacre and was a leader of the Communist Workers' Party. And the church still sends delegations to Cuba on the Venceremos brigades. And they are like kind of a liberal activist church. Are they still communists? I don't know. You should go there and ask them. I don't know. They appear to just kind of be a liberal church, but there's also like an activist component to it, and they support Cuba. And Reverend Nelson Johnson, who's their leader, was a very outspoken public communist at one time. So it's not clear. And then in New York City, there's a nonprofit called Asian Americans for Equality that owns a lot of property in Chinatown and has a lot of support. Michio Kaku, the famous physicist, I think is still a member of Asian Americans for Equality. And Margaret Chin, who's a member of the New York City Council, pro-Israel, just a regular Democrat. She's a member of Asian Americans for Equality, and she was a leader of the Communist Workers' Party at one point. So, and in Chinatown, among Chinese Americans, Asian Americans for Equality is a very big player in terms of the Democratic Party and organizing. And I don't think they're communist anymore. I mean, they don't do anything that sounds communist to me, but they are descended from the Communist Workers' Party. And there's another nonprofit called CAV, the Committee Against Anti-Asian Violence, and they have a building. When Hurricane Sandy hit New York City, they were like one of the only buildings that had electricity because they had their own generator, and they provided a lot of services to the Asian American community. And there's a number of like nonprofits in Chinatown that are run by former members of the Communist Workers' Party who are just kind of like community activists associated with the Democratic Party. And it's an apparatus. It's like a whole network descended from the Communist Workers' Party, but they're not communists anymore. And I think they converted to Christianity before they liquidated. I think after they liquidated the Communist Workers' Party, for a while they were called the New Democratic Movement, and they were like they were Christians. And I think they also were involved in selling American Express credit cards for a while. They were trying to raise money for the group by selling American Express credit cards, and they invested a lot of their money in the American Express credit card company. It's a very strange story, but I mean, it shows that, again, even though they stopped being communists, it's a very dedicated group of people. And the fact that you still have the beloved community center, the fact that you still have Asian Americans for Equality, they stopped being communists, but they still are very dedicated activists. And that's what I would like to get across to these people, is that all of what I'm showing you, these were real organizations. This was not some streamer bro, talking about how he worked out and, giving you pickup dating advice and, calling people based. I mean, these were real groups that were trying to build a real anti-imperialist organization among the American working class. And because of the conditions, it didn't work, but these were real organizations. And that's what we need now, is a real organization. We don't need some stupid internet group. And we also don't need, the communist groups that are trying to protect U.S. imperialism from Trump. Right? We need to build a real anti-imperialist mass movement among the people. And that's what the Center for Political Innovation is doing. We're basically picking up the work of the new communist movement, trying to build rejecting terrorism and left adventurism, trying to build a real movement among the American people against war and against the danger of a new world war and against the emerging low-wage police state. And that's why this history is very important to talk about. So what can we learn from the period? Well, the trauma of the Reagan Revolution and the violence and all of that weakened the communist groups in America. And the reason that the communist groups in America have all kind of become wokist groups is because of the trauma they endured during this period. During this period, they endured so much violence at the hands of conservatives and right-wingers, and they spent a decade in factories trying to recruit their coworkers. And because of that, they are traumatized, and they think average Americans can't be recruited. And the woke stuff, they buy into a lot of the wokeism. And the other thing is the masses of Americans are more anti-establishment than ever. This isn't the 70s. In the 70s, yes, most Americans supported the FBI. Most Americans supported the wars the U.S. government was waging. That's not the case anymore. Average Americans are more anti-war, anti-deep state, more populist and than ever before. And so we need to go and recruit them and build a genuine anti-imperialist movement. But the trauma of the new communist movement, when people tried that, back in the 70s, long before I was ever born, it didn't work. Well, they've decided, that it can't be done. Well, that's very outdated. Now, the global anti-imperialist movement has changed, right? Venezuela and Nicaragua, China, Vietnam, Iran, modern anti-imperialist countries are not explicitly Marxist-Leninist. And that one of the big problems of these communist groups was that they thought that they would just take political direction from Beijing. And, look what happened, right? Beijing, China's politics shifted, and it confused the hell out of them. And it's important that communists not be foreign agents, right? Building a revolutionary anti-imperialist movement in America doesn't mean taking orders from some foreign government. It means you actually build a movement that has roots among the American people, that fights to build a mass movement to overturn imperialism here in America. And these communist groups, a lot of times, they were taking direction. I guess the Communist Party USA was taking direction from the Soviet Union. A lot of these Maoist groups were competing. They all wanted Moscow or Beijing to be giving them money and to be taking directions from China. Some of them ended up working for Albania, but that was a mistake. And instead, they should have been building socialism with American characteristics and figuring out what specifically worked in America to build an anti-imperialist movement among the American people. So out of the movement to the masses, instead of trying to recruit among the left, we should be trying to recruit the masses and to build a movement demanding a government of action that fights for working families. That's what we're trying to do. Build a government of action that fights for working families. So this is the history of the new communist movement. I hope you found it interesting. And if we're serious about building a real movement in America, which we very clearly are, watch my end of the year report and you'll see how much serious real work we do. You'll see why it's important to study the new communist movement. So I apologize if that was a bit depressing because these people, again, a lot of things were working against them. It just wasn't their time. And the world communist movement was changing and the conditions in America were not ripe and they were not successful. But there's a lot that can be learned by studying their examples. So that's my PowerPoint on the history of the new communist movement of the 1970s.
Caleb, we just showed your interview that you did back in September 2023 with the Iranian president. What were some of your impressions of the man?
Well, it was really an honor to sit down with him back in September because I've covered a number of American elections. You know, I asked Donald Trump a question at one of his press conferences. And when I spoke with the head of state of the Islamic Republic, I was speaking to somebody of a completely different brand, a completely different category. I mean, this was a deeply religious man. This was a longtime clerical figure in Iran, a judge, a legal scholar. This was someone who took the history of his country and the project of carrying out the Islamic Revolution and national rejuvenation very seriously. And every answer that he gave me came from a place of a very sophisticated understanding of geopolitics and really, I should say, a more Eastern approach and a more long-term approach to how one should govern a country. He wasn't worried about sound bites and scandal and gossip and rumors and all the stuff we hear from American and Western leaders. He was focused on kind of a long-term vision of how the Eastern parts of the world could come together. He was very excited about cooperating with Russia, cooperating with China. He was very critical of the United States and how it's destabilized and meddled in Iran's internal affairs. It was quite a conversation, and it was really an honor to speak with him. And I really wish that American audiences could understand how our leaders are kind of out of touch with how figures like him govern in different parts of the world.
Well, speaking of the sort of vision that President Raisi had for Iran, what would you say was the significance of his election back in 2021?
Well, he came on the heels of Iranian President Rouhani, who was a reformist, who was seen as being more sympathetic to the United States and had come to power on a platform of saying that if he carried out the Iran nuclear deal and negotiated with the United States, that would improve things for the Islamic Republic. And Rouhani, his predecessor, was proved devastatingly wrong because the Iran nuclear deal was signed and the USA ripped it up. And not only did they betray the deal, but then they murdered Qasem Soleimani, the top Iranian general, military figure, national hero. So when Riazi was elected, it was very much seen as a repudiation of kind of the reformist policies and a real reiteration of the principles of the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolution, the anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist principles. I mean, he called himself a principalist. His critics called him a hardliner, but he said he was a principalist, and he was reasserting the principles on which the Islamic Republic was founded. And that's particularly important right now because Iran is very much a target of Israel because of their support for the Palestinians. And support for the Palestinians was something that he was very firm, and he was kind of leading the country to kind of hold itself together in the face of the murder of Qasem Soleimani and more recently the brutal attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus. And so it's important to understand him in that light. He came to power as a repudiation of figures who had tried to conciliate with the United States and then gotten slapped in the face.
Well, of course, we have very little official information right now. We don't know if there were any foreign powers involved in this incident involving Raisi. But what do you think that it could mean for Tehran and its foreign relations in the region and beyond, as well as domestically?
Well, the fact that already all over Iran there is suspicion of Israeli involvement, American involvement, that reflects what Iran has been subjected to for decades. criminal economic sanctions, the funding of destabilization movements to try and tear the country apart. The Mujahideen at Khalq, which was considered for years to be a terrorist organization that conducted assassinations and worked with Saddam Hussein. They are openly celebrated by the U.S. government and promoted by top American politicians. And let's not forget, 1988, you had an Iranian civilian aircraft that was shot down by the United States. And U.S. President Reagan and later U.S. President Bush refused to apologize for shooting down this civilian aircraft. So the fact that there's widespread suspicion that the American government or the Israeli government could have been involved, based on what Iran has faced since its revolution, and most especially in recent months and recent years, that's not really surprising. It would fit what Iran has been subjected to, and it would kind of, it would match the pattern of attacks on Iranian leaders, assassination of prominent Iranian national heroes and political figures like Qasem Soleimani. So I think people should understand that such suspicion, this isn't just internet conspiracy theories. It kind of matches a pattern of how that country has been treated.
Well, just to add on what you just mentioned there, Caleb, we just got official confirmation from the vice president of Iran that Raisi, unfortunately, has been confirmed killed as a result of this incident. But that was RT correspondent Caleb Maupin. Thanks a lot for bringing us those details.
And U.S. media is always telling us how much they are concerned about the children of Ukraine. They demonize Russian President Putin and blame him for the number of Ukrainian children who have suffered since the Russian special military operation in Ukraine began 2 years ago. But what about these children? This is a monument created to commemorate all the children who've died since 2014. In 2014, the United States toppled the Ukrainian government. The elected president Yanukovych was overthrown, and they installed a fanatically anti-Russian government. And since 2014, that fanatical anti-Russian government has been bombing Donetsk and Lugansk and the eastern republics, the eastern regions. And for 8 years straight, these children have been dying. 2 to 3 million people from Donbass have fled into Russia. But U.S. media never talks about all these children that have died at the hands of the U.S.-backed government in Kiev. In fact, the Wikipedia page for this monument, the Alley of Angels, was taken down to make sure that you never knew about all the children who died at the hands of the U.S.-backed regime that was imposed on Ukraine. That the war is taking place now and fighting because of the fact that these republics have said, after 8 years of being bombed, they don't want to be part of Ukraine anymore. They don't want to be part of a government that's tearing down the World War II memorials, outlawing their language and killing them. They voted to join with Russia. Why don't these children's lives matter? Why is it U.S. media has never told you about the Alley of Angels and all the children killed by the U.S.-backed regime?
I'm Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today. As we meet here today, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. The Biden administration has declared that they're putting on some Zoom calls, writing some articles about Ukraine, that has been conspiracy to act as a foreign agent. And this case is absolutely outrageous. It's an attack on freedom of assembly, freedom to travel, freedom of speech, and freedom of association. And it's designed to intimidate Americans from doing what we plan to do, visit Russia and question U.S. foreign policy. In light of this horrific indictment, it is very important that we go to Russia to show that we will not be intimidated and to take responsibility for the future amid the utter failure of the Biden administration. Biden said he would end the war in Yemen, and as we all know, now that war is expanding and U.S. bombs are being dropped on Yemen. Biden has poured billions of dollars of American taxpayer money into Ukraine to prolong this war, at the same time that our bridges and highways are crumbling and our living standards are dropping and American working families are being squeezed by inflation. Under these circumstances, with Biden trying to intimidate Americans and weaponizing the Department of Justice against dissidents, and with international tensions rising, we have a duty to go to Russia and show the world another America. Because there are two Americas. Beyond Wall Street and Hollywood, in the vast territories of the American heartland, you will find a lot of hardworking people who love their children, love their communities, and want a better life. You will find an America that values peace, not war. It is this America that produced Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the Black Panthers, the great abolitionist John Brown, and it's this America that produced the labor movement that pushed forward Roosevelt, the great anti-fascist coalition that propelled the United States to align with the Soviet Union to defeat the menace of fascism in a great moment in history, also to align with China. It is this America, the America that's been hidden from mainstream TV, the America that has been canceled by the social media monopolies. It's this America of the working class, of small business owners, and people of many different races and ethnic backgrounds who reject war and the emerging low-wage police state. It is this America and its democratic traditions that I will be proudly representing in Sochi. There's a new economy arising in the world today centered around the BRICS, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Belt and Road Initiative of China, and the real America would benefit from joining with this new economy, trading with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation, and ending the wars, the threats, and the sanctions. The Center for Political Innovation sees Russia as an ally of the real America, and we call for the charges against the Uhuru 3 to be immediately dropped, and we look forward to making lots of new friends at the upcoming World Youth Festival, not just youth from Russia, but youth from the 188 different countries that will be represented at this vitally important international gathering. Thank you.
Increase more rapidly than population, thus vindicating the policy of God to man. Perfect obedience to the greatest of all commands, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. This is the object and the results of the mission of the United States. Now that was Henry Charles Carey. And that's a patriotism and a view of what it means to be an American that I can get behind. I look at this painting that hangs in the state capitol of Kansas. This is the mural, and that's John Brown. And John Brown was executed for treason. He was actually the first person in American history to ever get the death penalty for treason because he tried to lead an uprising against slavery. He was so opposed to slavery that he tried to seize Harper's Ferry and distribute guns to slaves and lead an uprising against slavery. He was given the death penalty. When they asked him why it was that he did so much to oppose slavery, he cited what I just read, the Golden Rule. He said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if I was held in slavery, I would want someone to fight for my freedom. So that is what I must do. And you look at John Brown, and you look at him there waving his Bible and his rifle in one hand. That's our heritage as Americans. And they can't rob that from us. And my objection to a lot of the wokeism is it points to all the evil things in American history, all the racism, all the horrible wars, all these things, and it makes it sound like that's the only side of the story. They're forgetting about Eugene Debs. They're forgetting about Dr. Martin Luther King. They're forgetting about all the brave people who built mass movements and organized to fight against the evil things. And we have just as much right to that history, just as much right to call that American history as the European. Not going to let them take that from us. And I want to end by saying this. You know, Donald Trump's rallies, I love the soundtrack.
He plays YMCA, and he plays the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, you get what you need. And he plays that, and his rallies are very optimistic. He gets very fired up, and he criticizes, and he talks about bad conditions, but he's always celebrating and partying. And I've said, you know, you really don't help anybody by telling them how bad things are. You really don't help anybody by making them feel hopeless and making them feel like the world is going to hell. The world's not going to hell. The world is going to God. And you help people by showing them the good time that is coming. And good times are coming if we can get people to think. People must learn to think. And that is what we were trying to do. That's why we cobbled all this together and spent all this money to get ourselves to Washington, D.C., to hand out pamphlets and put this poster out here. We're trying to get people to think. People need to wake up and think because our country is in a bad shape. But if we can learn to think, the sky's the limit. And the world can get beautiful and even better. So we got to just keep doing our jobs. And it's hard, and it's not easy, and sometimes it's really cold outside, you know, and sometimes this happens or that happens, but you have to just keep being optimistic and just keep looking forward, even if you feel sometimes like a voice crying out in the wilderness. Thank you very much.
This is Dare to Win! Dare to struggle! Dare to win! We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Not only today, not end of this week, this year, but always.
Not only today, not only this week, this year, but always.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To keep a just, lasting peace.
To keep a just, lasting peace.
To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
We have to come to confirm the unity of all people.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people.
To salute our comrades who have died.
To salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
And spread our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Thank you.
Are you still tired? Or are you awake now?
Thanks for coming, everybody.
This does not represent what the American people want. All the polls show that the American people don't want a new war. The American people are sick and tired of our money being wasted on bombs and weapons and destruction, provoking a war with China, provoking a war with Russia, while our trains are derailing, people in the United States are suffering, our water's not being purified, our railroads are falling apart, our power grids are falling apart, and yet we pour more and more weapons and money into some stupid confrontation with China. China is not our enemy. Wall Street bankers are our enemy. No more provocations against China. China is not our enemy. 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 Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. Stop trying to sell war in our country. We don't want a new war with China. We love America and we don't want a new war with China. China is not our enemy. Stop trying to sell war. Get out of our country. Stop trying to sell war.
China is not our enemy. I'm a patriotic American. I love my country, and I don't want World War III.
Saw the smoke coming out. They were made aware of it. They made a conscious decision not to put the fire out. The fire commissioner, William Richmond, said himself that it was what you called an incipient fire in the very beginning stages, and it could have been extinguished at that point with no trouble. They made a decision to let it burn. They let it burn out of control. When we realized our home was on fire, we immediately tried to get our children, our animals, ourselves out of that blazing inferno. We didn't know it was a fire at first. They did. And I cannot think of another example where firefighters know that there's a fire, know that there are men, women, babies, and animals inside the dwelling, and make a conscious decision to let it burn. That is unconscionable and makes it very clear that their intent was to kill, not to arrest. Anyway, we made several attempts to get out of that building. We were immediately met with a barrage of police gunfire, directly aimed, deliberately aimed at us to try to prevent anybody from escaping. The third or fourth time that, I attempted to come out, I was able to get out, although bullets were flying all around me. I was able to get a little boy, Birdie Africa, out, and he later described the bullets that were flying all around us, so it's not something I'm making up. We were both first taken to the hospital, then I was taken to the police station and charged with everything that they did. I went on trial, and what people need to understand, every single charge without fail listed in the warrants that they came out there with claiming to be attempting to arrest us on, they were all dismissed as invalid, having no foundation, meaning they had no valid reason to be out there. But they charged me with everything that they did, everything that happened after they came out there. Now, if they didn't have a valid reason for being out there, then everything coming from that was invalid. I mean, that's common sense. But they were not about to have me back out on the street, and they have to take responsibility for what they did, the murder of babies, So I went to trial. I was acquitted of most of the charges. The other charges, I was found guilty of riot and conspiracy. Now, how I rioted in my own house when we're surrounded by hundreds of cops armed for war trying to kill us, how I conspired with my own family in our house. We didn't go to Wilson Good's house. We didn't go to any cop's house or firefighter's house. They came out to our house attacking us, But I conspired. I was convicted and sentenced to 16 months to 7 years in jail. When my 16-month minimum was up, I was told by the parole board that they were willing to parole me, but only if I agreed to sever all ties with MOVE and have absolutely no contact with any MOVE member. They told my other sisters and brothers that same thing who became eligible for parole. Not one of us would accept that. Not at all. It wasn't even a thought to accept that. So some of us did our maximum sentences. I did my whole 7 years. My sister Alberta and my brother Mo Africa did their full time, 7 years and 5 years respectively. My sister Sue Africa, one of our white members, did 12 years, her full 12-year sentence. We did our full sentences. 2 of my family members, because we would not compromise, and give in, we kept the pressure on the parole board. They were forced, pressured to parole 2 of our family members without that stipulation. And now the rest of the Move 9, 2 of my family members have died in prison, 2 of the Move 9, but the rest of them are still serving their sentences, even though they're like 7 years over their minimum, and the parole board keeps refusing to parole them, saying that they refuse to accept responsibility for the crimes of August 8th of 78. My family is saying, we did not commit any crimes, and we're not going to lie and say we did. But the parole board keeps saying that they won't take responsibility for their crimes, and they show no remorse. How are you supposed to show remorse for something you didn't do? So that is our focal point right now, focusing on getting them home, getting them out of prison. And we just went, me and my sister Alberta, just went to Geneva, Switzerland, to the UN to advocate for our family, to put out information. We weren't so concerned about meeting all of the delegates from the different countries, because we have no faith in that process. We went there and we focused our energy on talking to the people. We talked to people from Kuwait, Pakistan, Morocco, South Africa, just all over. We spoke at 2 open forums. So we got to put out a lot of information and raise awareness about our family. This year marks 30 years since the bombing. And what we really want people to understand is that we were not bombed because neighbors complained about us. We were bombed. This government wants to annihilate MOVE, to silence our unrelenting protests for the release of our innocent family members. That's what people should really understand. We encourage people to come to Philadelphia and join us on May 13th of 1985. You can go to our website, www.onthemove.com, to get more information about it, to get our phone number, email address, so that you can contact us, if people want to. We usually tell people, we have told people over the past 30 years, do something where you're at if you cannot get to Philadelphia. This year, we started back in October. We told people, come to Philadelphia. You have plenty of time between October and May to raise funds, do what you need to do to come to Philadelphia. We want Philadelphia to feel the heat from what they did in '85. We want Philadelphia officials to understand that people have not forgotten, people don't agree, and people will never forget what happened in May of 1985. It will mar the city of Philadelphia forever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Okay, so we're going to stay for a little bit of the program and film some of that.
And so I wanted to make this morning message and talk about the importance of staying engaged, because there is so much negativity out there. First of all, you have the internet, and online interactions bring out the worst in people, all the negativity, all the hate, all the bullying, all the complaining. And on top of that, we all have our trauma in our lives. You know, in addition to that, we all have pain. You know, we all, you know, experienced hardship of some form or variety of others. Many of us were abused growing up. There are many of us who experienced betrayal at the hands of a good friend. There are many of us who lost a loved one that we cared about, or experienced some dramatic setbacks, experienced times in our life where we felt no one was there for us and no one was standing with us. And all of that is there, but the best way to fight against it is by being engaged. It's by constantly going out and trying to make a better world, doing outreach. It's by engaging with optimistic and revolutionary messages. It's by listening to music that uplifts you. It's about, you know, studying the world around us and how it works. That is how we can push back against the negativity that's everywhere. And if you give that up, if you give in to the negativity, if you surrender, you're going to fall. And, you know, I think about people I know who've been in the revolutionary movement and given it up. And it's always a conscious choice. It's a conscious choice, but it comes as a result of not engaging, right? They're not listening to the morning messages in the morning. They're not, you know, at this point, they're not, you know, they're not coming to events, they're not engaging with people, they're not listening to optimistic things, and they start making a choice to listen to people that are negative, to listen to people that want to incite them against other people, to listen to people that want to stoke their resentment and stoke their trauma. And when people make a choice to not be engaged, they're handing themselves over to the dark forces. Look, the ruling elite, they all want us dead, because they think there's overpopulation in the world. They want us all dead. They want us all to be not politically active. They want us all to be not connected with other people. They want to stoke our resentment, our pessimism, our hopelessness. That's what they want to do. And the only way to fight back against it is to stay engaged. Listen to the morning messages. Listen to revolutionary music. Study revolutionary ideology. Study organizations and get involved with other people, be involved in the community, do outreach, etc. This community gives you the ability to remain engaged and not give in to the dark forces, but you have to make the choice to do it. And you know, and if you just decide to give in to the dark forces, you know, you will. You know, they say, there's an expression, an old Christian expression, they say that the idle brain is the devil's playground. And it's true, right? If you decide, you know what, I am not going to, I'm going to withdraw. I am just going to be out alone. And pretty soon, all that negativity from the internet and all that negativity from your own past, your own trauma is going to seep back in, right? It's a daily battle. It is a daily battle to keep optimistic, to keep connected to other people, to keep on the revolutionary road and not give up. But you have to fight that battle, and you have to make a choice. You know, people, it's funny, people accuse this of being totalitarian, of being mind control. No, you make the choice. You can decide what to do. And when people decide to turn against the revolutionary movement, it is their own decision. But the way they get tricked into making that decision is by not engaging, by not listening to the morning messages, by not listening to other people, by not directly talking to people when they have a disagreement, but instead keeping it to themselves, or only talking to other people that are angry in order to enhance their resentment. You know, that's what happens. And if you want the love that being a revolutionary brings, if you want to be part of the community, if you want to have the spiritual energy and the hope that comes from being a revolutionary, you have to make a conscious choice to keep engaged, to focus on the positive and the optimistic, and keep building. And it's tough. It's not easy. And sometimes people fall and they can return. They can patch things up or whatever. You know, people make mistakes, etc. But you have to make a choice. And if you don't make that choice, if you don't remain engaged, you will fall. So, you know, that is my challenge to you. You know, is we need more morning messages. There's a link below to record morning messages. We need you to make morning messages. We need you to support other people and give them the support so they can remain engaged. I need you to come to the Saturday meetings. I need you to constantly be, you know, helping produce more content for the web, but also doing outreach to meet real people and fulfill the in real life aspect of this. We are helping each other by keeping each other engaged, by standing strong. That's how we're helping each other and protecting each other from the dark world that exists, by bringing people in and mobilizing to build and construct. So keep engaged. please keep engaged.
And the reason why we can be so certain that the idea that we fight for is the idea that's going to lead the people of our country is because it is the idea of Canada becoming, the people of Canada becoming their own sovereign selves as a nation and leading our country onto the path of peace with all people, friendship with all people, trade with all people, and taking our country out of the camp of imperialist war and fitting it into the camp of peace and progress towards socialism. That's what we're fighting for. We can't lose. We can't lose. And sometimes people say to me, well, look, you talk about taking Canada out of the camp of imperialism and war into the camp of peace and socialism. How do you know that the Soviet Union won't start a world war? And my answer is quite simple. The Soviet Union can't start a world war because the Soviet people can carry out their program only in peace. The only thing that could prevent it would be war. And I know that you're going to make sure that there ain't no war. There ain't going to be no war no more.
We need more infrastructure. We need to build up our country. No degrowth. No war in Ukraine. We need to stop all movements toward nuclear war. For my kids, for your kids, for all children in this whole planet. They want to send 17 and 18-year-old boys and girls from rural America to go die in a war for Taiwan. Taiwan's a long ways away.
I refer to yet another story. And this is a story that any of us who grew up in the Christian tradition or the Jewish tradition or the Islamic tradition probably had hammered into our heads when we were kids. And the story is about a man named Noah.
To the movies and I go downtown.
Did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing.
And the story is that Noah got a message from God that a giant storm was going to come. That storm would be so massive that it would lead to flooding. And so Noah heard this message about a flood, and he started building an ark, started building a ship so that his family and his people would be safe when the flood came.
And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need.
She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China is not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy. No more money for rich men's wars.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. We need to reinvest in the United States. We need to stop bailing out these speculators on Wall Street and these creeps who keep sending us to war.
He got this message, and despite the fact that nobody agreed with him, despite the fact that everyone wasn't going along with him, he started building that ark.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
He wrote it in 1927. This is what he wrote. In a very short time, in China's central and southern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back.
They are more concerned about enabling Israel to kill Palestinians than they are in making sure that Americans have hospitals to go to when they're sick or have paved roads.
You want American boys to fight and die? For what? In China? In Taiwan? No. Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people.
I went to cover Bernie rallies, talked to Bernie supporters. I talked to Trump supporters at Trump rallies, and I saw the economy, and I saw the stock market, and I saw the suffering. And I said, God damn it, if no one else is going to build a ship, I need to.